The System Architect Part 03. The next morning, Keith stood along with his team while he carried a large bag of beef jerky in one hand and had his other hand placed on his water filter. Everyone in his team carried something or the other, and they still managed to make physical contact with each other while they stood in a line. Instructor Sarah looked at them and nodded before teleporting them to the beach. Unlike the previous days, almost all the teams were early this time. But there was another difference too. Keith saw 4 people walk towards him, and he recognized one of them. It was the Protection Church's Archbishop and Seraphina's apostle, Maria. They walked over to his team and Maria let out a soft sigh before speaking. "I'm sorry, but there will be some changes to the rules. We'll announce them in 2 hours, but since it's heavily connected to you guys, it'll be better if you learn about it first." Keith frowned, and so did the others from his team. Firstly, there is a weight limit over food items and it's 1 kilogram per person. Weapons are allowed, but you're not allowed to use it during fights. Luckily for you guys, weapons, armors and anything summoned through awakened abilities will be allowed, she said as she looked at Nathan. Then she shook her head once again before continuing, "You will not be allowed to team up with other teams or take them under your wing anymore. The teams that you defeat will be sent back to this island directly, and as a punishment for losing, their salaries will be cut by half for 6 months. They'll also have all of their achievement, or in other words, their credits annulled, which means everything that they did until now will be useless. I hope you're understanding how severe this rule will affect you." Keith made eye contact with her and nodded grimly. All of the oaths and credit shares that he managed to receive through trading until now would go down the drain if his team loses. All of the new rules targeted his team. First was by limiting resources that he could carry, and due to this, he wouldn't be allowed to bribe other teams. Though, this rule didn't really do much thanks to the other rules. If he couldn't take other teams under his wing, then having too many resources wouldn't really help him in any way and instead, make him a target for other teams. This rule is most probably for keeping the other teams with too many resources in check too. Like Timmy's team. He thought and sighed. The main advantage he had, was now gone. The gears in his head turned as he tried to come up with a new plan while Maria and the other 3 people watched him. Almost a minute later, he looked at Maria, ignoring the other 3. "When it comes to food items, are spices, sugar, oil and other similar things included?" Maria heard his question and frowned as she looked at the other 3 who were beside her. Then she closed her eyes for a few seconds before opening them. "Sugar will be included, but the others won't." "Can you specify what items you're talking about? Just in case we don't miss anything important." "It doesn't matter really, I only wanted information on sugar, salt, spices and oils," he said as he shook his head. Then he turned to look at his team and Instructor Sarah. "We need to change the things we're gonna take with us. Can we go back to the camp so we can put them back there? Also, I need a scale to measure things." Instructor Sarah nodded and his teammates formed a line once again. Instructor Sarah ran over to the trade market and grabbed a scale along with some weights before running back to the team. They were brought back to their camp right after that, and Keith looked at his teammates, all of whom looked absolutely disgruntled just like him. "I know it sucks guys, but we have to change our strategy," he said before smirking. "There's another loophole, hehe. Just keep in mind that unless our entire team is captured or defeated, the defeat won't count. So as long as at least one person is somewhere out there, hiding and alive, then we wouldn't be punished. Next, we need to pick important supplies," he said and looked at Brandon, Nathan, and Laura who were carrying the most important things, the things that he currently needed. "We'll need 4 kilos of yucca flour, 1 kilogram of sugar and 2 kilos of beef jerky. We won't be taking dry fish with us since they contain slightly more moisture and aren't as dense as beef jerky. Due to this, beef jerky is more, let's just say efficient when it comes to weight," he said and looked at Caleb. "Will you take care of weighing them for us please?" "Of course," Caleb said as he went ahead and began to do his thing. Keith on the other hand, continued, "It's a pity, but we'll have to dismantle this water filter since it's not really convenient to carry directly. We just need the leather and we'll be able to craft this again. Next, we need a lot of oil since I plan to make some chips with yucca flour. This way, it won't be as heavy as fufu and it'll also have great shelf life, so we just need to make them once and carry them around like we do with jerky. With jerky and yucca chips with us, we should be able to manage without having to actively hunt or attack other teams. Our plan will be to simply hide, and when someone wishes to fight us, we just run. The next week will be extremely tough on us as we won't be setting up a camp. We won't have a comfortable place to sleep, but as long as we huddle together and cover ourselves with a blanket, we should be able to stay warm during the night. Clara spoke up next with a worried frown on her face. Won't we also need someone to stay on watch while the others sleep at night? A/N, we'll be stopping the GT event cause I can't keep up. But worry not, the promised extra chapters will still come. Current GT count, 71. Extra chapters needed, 11. Extra chapters posted, 2. Pending, 9. The current extra chapter count will stay the same since I don't wish to betray any of your trust. But instead of GT, I'll change it to gifts instead. Luxury car, 1 extra chapter. Dragon, 2 extra chapters. Castle, 4 extra chapters. Additional note, thank you for all the support guys, it means a lot. To not overwhelm myself and decrease the quality of the chapters, I'll post 1 or 2 extra chapters every day until we bring the pending chapters down to 0. Cause damn, including my daily schedule, it'll be a total of 12 chapters if I try to get all extra chapters done. The team did their preparations and teleported back to the beach with drawn-out expressions on their faces. None of them liked the new changes, but they couldn't do anything about it. Maria was surprised to see how much their luggage had changed. Before, everyone had at least one large bag beside them, but now only Brandon had a medium-sized sack. She then saw that everyone had 2 small leather pouches tied to their waists. You don't have to worry, we don't have any money inside these. Keith said and showed her the contents of the leather pouch. A dark green paste was in one pouch and the second one was filled with light yellow, round pills. Everyone had the same pair of pouches with the same contents inside. One of the people beside Maria spoke up, a multipurpose paste that can do a lot of things like help with muscle recovery in every open wounds, while the yellow pills will make you guys feel less pain. Nice thinking. Keith looked at the middle-aged man and nodded, thank you for the compliment, sir. The 4 of them checked all of Team Sarah's luggage and once they made sure that the rules were followed, they left them alone and walked away. Keith then let out a sigh and sat down on the cold sand. Time quickly passed and once all the teams had arrived, the old man made an announcement about the new changes, after which every single team had to go back to change what they'd bring with them. Most of them were extremely disgruntled as they had plucked a lot of fruits, berries, and some had even hunted a few animals, most of which would go to waste now. Unfortunately for them, the church officials didn't give a damn about them and went on with their duties until everyone was ready again. It was almost 10 a.m. now and Keith was also getting tired of waiting. Looks like everyone is ready for a new adventure, the old man said, his face full of smiles while everyone looked at him with hate-filled eyes, directing their frustrations towards the poor announcer. He coughed slightly and continued, well, you'll be transported to Baroma Island in 3, 2 and 1. There was no change. Everyone stood silently, waiting for their surroundings to change but nothing happened. Experience tales at Empire. Just as they were about to look at the announcer to ask if he was messing around with them, it happened. Keith found himself with his team in middle of a sparse forest. Unlike the previous island, the trees here had an average distance of 8 meters between them and their trunks were extremely thick, almost as thick as 5 average-sized humans huddled together. There were thinner and thicker trees too, but the trees with trunks of approximate diameter of 1 meter were more common. Keith looked up and saw a familiar-looking fruit. It was light brown in color and was long. With just one look, he could tell what it was and he couldn't help but smile. Tamarind trees, he said and looked at the other trees nearby, most of whom were also tamarind trees. He looked at his teammates and his gaze stopped at Laura. Can you go up there and send some tamarinds down for me please? I wanna eat them. Tamarinds did give calories, but they were acidic and sour, so eating too much of them was never a good idea. But to Keith, this screamed of his childhood and he couldn't say no to the nostalgia. For the first time, Clara felt like she was seeing stars in his eyes, but she also felt like it was like an illusion. As Laura transformed into a snake and slithered up the tree, Keith's eye never left her, which also burned a flame in Clara's stomach even though she didn't like this feeling. She stood behind him with a slightly annoyed pout but she didn't say anything. She watched Laura shake the branch violently, making multiple tamarinds fall while Keith hurriedly crawled over to grab them. Unable to take it anymore, she turned to look at another tamarind tree and like an agile cat, she climbed up effortlessly before she walked on top of a branch until she got close to the end where a bunch of tamarinds were hanging at. With one slight push downwards, she made the branch bend and then used this to propel herself upwards. She went up by 2 meters before gracefully stepping back down on the branch, bending it so much that it cracked and fell to the ground along with her. Unfortunately, this time she got unlucky and her foot landed on the branch, which rolled forward and made her lose balance. Keith stuffed his pockets with all the tamarinds that he had collected and rushed over towards her. "Just what are you doing? We don't need so many tamarinds, are you all right?" he asked as he offered his hand, which she took. Once he pulled her up, she looked away from him and said, "I thought we might need more." "Oh, well if you guys want to eat them then yeah I guess we can take more," Keith said as he nodded and grabbed the branch. "Once we wash the leaves, even they'll be tasty but I doubt you guys would like it." Keith knew that his taste for tamarind leaves was something that most people would call an acquired taste. He looked at the others who were clearly disinterested, at least everyone except Clara for some reason. So he went on with the explanation, "They're also sour but they also have a leafy taste to them and I personally like them a lot," he said but kept the next sentence in his own head, "I used to eat them in classes to pass time too." He grabbed a ripe tamarind and peeled off the hard, brittle shell before giving a small piece to her. "Here, have a taste if you like. There's a seed inside by the way." She put the small piece into her mouth and instantly, her face scrunched up. "Ayak. Sour. Ayak. Sour," she exclaimed, but then a look of surprise flashed on her face. "Why is it sweet all of a sudden? I mean..." Hey, Keith smirked before looking at his teammates, this time his expression serious. "We need to find a good place to rest first." There were multiple systems screened in front of him, none of which his teammates could see. Each one of them gave Keith information on the actions of some key teams, the ones that were among the better teams. It was too much work to keep an eye on every screen, but Keith did his best. Clara and Caleb stuffed their pockets with the rest of the tamarinds while Amelia carried the branch that Clara had broken. Keith silently walked with them as he licked the ripe tamarind in his hands, enjoying it as he remembered his childhood. After a few minutes, they heard a commotion to their right and the first thing that Keith did was to look at Laura. "Spy for us?" "Okay," she replied and gave him her leather pouches before she transformed. Her clothes stretched along with her body and the more she became snake-like, the more they stretched. Then the scales formed over the clothes and covered them entirely. Team Sarah watched Laura slither away and Keith pointed at the trees nearby. "Let's hide behind these trees." As everyone rushed to different trees, Amelia pushed Clara towards Keith, who had walked over to the tree that was furthest from the direction at which the commotion was happening. "Go go. This is the perfect time, like, one tree should be able to hide 2 people easily," she whispered hurriedly and pushed Clara again, who jogged over to Keith with no other option. Or at least that was what she wanted to believe. Deep inside, she just wanted to spend more time with him but a large part of her stopped her from not listening to Keith's words, which clearly said that they shouldn't act too lovey-dovey openly. It was like rowing a boat against the river currents and Amelia's push was akin to her rose getting stuck between 2 rocks, letting the boat freely move with the river's currents. Keith simply wanted to focus on the system screen so that he could spot the ones who were close to him, but when he saw Clara walk over to him, he looked at her with a confused expression on his face. Two of us can hide together, right? Clara asked as she walked closer, remembering Amelia's words from last night. She didn't know what made her do it, but by the time she realized what she had done, her body was already pressing against his. Keith's brain was just confused as Clara was someone who never made the first move, but his little brother was a different case entirely as he woke up from his deep slumber. The first thing in Keith's mind was concern. He looked down at her with a worried look on his face, and when he saw her bright red face, he didn't know what to say. Was it fever? Was she blushing? Or did she eat some suspicious mushrooms? He didn't know. Are you all right? He asked, making her face even more red until she couldn't take it anymore. Embarrassment consumed the entirety of her being as she closed his eyes and bumped her head onto his chest repeatedly before finally saying, "Jerk." Keith squinted his eyes. He wasn't sure what she wanted or what was going on in her mind, but facing such a scenario, he had to test it out on his own. He put the rest of the tamarind into his mouth and looped his arms, hugging her back. He instantly felt her body relax, almost melting into him. With this, he finally understood what she wanted and let out a soft sigh as he gamble had paid off. "You know, if you want something, you don't have to hesitate about talking to me about it. I know that we talked about starting out as friends and stuff, but that's only because I didn't want our whole thing to just be about pure lust. But I also didn't mean that we have to completely refrain from doing the romantic things," he whispered as he rubbed the back of her chest and felt her nod. Clara looked up at him, her gaze soft, but worried. "What about Timmy? You said that if he sees us together, it will cause trouble." Keith smiled. "Oh, you don't have to worry about him when he's not here to see us." "Okay," she replied and put her face into his chest, not asking any questions. Keith looked up at a tree in front of him and smiled slightly, which soon turned into a smirk as he thought about Timmy. In the past 2 weeks, he wasn't sitting still. He had been sending Vincent on multiple quests, all of them targeting the Sanders businesses, and currently, Vincent was traveling from Morose to Baroma Kingdom as he had already robbed and destroyed most of the main businesses in Morose Kingdom. Timmy's father had almost 50% of his businesses in Kazakh Empire, 35% in Morose Kingdom and 15% in Baroma Kingdom. These were only the legal businesses, but Keith had his plans for their slave trading business, which he wanted to personally take care of later. With more than 35% businesses in shambles and having a looming threat over their heads, the chances of the Sanders family taking action against Clara to forcefully wed her to Timothy were diminished. Due to this, Keith wasn't too afraid of the consequences if Timmy did see him and Clara together anymore. He spent a few minutes with Clara in his embrace until he heard Laura slither back to the team. Experience tales at Empire. Just 2 teams that fought against each other for food. One of them got teleported back, but the other team is pretty injured. I also checked the surroundings and there's no one nearby, she said after she transformed back to her human form. Hearing this, Keith grinned. Nice. Keith and his team silently stood a few meters away while Nathan beat up the whole team. They barely had any awakened in their team, and on top of that, they were tired and wounded. It was very easy to beat them all up. As he watched the show, Keith realized something important from the information that Laura had told him as he walked over to check out the results of the fight. They basically fought because they didn't have any resources, he mused. Most teams did not have the food problem before, but now that trading isn't allowed, they'll have no choice but to fight for it. Though, more than 80% of the teams should have brought their own food, the other 20% who didn't have much to trade for, will not let them go. Once he understood this, he shared his thoughts with the others while Nathan brought back a large bag filled with berries and fruits. Due to this, there should be a lot of fights in the first and second day. Then, for at least 2 or 3 more days, there should be peace as most people do have food. It's the last 2 to 3 days when we'll see a lot of fights take place on this island. Those that know about wild edible berries won't really go on the offensive, but the others will surely try to attack them for the food that they've hoarded, he said and stomped his foot on the ground in front of him. We'll start a fire here. It's better to prepare before things become hellish, he said and suddenly jerked to his right, his fist flying towards the empty space beside Brandon. He felt his fist making contact with something and he also heard a painful yelp. With his eyes fixated on 3 system screens in front of him, he spoke, "Just show yourself, kid, or I'll have Nathan swing his sword randomly. Sure, we might face punishments, but we can always say that we were just swinging at the air and suddenly the sword hit you." The moment the words escaped his lips, a familiar-looking guy appeared. One of his hand covered his private parts while he had a knife in the grip of his other hand. Clark. This is just getting annoying at this point. Why did you pick us? Keith asked as he looked around randomly, trying his best to act like he didn't know where he was. The information on his system screen had already exposed Clark's team and Keith knew from the start that the 3 of them were hiding silently, watching the fight happen way before Laura even went to see. A few seconds after he said that, he heard footsteps from his right, from the direction where his team originally came from. Clark kept his distance from them, but he took out a small clay pot from the girl's bag. "Let him go and I'll give you this antidote. I won't tell you when it should be used, but I can tell you how to use it. Mix 1 pinch of this powder with water and drink it," he said as he placed the pot on the ground. Keith's expression was stoic. He already knew of Clark's plans, but he still glanced at the so-called antidote. His gaze went back to the system screen, just to confirm if it actually was an antidote or not. Clark placed the pot filled with antidote powder on the ground as he requests for the release of his teammate. Satisfied, Keith looked at Brandon who now handed his arm on the guy's shoulder. "Let him go and grab the pot that Clark throws at you to distract you while he runs away with his team," he said and looked at Clark who nodded in understanding before taking the pot back into his hands. The moment the invisible guy joined back with his team, Clark threw the pot at Brandon's face before running away, which Brandon easily caught. The lid was also made of clay, but it was sealed with wheat flour and had dried up by now. "Why did you listen to him? If we eliminated that invisible pervert, we would have weakened his team a lot," Amelia said as she looked at him with a frown on her face. Keith gave her a wry smile as he gave her the answer he had prepared a few minutes ago. "A few minutes after we gathered the tamarinds, I suddenly got some slight goosebumps. I looked around and paused as I looked towards the south as my pinky was twitching. Do you know what's in that direction? There's a pond in that direction," Caleb said as he frowned, "but there shouldn't be any problem with the pond, right?" Keith nodded. "Normally, there wouldn't be any problem, but what did Clark give us?" "An antidote." "And what did he tell us about it?" "To mix it with water." "Can you just get to the point?" Laura asked, clearly out of patience as Keith was just going around in circles asking them questions instead of giving them the answers directly. Smiling, Keith revealed, "I suspect that Clark has already poisoned the pond and came here after doing that. You do remember what happened back at the other island, right? The church officials took out quite a bit of berries and fruits from that girl's bag along with a large bag of powder and a few pots that looked like the one we have right now. Oh yeah, they said that the powder itself can be considered as a food since it doesn't fit the category of spices or oils. I was pretty surprised that he chose that bag of powder instead of fruits. Are you trying to say that this big bag had the poison?" Amelia said and Keith nodded in response. "Yup. A person can survive up to a month without food, but without water, the limit is only 3 or 4 days. Clark can simply poison the only water source in this island and starve for a week in hiding while everyone else gets disqualified by getting weak due to the poisoned water." Discover stories at Empire. A/N, extra chapters left, 8. In the next few hours, it was Brandon and Clara who took care of the cooking while everyone else were keeping an eye on their surroundings. The thing they were making wasn't an easy thing to make thanks to the lack of certain instruments, culinary skill and time. But since Brandon was there, he solved most of the problems. Keith's plan was simple. He got his team to make fufu, but he got them to make it extremely thick and dense. It was this part that was hard, as it got very difficult to knead the thing in the latter stages. The sugar was also added into the fufu just to make sure that he could pack in as many calories into it as possible. But once that was done, Brandon grabbed a small amount in his hand and smeared a thin layer onto his stone-skinned fingers before dipping them into hot oil. The thin layer of fufu would separate and float in the oil while he continued this step multiple times. By the time they were done making all the chips, it was already evening. Everyone had already tasted the chips and no one particularly liked it, except for Nathan, who seemed to have gotten addicted to them as he had chomped down on more than 50 chips already. Keith didn't like them either, but at this point, the chips were a means to an end. They were currently a great source of carbohydrates. He packed all the chips into 7 small cloth bags and tied them to the end of a stick. "Here, everyone gets one, and please do make sure that you don't eat everything in one sitting. For the next few days, we should be able to survive on these fruits and berries," he said, and grabbed a stick for himself before he pointed at a large rock. "You guys should go to bed. We'll need 2 people to keep watch while everyone is sleeping, and we'll make 2 groups. Those who are ready to keep watch at night can join my team, and those who want to sleep normally can just go to that rock and close your eyes. I only need 3 people in my group." The first one was Clara, and Keith didn't really want to see her mess up her sleep, but just as he was about to look for someone else, Amelia joined her too. The other 4 had no interest in keeping watch at night, and Keith felt like it would be too much if he tried to force them into the night shift when 2 people were ready to do it. With a wry smile on his face, he shook his head before looking at the trainee Inquisitor trio and Brandon. "Welp, just huddle together and cover yourselves with blankets. That should be enough to keep you warm. The fire will also probably help. Oh yeah, Caleb, just control the air near the fire and bring it in towards yourselves. Once you feel enough heat, just cover yourself with the blanket and it should be enough to trap the heat. Do put a few on the ground too," he said, instructing them as they tried to set things up for a decent sleep. Keith watched them huddle together, and a few minutes later they were fast asleep. He took a swig from his water canteen and sat down on a stone before looking at the 2 girls. "If you guys are sleepy, feel free to take a short nap. This week will be frustrating." He had multiple system screens in front of him thanks to the system seeds he had placed on almost all the people in the training program. Most of them were sleeping, but there were a few that were lurking around, searching for prey. Amelia looked at him with fiery competitive spirit in her eyes. "Do you think that I can't stay awake for just one night? You're underestimating my capabilities, the capabilities of the Midnight Princess. What about you? It's not a good thing to stay awake at night, and you know that, right?" he asked as he turned to Clara, ignoring Amelia almost entirely, but the slight smirk that tugged at his lips said another thing. Amelia knew him pretty well at this point, and when she saw the smirk that he was trying to suppress, she knew that he was trying to get her to rage. "Humph, annoying dog," she cursed him before looking away. Clara chuckled slightly before looking at Keith. "Okay, I'll take some short naps until I get used to this schedule." But what Keith didn't expect, was to see her latch onto his arm and use his shoulder as a headrest. He blinked twice and sighed slightly. While he didn't necessarily dislike this, especially when his arm was buried in her bosom, he had something important to do tonight. Something that would keep his team's morale high. But he stopped himself as there was no need for him to hurry with his plans. He had the leeway to spend some time with her, even if it was a time spent in silence. Almost an hour later, Keith was about to wake her up, but she had never gone to sleep. Discover hidden content at Empire. "Oh, you're awake," he commented as he separated from her reluctantly. "I have something I want to do. Like go to someone else's camp and steal stuff. I have danger sense, so I'll be fine, but you should stay back here so that you can keep an eye." "I'm coming with you." Amelia jumped in. He could see the tiredness in her eyes, and even with that, she was jumping around. Keith shook his head. "Did you not hear a single word that I just said? I want you to keep watch so that these 4 don't get assassinated. I mean robbed or attacked or something like that. TCH, I'm getting bored." If I stay here without having anything to do, I'll go mad. I'll probably fall asleep. Don't you have any heart? Have some pity. I told you to take a nap, but you didn't listen. You too, he said as he looked at Clara, feel free to sleep while taking turns, but just make sure that both of you don't fall asleep at the same time. Oh yes, I actually sense that invisible kid nearby. Keith jogged around the island, using the forest a few times whenever he saw other groups camping at the borders of the island. Thanks to the information from his system screens, he was able to avoid most of the teams and had a safe path. Almost an hour worth of jog later, Keith finally found the place he had targeted. It was Timmy's camp and it looked absolutely luxurious. At least compared to the camps that other teams set up. They weren't allowed to bring the structures or tents that had been already set up in the previous island, but Timmy clearly had more than enough cloth to bring to this place so he could set up another tent. Keith saw multiple blankets around the campfire, which totaled to 6. Stay connected with Empire. So his servants sleep outside while he and his father's concubines have fun inside the tent, he thought as he looked around. There was no one nearby and Keith knew the reason already. Thanks to Clark, I have such a great opportunity, he thought to himself as he walked towards the tent and kicked the wooden box that was beside it. He opened the lid and found a lot of ice inside, which he pushed to the sides. Buried in the ice were well-cut pieces of meat and all of them were rolled up in a wax paper. He silently grabbed all the meat and took off his shirt to use as a bag. He tied the ends together and was about to jog back to his camp when he stopped. He turned around and stared at the tent, the look in his eyes complicated. Timmy was an asshole in the novel, but right now, in Keith's reality, Timmy had done almost nothing to antagonize him in any way. On the other hand, Clark was the main character of the novel who had done a lot of good things even though the way he did these things were questionable. Yet, the main character of the novel went ahead to try and get Clara. It wasn't a direct attack on Keith, but Keith didn't like it in any way. He stared at the tent, with one side of him wanting to push the tent into the fire and the other half telling him to leave Timmy alone. Almost a minute later, Keith sighed and turned away before he began to run back. This time, he didn't stop to turn back at all. He becomes a true asshole after the war, but there's no need to make his life difficult right now. Though, I don't really feel good about it for some reason, he thought, but as he felt the weight of the meat that he was carrying, he smirked. Well, it doesn't matter much. Without any food, he'll have no choice but to try and fight someone to steal their resources. And now he's trying to chase Clark, which will make him lose a lot of energy and also water. Oh man, he's going to struggle. On one end, Keith had stolen all the food that Timmy had brought with him, which was just meat, and on the other hand, there was Clark who was making them run around the forest, which would make them thirsty and prompt them to drink more water. Both of them targeted the same person, but each of them had their own plans. Funnily enough, I had this plan in my mind way before I found out about Clark's plans, he thought and couldn't help but chuckle. He jogged slightly faster, almost starting to run but stopped after a few minutes as he managed to reach his camp. Both Clara and Amelia had their eyes peeled open, scanning the surroundings intently like they were trying to spot a chameleon. Maybe I shouldn't have lied about the invisible kiddo, but at least they didn't sleep, so that's a good thing I guess, he thought as he walked towards them. What are you guys doing? I ask as I place the bag on a stone and look around. By the way, did you guys see any flat rocks here? I need one right now. Amelia and Clara turned to look at him. No, I've only seen roundish and cubic rocks here when it comes to shapes, but most of them have weird shapes. Also, what did you bring and can you still sense that slippery invisible pig? Oh, nah, I don't sense anything right now. At least not anything dangerous. He could technically still be somewhere near but we'll need Laura if you wish to catch him. But well, I guess it's better to just do our thing since I don't really sense any danger, he blabbered his lies without any worry. As he talked, he grabbed 2 long spatulas and kicked the stones that were placed around the fire. He replaced them with bigger stones and stacked 2 stones each on 2 ends before placing the spatulas on top of them. He then nodded to himself and grabbed the spatulas again before using the ends to pierce 3 meat chunks. Once done, he placed it on top of the fire with the ends of the spatulas resting on top of the stone towers. He silently watched the meat drip its juices onto the fire while he heard Amelia talk. "Ugh, this damn Clark and his twin minions. I absolutely hate them, and I hate them even more than Timmy right now. Ugh. If I get the chance, I'll strangle them to death." Keith chuckled as he turned to look at her. "Well, maybe you should just sleep for now. I'll keep watch, so take a short nap. But do keep in mind that I'll wake you up, since I don't want you sleeping for the whole night. Consider tonight as a training period, since there will be no nap times from tomorrow onwards." "Bleh, but yeah, I understand. I'll take a nap with Clara for now, so wake us up whenever you want to. Good night." 8 people ran through the forest, stopping only after a few minutes when they felt like there was no one on their tail. Timmy turned to look at his team, all of them tired and about to collapse. "Sir, I can't hold it in anymore." "I can't," one of his teammates said before he ran towards a tree and took off his pants before squatting down. With a loud fart, this human wastes shot out, staining the bottom of the tree in yellow. Explore stories at Empire. It looked absolutely disgusting, especially to Timmy, who had never seen such a display, not until he came to his island. He had lost 2 of his teammates thanks to multiple skirmishes against other teams. "Sir Timmy, my stomach also hurts a lot," another guy said, and the others nodded, including his father's concubines. Timmy himself felt like his stomach was acting weird, but he wasn't able to understand why. Just as he was thinking, he saw one of his father's concubines fall to the ground as a yellow fluid pooled behind her. Her face was red with humiliation and embarrassment as she looked away from the others. Timmy closed his eyes and walked away from them before taking out his canteen to drink the water he had gotten from the pond, since all the running earlier had made him very tired. 2 days had already passed since he had arrived here, and the first day had gone pretty well for him. He kicked the tree in front of him in frustration as he remembered the events that happened on his first night here. "That bastard Clark. Once we're out of here, I'll find him and get him killed," he hissed, seething in anger. Clark had sent his teammate to steal all of his clothes, which were neatly folded and placed in a bamboo basket. It was a bit too late when he finally found out what was going on, as it was one of his teammates who had shouted that his clothes were burning on the fire. And when he came out, what did he see? It was Clark, standing beside a tree with a cheeky grin on his face as he held a fire torch with one of his hands. Unable to control his anger, he got his team to catch the bastard, and they ran for almost 4 hours before deciding to stop. Clark was also tired, but for some reason once every 30 minutes, his team would get hit by a random trap. Some traps simply tripped them while some shot arrows at them. The 4 hours were some of the most hated hours of his life, and yet, he was unable to catch the person who was responsible for it. Then, when he went back to camp, he found out that all the 7 kilograms of meat was missing. He originally had 10, but his team had already consumed 3 kilos earlier. The lack of food and sleep pushed them into a cycle of misery as they had to fight 3 small groups for food, which did help them for almost half a day until he faced a skirmish from another team and lost 2 of his teammates who were heavily injured. A masked instructor appeared and teleported the 2 of them away, leaving his team with only 8 members, and even after that, they were attacked by another team, but this team was a big one with 10 members. With no other option, he had to leave all of his belongings behind and run away with his team. But little did he know that the very water he was drinking would be his most dangerous problem yet. He sat down on the ground with his back leaning against the tree he had just kicked. His eyes moved to the guy who had just shot out a huge amount of excreta onto a tree, and his father's concubine who was now wailing as she used the little bit of water she had to clean herself. The others also helped her by giving her their canteens, but Timmy looked away, not wanting to see something so disgusting. Multiple thoughts passed through his head, the reason why he had even decided to take part in this damn training program. That damn cursed artifact, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have bothered in the slightest. Damn it all. If only I was born in an actual noble household instead of being born as a son of a shitty baronet, he cursed as he punched the ground. He was a baronet's son, someone who would never be able to become a noble unless he gave up on most of his businesses. Almost all the baronets were wealthy businessmen who used money to get the title, just to feel superior when people called them sir or madam. Most of the baronets weren't invited to the important events and parties that the true nobles held, and even the royal family did not put much importance in them as they were just wealthier merchants in their eyes. True nobles could receive cursed artifacts from the kings, but baronets weren't trusted enough for that. It was because baronets had businesses in other kingdoms and empires, and the royal families did not like the uncertainty of where the baronets' loyalties lied. Timmy let out a tired sigh as he thought about his status. He wanted to become a true noble, to get his hands on a cursed artifact, to get tax benefits, but none of them were possible since he was just a baronet, just a rich, glorified commoner in the eyes of true nobles and royals. Just as he was wallowing in his own distress, he felt his stomach grumble weirdly. He then felt like something was coming out from his asshole and instinctively clenched his ass cheeks. His face slowly turned red from the strain of holding in, but no matter how much he tried, he wasn't able to hold it in at the end. A loud fart echoed in the forest as he felt wetness under him. The teams except Clark's and Keith's were having the same problems as Timmy and his team. One by one, they all fainted due to dehydration and lack of energy, which prompted the masked instructors to teleport them back to the other island. Even though it was just the fourth day since the event started, there were only 2 teams left on this island. One was Keith's and the other was Clark's. Most of them didn't even know the cause of their loose bowels when they were taken back. The guys from the Church of Medicine should have been able to neutralize the laxative, but Keith knew the truth. No matter how much knowledge they had, they wouldn't be able to make a cure without raw ingredients. But how did Clark manage to do this? It was thanks to a particular snake's venom sac. This snake's venom sac could be used for other products like tranquilizers or pain suppressants. There were other methods of making medicine for loose bowels that way cheaper, but little did they know that the only way of counteracting Clark's laxative was to make powder using the snake's venom as one of the ingredients. Another reason for this was the fact that this cure was supposed to be discovered in the future, and since Clark was from the future, he used this knowledge to the fullest. Like most protagonists, Clark had experience in multiple fields, but even then, his core talent lied in causing havoc. Which was exactly what happened in the past few days as people gathered at the pond and fought others due to food shortage. On the 5th day, Keith looked at the 4 who had just woken up and yawned tiredly. Guys, let's attack Clark today. Not now, but after I wake up. Brandon nodded and cupped some water with his palms and used it to rinse his mouth. He spit the water on the ground before looking at Keith. Are you sure? What if someone else attacks us when we're 2 involved in the fight? It's fine, we have 7 and they only have 3. If someone else joins the fight, then we leave everything and run. Keith said as he took the blanket that the 4 of them used to keep themselves warm and sat down on the 3 layers of blankets as he stretched his legs. He looked up at Clara and Amelia, who silently joined him, with Clara in the middle and Amelia on the other side. Amelia silently watched as she saw her friend hug Keith without any of the hesitation that she had a few days ago, but this left a bitter feeling in her heart for an unknown reason. I feel weird, she thought, noticing the weird feeling in her heart as she looped her arms around her knees and closed her eyes. Clara on the other hand sniffed at Keith's chest like a hungry cat before using his thighs as a pillow. Her legs kicked Amelia, who just wanted to sleep, and she hurriedly got up before apologizing. I didn't mean it, I'm sorry. She said as she put her hand on Amelia's shoulder. Also, can you move to the other side? To Keith's left. Amelia silently stared at Clara and nodded before she crawled to Keith's left before covering herself with the blanket while leaving her head outside. She watched Clara get comfortable on Keith's lap and exhaled heavily. Looks like you guys have gotten really comfortable with each other, huh? She asked. She didn't know why she was spouting nonsense right now, but she felt bitter and wanted to vent indirectly. Keith slowly turned his head to look at her. "Well, yeah. I'd say it's thanks to you." Hearing his words, she felt like a cold stone had been dropped in her stomach. She frowned as her eyes lingered on him, her thoughts drifting. Am I getting jealous? Me? There's no way that's possible. He's handsome and is quite a gentleman to others, but he's an asshole when it comes to me. Well, a good kind of asshole, but still. Ugh, damn, I hate him, he thought as her gaze slowly moved to his neck and lingered on his trapezius muscles. He was still pretty skinny, but he had grown quite a bit of muscle in the past 3 months, and for the first time, Amelia was entranced. Just as she was staring at him, a high-pitched but barely audible yelp reached Amelia's ears. There was some shuffling under the blanket, but since her head was outside, she couldn't see what was going on inside unless she actively went down under the blanket, which she did not wish to do. Not right now when Keith was staring straight at her. The straight face of his made her thoughts falter, her imagination of Clara doing something funny under the blanket, crumbling. Clara clearly wasn't someone who'd participate in such naughty acts when there were people around them, or at least that was what she thought, as she could never imagine Clara doing such things. But her worldview shattered when she heard a muffled moan and saw Keith suddenly look away. Unable to accept the sudden change, her body moved on its own. She grabbed the blanket and pulled, wanting to see what in the hell was going on under the blanket, only to see Keith's hand on Clara's back. His thumb pressed down as it slowly rotated in circles. Keith hurriedly grabbed the blanket and covered her as her back was, in fact, bare. "What the hell is your problem?" he whispered to Amelia as he looked at the other 4 who were groggily walking around, oblivious to what had happened just now. "Your adventure continues at Empire. I just thought that you were taking advantage of Clara since she doesn't speak out about her problems." "Yeah, I was trying to look out for her," she said, partially making up a reason for her actions and partially to convince herself away from the true reason behind her actions. "Well, she told me that her back hurts, so I'm giving her a massage." "I already told you before to not jump to conclusions in your head and to ask about things to clarify," Keith replied, exasperated with her actions. "A/N, alright, I'm feeling burnt out, so I'll rest tomorrow. 2 or 3 chapters will be uploaded, but I'll continue with the extra chapters from the day after tomorrow. Extra chapters left, 7. A/N, this chapter was written to give you a more detailed insight into Clara's psyche on how she's changing, but it does have some naughty stuff. This isn't full smut, and I didn't really put any emphasis on smut, so feel free to skip this if this isn't your cup of tea." Clara got into the folds of the blanket along with Keith and Amelia with deep thoughts in her mind. After the talk with her best friend about how to be assertive with guys a few hours ago, she had one goal in mind, and that was to take action on her own to wake up Keith's little brother. "All of Amelia's experiences shouldn't apply to me, right? We're very different people with different body types, so maybe I should take a different approach. I'll just go with my feeling," she thought as she sat beside Keith and snuggled, one of her soft twin mounds pressing against his body. She immediately felt his reaction as his body suddenly stiffened before it went back to being relaxed. But unfortunately for her, everything she tried after that didn't seem to work. But little did she know, Keith had reduced his sensitivity using his powers, down to 20% of normal. He knew too well about how strong his body would react if she was trying naughty things. Unfortunately, he had goals today, so he just wanted to sleep. Almost 2 minutes later, Clara pouted slightly before leaning against his chest and taking a loud whiff as she placed her hand on his thighs. Then she got an idea, something she used to do with her elder sister when she was a small child. She tried to sleep while using his thigh as a pillow, but Amelia was on the way, whom she kicked by mistake as she was too immersed in doing her own thing with Keith. Her clumsiness made her feel slightly embarrassed, but she went ahead and apologized before asking Amelia to move to the other side. "I didn't mean it, I'm sorry," she said as she put her hand on Amelia's shoulder. Also, can you move to the other side? To Keith's left." She saw her friend crawl to the other side and then went back to doing her own thing. She rested her head on Keith's thigh, but she didn't sit still. Her face faced his abs while her hand slipped under his shirt and roamed across his back. Her hand could feel the muscles on his back. There wasn't much, he wasn't as muscular as Brandon, but this just felt better. As her hand continued its adventure, she imagined herself hugging him from the front with her legs looped around him while her hands just got the perfect feel of his back muscles. The more her hand moved, the wilder her imagination got and the more ragged her breaths became. By the time she realized what was going on, it was too late as she could feel a slight wetness between her legs. I wanted to get him hard, but this is not working, she thought, and moved her hand to his chest before pushing her nail onto his nipple. She instantly felt him wince, but what she didn't expect was that she'd feel his hand on her own sensitive bulbs. Before she could do anything, his fingers pinched, sending a wave of both pleasure and pain coursing through her nerves. Eek! She yelped as she brought her hand to her mouth to suppress the sound, but it still escaped. Her legs parted, making the blanket slightly move, but then she decided to take the target away from him. She knew how sensitive her pink buds were and she wanted to win this unofficial fight that she had started no matter what. She glared at Keith and was about to pinch him harder, but she saw his hands moving expertly over her shirt, unbuttoning her shirt in a mere 3 seconds. Seeing this, she panicked and hurriedly turned around, her belly touching the ground now, but she couldn't feel her shirt on her body. Instead, she looked to her left and saw the shirt still on her body, but it was only the arm sleeve. But then, she realized that he had just grabbed her shirt when she was turning, which seemed to have worked really well. Just when she was about to give up on making him hard, she caught a glimpse of the slight bulge in his pants. Experience tales with Empire. She knew that this was barely what he had. After all, she had seen its greatness and had its majestic size thrust deep inside her. Even now, that night was unforgettable, and just as she remembered that night, her hand subconsciously moved towards the space between her legs. One simple stroke and she moaned. She also felt Keith's hand pause on her head for a second before he pushed her head onto his lap. His hand moved to her back and he pushed down once again, stopping her from stroking her sensitive folds. Only 4 seconds passed since he had pushed her down, but suddenly the darkness under the blanket was gone. It was replaced by the bright sunlight and Clara suddenly felt self-conscious. Reality hit her hard, making her realize that she wasn't in a dream and that she was trying some risky things in real life. That she was not alone with Keith and that there were other people nearby. Shame and embarrassment hit her when the blanket was pulled away, exposing her with just a bra on. The first thing in her mind was just one question. Will Keith leave me? After I've been so. She thought, not lifting up her head and unable to find the right word. But just as she was thinking, she felt his thumb press against her upper back as it gently moved around in a circular motion. And then the sunlight was gone, replaced by the slight darkness once again, but her senses were now heightened and she heard the conversation between Amelia and Keith before smiling. Phew. I shouldn't act up next time. Luckily it was Amelia this time. I don't know what I'd do if it was someone else. Keith woke up after a few hours and took off the makeshift eye cover, to see that the sun was right on top of him, indicating that it was close to noon. He groggily looked around and saw that Clara and Amelia were still asleep, so he closed his eyes and went back to sleep once again. His eyes were closed, but he could still see the 2 system screens. His team didn't know about this, but the invisible kid had gotten captured and beaten up a lot by other teams. He wasn't in this island anymore and Clark only had the weightless bag girl with him. He saw the text on the 2 screens in front of him and drifted off to sleep after he saw that those 2 were hiding in a cave, not knowing about the number of people in the island right now. Information really is the greatest resource ever, he thought as he quickly drifted back to sleep and was woken up after 2 hours. The culprit was Brandon, who had just roughly pulled the blanket away. Yo, the fuck is your problem? Keith lashed out from the sudden lack of familiar texture. Oh Brandon, what do you want? He asked, this time having some semblance of control over himself. Brandon stared at him, his gaze going towards Keith's crotch, but his professional attitude took over. It's nothing serious. We ran out of water, so we had plans to go to the pond. We can't send just 1 or 2 people since there's a high chance of getting grouped up on. And on top on that, we haven't taken a bath for like 4 whole days. You usually wake up around this time, so I just thought I'd wake you up and go there together, he said, and looked away from the large tent which was towering over Clara's head that was on Keith's thigh. Keith looked at him and nodded before waking up Clara first. He needed to get his little brother away from the eyes of others. One part of him wanted to show off his great manhood, but the other part of him wanted to keep it a secret. At the end, the second part of him won as he covered himself with a blanket once again. I'll get up once things settle down, he said to Brandon, who nodded with a straight face. But just as he was about to walk away, he paused. Keith. Do you have any tips to make your manhood bigger? Hearing this, Keith did not know what to say. He stared at Brandon for a whole second, which felt like an hour, before opening his mouth. No, I don't think I have any tips. Oh, is that so? Okay, I'll wait for you over there. Brandon said and walked away. Keith looked at Clara and gently patted her cheek to wake her up, which she did a few seconds later. She groggily sat back up and looked at Keith before her eyes fell on the tall tent. Her face instantly went red as her hand slowly moved towards it. Just as she was about to tentatively touch it, he grabbed her hand before whispering. I'm trying to bring it back to normal. If you tough him right now, we'll have to do a lot of things to calm him down, he said as he smirked at her. Clara instantly looked away before muttering, I can help you out. Nah, there's no need. Keith said, not wanting to do the horny things in the open when their relationship was only known to Amelia. He sent her away so that she could have some food. Once she was far away, he used his libido control to calm down his little brother before he woke up Amelia and walked over to the others with her. He ate some sweet chips along with some salty jerky before setting off to the pond. Everyone knew that the water wasn't fit for direct consumption, so they got a medium-sized pot filled before they boiled the water. They then let the water to cool before adding a pinch of antidote into it. After mixing, Keith filled up everyone's canteens and distributed them before passing the pot to the others so they could drink from it. Finally, Keith took the pot and saw that there was a little bit of water inside, which he drank and placed the pot back on the ground. All right, I'm guessing that you guys are ready, he said as he looked at the others, all of whom nodded in response. Great, he exclaimed before pointing at Brandon and Nathan, his team's strongest people. You two will take care of the fighting while the rest of us support you. Laura will keep an eye on the invisible kid and she'll suppress him when she spots him. As for Clark and his luggage girl, you guys should be able to manage on your own. As for me, Caleb, Amelia and Clara, we'll keep an eye on the surroundings and make sure that no other teams can attack us by surprise. Once one of us give you a warning, I want you guys to run in any direction that you can before coming back to this spot. Nathan and Brandon nodded while Laura spoke with confidence, yeah, don't worry about the stinky kid. I'll grab onto him the moment I sense him, she said, patting her chest. Keith gave her a smile before looking away. Well, he isn't here anymore, so I really want to see what you'll grab. Anyways, at least my acting is working, he thought and walked towards the pond. Experience more on Empire. Follow me. On the first night when I went to steal things, I saw the luggage girl walk into a cave, so that could potentially be their hiding spot, he said as he entered the forest. He chatted with them as he walked and messed around a bit as he knew that there was no need to worry about threats. But when he saw a cave that had a low ceiling, he knew that he was at the right place. The height of the cave was quite less, but Keith could still crawl inside if he wanted to. The entrance was also hidden pretty well, thanks to various vines, leaves and a few medium-sized stones. While he could crawl inside, he didn't bother doing it at all. Instead, he put his index finger to his lips and motioned the others to keep quiet while he grabbed a few dry and wet sticks before stacking them on top of each other, into a pile. He then grabbed a few specific leaves and stuffed them in between the sticks before he used his magnifying glass to light up a fire. It took 2 minutes, but it worked. The dry sticks caught fire while the wet sticks produced smoke. Keith took off his shirt and gently waved it in front of the fire, sending the smoke into the cave. He continued doing this until he heard a rough cough from inside the cave and smiled. "Yes, you use laxatives. I'll poison you with hallucinogens and make your life miserable for the next few minutes with carbon dioxide," he thought, the smile on his face transforming into a smirk. Minutes passed and the frequency of the coughs just increased until Keith heard sounds of buttons scratching against stone. "Oh, you're coming out, Clark. Do you really think that I'll let you out?" "Not after you tried to steal from me, Clark, not after you tried to steal from me," he said as he looked at Nathan. "Come here and smack him with your shield if he tries to crawl out." Clark didn't stop and tried to crawl out even after Keith warned him. His arm was the first thing that came out, and in reaction to that, Nathan brought down his shield, immediately breaking the fingers. "Oof, that was harsh," Keith said, wincing in pain for Clark, but he didn't have any intention to stop. Little did he know, that Clark was a mental guy, someone whose insanity Keith wished to have. Clark's head popped out next and Nathan paused, not knowing that to do since heavy injuries were forbidden. Keith stared at Clark, who was smirking at him, but he simply smiled instead of feeling cornered like Nathan felt. "You thought you were smart, huh?" he said and grabbed a medium-sized log that was still burning. The end that wasn't burning was the place that he grabbed as he looked down at Clark. 3 seconds. Go back inside and suffer until someone comes to take you away, or you can try to crawl out even more, and the moment you do, this thing will come down at your head without any hesitation," he said, staring at Clark with a playful smile, challenging him to crawl out. Clark stared at Keith, trying to see if he was just putting up a false front of whether he was being serious. But even after he stared for 2 whole seconds, he wasn't able to tell what was going on behind Keith's eyes. As someone who always took risks, he instinctively pushed himself outwards by a few centimeters when he saw the red and gray part of the stick fly towards his face. "Your journey continues on, Empire." With a light crack, the burning part of the stick broke into 3 pieces, flying in different directions. Clark had been hit hard, and he had also crawled back inside hastily, but Keith noticed something. It was the lack of any burns on Clark's face. With a slight frown, he grabbed another stick that was similar to the one he had used previously, a branch of a dead tree which was very brittle. He extended his left arm forward and brought down the burning stick. It cracked and fell to the ground after it hit Keith's left arm, but other than his arm hair getting burnt, there was barely any burn marks. He did feel the heat, but it wasn't much, and the only pain he felt was from the impact of the blow. "I wanna experiment with something, but I guess I'll have to wait until I get you disqualified first," he said as he walked back towards the cave's entrance and looked at Amelia, who had a bunch of leaves in her arms. The moment he did, she immediately walked over and dropped all the fresh leaves into the flames. As the leaves heated up, they released the moisture along with various chemicals, all of which were pushed into the cave. Keith's actions went on for 3 minutes until a masked instructor appeared in front of them. The masked guy poured some water over the fire and crouched down to look into the cave. "Come out, both of you," he said, and just then, another masked instructor appeared, and this person was someone that everyone in Keith's team recognized just from the shape of her body. She looked at them and then at Clark, who was crawling out of the cave, before nodding. "Congratulations to all of you. Your team, Sarah, is the only team that's managed to stay in a relatively healthy state. Every other team has been disqualified and will have to get involved in intense physical labor for the next month." Clara raised her hand slightly. "If everyone got disqualified, then they won't be able to participate in the future events, right? If we're the only team, then all of the events will feel like a waste." Instructor Sarah nodded. "Yes, you're right. Since every team has been disqualified and you're the only one remaining, you can consider the training camp to have ended. You're the winners, and once we get back, you'll receive your rewards. Currently, the higher-ups are deciding on which one of you contributed the most, and the one who they pick will have the rights over distribution. As she said this, everyone in his team couldn't help but glance at him, as all of them knew that he was the one who had done a lot of stuff compared to anyone in the team. Keith, on the other hand, was in his own world. Secondary awakening. Let's go, he thought, wanting to dance but held himself back. 2 days later, Keith stood in the Protection Church headquarters, in front of a familiar-looking old priest. "So all of you guys vote for Keith to distribute the prizes?" he asked as he looked at the team, all of whom nodded confidently except Keith, who simply stood in place, lost in thought. The priest nodded slowly before he focused his gaze on Keith. "Well, let's start with a hearty congratulations. You guys were the only ones who didn't get disqualified, so you'll be receiving the cash prizes of first, second, and third places. The first place winners were supposed to receive a cash prize of Which currency would you like me to give the money to you in?" "Wait, before that," he said and pointed at the 3 trainee inquisitors. "Keith, the promotion of these guys will be in your hands. Like Archbishop Maria had promised, you are now an official inquisitor, and these 3 will be placed in your team. You can promote one of these 3 to an official inquisitor just like you, but 2 of them will remain as trainees and you will be the leader of your team. This decision was taken based on your performance in the training camp." When Keith heard this, he silently nodded and turned to look at Nathan, Laura and Caleb. Nathan looked slightly nervous while Laura was the opposite, oozing confidence. Caleb, on the other hand, looked like he didn't care, and Keith could instantly tell what was going on in his mind. This guy is confident that he won't be picked. Well, in a way it's a good thing, because I was never going to pick him anyways, unless... Keith thought as he shifted his attention back to the priest. "Can I take a look at the cursed artifact that's supposed to be given to the first place winners?" The priest nodded, and turned around before he began to walk towards one of the doors. "All of you stay here. Keith will be the only one coming with me," he said without looking at them. Just one glance at the door and Keith knew that he was taking him to Maria once again. He silently followed him while his team stayed back at the church's main hall. It took them a minute or 2 to reach the room, but once they did, Keith took a deep breath to calm down his excitement. Maria had a serious look on her face when she saw them walk in. "Grandpa, please wait outside," she said, her voice soft, but the priest nodded and walked out, leaving Keith alone. She stared at him for a few seconds and then smiled. "Hee, you did a good job. Well, here's the artifact that you were supposed to get, but just keep in mind that I can help you exchange the artifacts that you have with any of the other cursed artifacts in our church. The head priestess will not question my actions in any way, so you don't have to worry about her either." Hearing her words, Keith couldn't help but sigh. "So you know that I do have artifacts, did Serafina tell you?" "Yes, Mother did tell me about it, but she told me that it was her friend who gave her this information. She also gave me the permission to do this deal with you, and she told me to tell you that she's on your side, but she won't help you unconditionally." "Of course. That's fine," Keith said as he watched Maria take out a small smoking pipe. It had a similar to the one that Adam normally used. It resembled a finely crafted wooden pipe, its surface polished to a high sheen that caught and reflected the light. Delicate silver embroidery adorned its length, adding a touch of elegance to its design. The wide bowl of the pipe featured silver seamlessly melded into the wood, while the slender mouthpiece, from which one would draw in the smoke, was also capped in gleaming silver. "Your next journey awaits at Empire." Maria handed it to him and Keith silently looked at it, waiting for an explanation on how it worked and the negatives of this cursed artifact. "This one does not really have a name, and you're the first official owner of this smoking pipe, so congratulations," she said, smiling at him as she continued. "Well, this pipe only works when you use the dry leaves, petals and even the fruit of the Valuria thorn plant. It still works if you use the other things too, but just like a normal pipe. If you use Valuria, then your mind will be clear. It'll keep your mind safe from illusions, hypnotism and many other mental attacks. Long-term use will increase your mental defenses permanently. Though, do try to smoke this in moderation, since the negative effect is overconfidence. At first glance, it might not be much, but it is a deadly thing to any man." Keith silently nodded as he stared at the pipe as he remembered reading about similar effects in the novel. The one who had this pipe was a side character who wasn't given much importance, and he did die after doing multiple dumb things in a row. Overconfidence, huh? He thought and immediately knew that this thing alone could bring him close to being his ideal self, being him close to being like Clark, but he absolutely hated this idea. It was his self-control and overthinking that pushed him this far, made him avoid most of the dangerous situations. But even then, he couldn't help but want to use the pipe. The positive effects of clearing his mind and improving his mental defenses was a hard thing to say no to, especially for Keith since he knew how dangerous it was to have a weak mind. Thank you, and I do wish to trade my cursed artifacts. I have two. No. Maria proclaimed before pointing at the pipe, you're the first owner, so you must give it a grand name. Keith's gaze moved from her cute face to his pipe before he flatly said, okay, I'll call it a smoking pipe. Anyways, I need a large empty room that has no surveillance and I want to be alone in there for 10 whole minutes. Keith said as he looked at her and then added, it'll be nice if I also get a decent-sized leather bag. Maria nodded as she pointed at the door, call my grandpa inside, please. Keith did as she told him to and invited the priest inside, who immediately trotted in. Grandpa, please arrange a large empty room for Keith. Make sure that no one is inside and also get him a few leather bags, she said, and the priest nodded before leaving. Keith, unable to contain his curiosity, looked at her and asked. Why do you sound so cold when you talk to your grandpa? The last time I was here, everything was so different. Stay updated with Empire. Maria looked up at him and sighed, well, my grandpa didn't buy me candy yesterday. And today morning when I told him that I want to meet you in the church's hall, he scolded me and told me that I should act according to my post. I hate him. Keith silently watched her with slight hesitation before he gave in. He patted her head gently, it's fine, I'm sure he still had your best interests at heart. With an angry pout on her face, she glared at him, you're taking my grandpa's side too. All of you adults are evil. I hate you. Oh yeah, I forgot how annoying kids could be, he thought and made some distance between them. He then made some small talk and distracted her from the topic until the priest walked back into the room. Keith followed the priest along with Maria and walked into a room that the priest pointed at. The two of them stayed outside while Keith walked in. The room wasn't exactly large and at most, it was twice the size of Maria's room. He saw 4 large leather bags placed on one corner of the room and let them stay there for the time being. Instead, he walked closer to the center of the room and closed his eyes. With a single mental command, a huge pile of gold, silver and various other valuable things appear in the room. Keith kicked some of the things that were in the pile, pushing them away until he found what he was looking for. He grabbed a worn-out book with leather bindings in one hand and a metallic flask that was in perfect condition in the other. He placed them on the side and grabbed 2 leather bags before going back to the pile. I need money for Clara's situation and maybe I'll try to sell the jewelry off, he thought as he grabbed a few gold bricks and placed them in his leather bags. 5 bricks in each bag with each brick weighing a kilogram. He then grabbed some silver jewelry along with some items that were made of silver like cutlery, plates, utensils, and even weapons that were made purely for display purposes. Everything was stuffed into the bags until they were 90% full. He then looked at the pile that was still pretty huge and smiled, well, this much is enough for me to take care of all the things I guess. As he said this out loud, everything in the room vanished, going back to his system storage that was inherently flawed. If possible, I should try and make the inventory more streamlined. Having the ability to store things is great, but it's inconvenient if I have no choice but to take every single thing out, he thought as he grabbed the 2 more empty leather bags and stuffed the filled-up leather bags into them, upside down. He then picked up the book and the flask before walking out of the room. Let's go to your room and talk, or maybe we can use this room instead, he said as he pointed at the room behind him while looking at Maria and her grandpa. Maria nodded and walked inside while saying, okay, come in. Grandpa, stay outside and keep watch. It was clear that she was still angry, but Keith didn't bother meddling and silently followed her inside before closing the door behind him. He then gave her the 2 cursed artifacts before taking a deep breath. "I don't know the names of either of these 2, but I do know how they work," he said, and then pointed at the book. "This book, well, you can write any question on one of its pages and it'll give you the answer to that question without any problem. But that only happens once. The second time you ask a question, it still gives you an answer, but this time, it'll cause hallucinations on the side, and in just a few days, you'll go crazy without a shred of usable intelligence in your body." Maria's mouth opened wide and Keith nodded. "Yeah, it's a one-time use thing if you want to be safe. As for the flask," he began as he pointed at the flask, "this flask has unlimited water, but if you try to pour the water out, it won't work, as not even a single drop will come out. The only way to drink the water is to bring it to your lips directly. Now, it can be extremely helpful, and it could also be extremely fatal since it's entirely dependent on luck. Sometimes, just one sip of this water could be equivalent to an entire bottle, and sometimes, just one sip will take you to your grave. It can improve your memory, mental strength, physical strength, and also spiritual strength. Well, energy, but still, I know you understand what I'm trying to say here. The chances of getting good things is the same as bad things, so you could also just lose a bunch of memories, feel mentally drained, feel weak, or maybe even lose your hair. There are too many things to take into account, and the effects are extremely random." Maria heard his explanations and sighed. "The book is fine, but this flask is basically unusable. Oh well, Mama told me to exchange them, and that's what I'll do. Just follow me to the artifact storage room and pick any that you like. Though, I won't be giving you any weapons since we need those just in case something bad happens." "Sure," Keith said and nodded before pointing at the book. "Let me use that once. I have one question that I want an answer to, and it's very important." "Okay." Maria gave the book to Keith, so silently stared at it before looking at her with a wry smile. I don't think I have anything to write with. We can go to the artifact storage room, and on the way, we could probably get a pen or something." Hearing Keith's words, Maria nodded and walked out of the room with him right behind her. On the way, she asked a servant to get her a pen and told the servant to knock on the door of artifact storage room. Keith silently walked behind her and entered the artifact storage room. It was very large. Larger than the room he had been in a few minutes ago. There were various artifacts placed on platforms every 5 meters along with a note that explained how they worked. He silently walked, reading the contents of each and every message that described the cursed artifacts. Once he was done with 10 cursed artifacts, he heard a knock on the door. Maria, who was already standing guard at the door, took the pen and brought it to Keith. "Thanks," he said, and sat down on the floor before opening the book. He then looked up at her and smiled. "Could you move to the other side, please?" "Okay," she said, sounding slightly sad, but Keith didn't care. "Serafina will just tell her what I asked anyways, so this entire thing is just pointless." With a sigh, he began to write a question on the paper. "Tell me if Clara Glynov and Keith Zenister will have any problems in our relationship in the future. Also, do you know who the god of systems is, and which 2 artifacts in this room will help me out the most?" It was 3 different questions, all of them asked for different purposes, but Keith wasn't afraid of going insane, as the only way to trigger the power of the book was by using a question mark. The moment he finished writing his questions, the ink seeped into the paper and words began to form. "I cannot ascertain the future, but based on the mental psyche of both the couple, there is a higher chance of Keith Zenister leaving her compared to her leaving him. His departure will not be from hate of any negative feeling but due to the need to keep her safe. Sorry, but I do not know about any gods. The artifacts that will help you the most are the Blind Eye Patch and Psychic's Emerald Pendant." Keith read all of the answers and nodded to himself, satisfied with the answers. No future sight, and it doesn't have the ability to gather information on anything related to divinity or gods. I'm technically not a god yet, so it can still talk about me, but if people ask about the god of systems or anything related to my system, I'm sure that they won't able to get many answers, he thought as he got back up and gave the book back to Maria. He then looked around the room, not leaving a single artifact behind as he read about each and every one of them without fail. As he did this, he did find the blind eye patch and the psychic's emerald pendant, but he let them stay where they were as he moved on to the other items. It took him almost an hour to read through every single description, and once he was done, even he was surprised on how accurate the book was. There were many cursed artifacts, but the truly strong ones were weapons which he was not allowed to take. Among the non-weapon type cursed artifacts, it was only these two that caught his eye. Psychic's emerald pendant was an item that increased a person's mental energy the more they wore it, but the more they wore this cursed item after a certain point, the user would have their memory degraded, similar to Alzheimer. The negative effect can be neutralized by taking it off and wearing it in regular timed intervals, but it also mentally affects the wearer, making them reluctant to take it off, he thought as he picked it up and looked at Maria, who nodded, signaling that he could take it. As he moved towards the eye patch's location, he stared at the pendant in his hand. I'll just give it to Caleb and tell him to wear before sleeping. Once he comes to work, I'll take it off him, and this way his memory won't be degraded. Once he got close to the blind eye patch, he read the description once again. Experience exclusive tales on Empire. Blind eye patch automatically sticks to the eye, blinding it. As long as this is worn, the user will have access to heightened senses and reaction time. It was a simple description which didn't really seem to have any negative effects at first glance, but anyone would be able to figure out what the problem was if they read it the second time at least. So blindness in one eye in exchange for heightened senses and reaction time. A great trade actually, he thought, and grabbed it too. It was basically just a circular cushion and it did not have any threads attached to it. He turned to look at Maria and she nodded once again, after which he directly brought it close to his left eye, and the moment it made contact with his eyelid, it immediately stuck to his eye. Wow! I can't even see the redness that I normally see when I close my eyes while I'm in a bright room, he thought as he looked straight at the oil lamp that was emitting a lot of light. While he did lose a part of his vision, the heightened senses really were significant. His sense of smell, hearing, touch, taste, and even the sight of his remaining eye felt like they had been multiplied by at least 5 times. Yeah, I like this one. Keith said as he looked around and then stopped at Maria. I'll take these two. Okay, she said and nodded. Now we need to settle the money that you won, but that's something you can get from Grandpa too, so I'll just go back to my room. Hearing her words, he silently nodded and walked out. He followed her until she got to her room and saw the priest waiting outside her door. I'm done with the artifact and all that's left right now is to settle the prize money. You guys never mentioned it, but how much should I expect? The priest nodded and smiled. Well, first you must tell me what you want. Which currency you're willing to accept the prize money in. Once I know that, I'll be able to give you an accurate answer without making things confusing. Kazakh Empire. I'll take money in bracks and zens. Continue your journey on Empire. Oh, you don't be receiving money in bracks and zens. You'll be receiving crons. The third place was supposed to get 5 crons. Second place, 20 crons, and the first place was supposed to get 100 crons. In total, you'll receive 150 crons. The extra 25 is from our church, a reward for your exceptional performance. Keith said nothing and silently walked beside the priest. His heart was pounding in his chest and he could feel it. It was the first time he had made so much money on his own and without resorting giving Vincent quests to steal from others. In a sense, he felt like he had accomplished a great thing. They walked for a minute or two until they reached the treasury. Keith followed the priest inside and saw another guy sitting inside. Give us the prize money and add in 25 crons into it. Yes, Kazakh Empire's currency, the priest said as he looked at the guy, who nodded respectfully and got to work. Keith didn't have to wait for long as he soon had a thick stack of 1 kron notes in his hands. Phew. I'm supposed to distribute all of this to my team, right? Yep, and you're free to distribute it however you like, but I suggest that you either split it equally, or pay them purely based on their contribution during the training camp. Keith let out a light sigh and nodded. It was a tough decision as both of them had their pros and cons. Giving money to everyone equally would undermine the efforts of the ones who did more, and splitting the money based on contribution had a huge chance of making one feel like they were being targeted, especially the one who'd received the least. But at the end, Keith decided to go with the second option, and by the time he got back to the church's main hall, he had made up his decision on how to split the money. "In the name of Goddess Seraphina, please split the money," the priest said as he closed his eyes and hung his head down with his body as straight as a stick. Keith silently looked at his team for a few seconds before he parted his lips. "Laura, you were the one who contributed the most to the team. Thanks to your efficient hunting of the fishes, we were able to build a great momentum against other teams. You were one of the main reasons for our exceptional performance, so I've decided to give you a huge chunk of prize money." As he said this, he counted 50 kron notes and looked at her. "Come and take it." 40 krons. Laura stood as still as a stone. Even though she wanted to run over and grab the money, she was unable to move. But that was until Caleb patted her back and pushed her forward. "Go," he whispered, and that one word alone seemed to have magically given her the control of her legs back to her. She walked over to Keith with a stoic expression on her face and did the universal salute, bringing her stiff palm to the side of her head with all of her fingers straight, touching each other. Keith suddenly felt awkward as he had never done such salutes, but then he saw Brandon giving him a curt nod before a thumbs up. This action was more than enough for Keith to pick up on, as he had read about it in the novel and hadn't paid much attention to the small details. At first, he was stumped on how to respond to her salute, but now his mind was clear. He looked at her and gave her a curt nod before handing her the money. He watched her as she turned back and swiftly walked back to where she was originally standing at. Brandon comes second, since he also contributed a lot and in multiple ways. Carrying heavy luggage, even though he wasn't efficient, he still hunted fish for us. He did great during the fighting events and was of a huge importance while we were in Baroma Island. He'll be receiving 30 krons for his contributions. He saw Brandon follow the same routine as Laura and he gave him a salute before handing him the money. Once done, he looked at Nathan and then at Amelia. The position of third highest contribution is actually shared by two of us. First is Nathan. He wasn't really useful in the fighting events as weapons weren't allowed, but he still was very useful when it came to doing chores. In fact, he was the one who did most of the heavy lifting and also contributed a lot during our time in Baroma Island. He will receive 20 krons, and sharing the spot with him is Amelia. She didn't participate much in fighting events, but she did show off her dancing skills in the recreational events. She also helped with bringing other teams together, which at the end benefited our the most. Like I said, she will be sharing the spot with Nathan and will receive 20 krons. "Both of you, come over." On his cue, the two of them took a step forward. Nathan walked normally, but Amelia just couldn't stop herself from showing off. With a graceful dance, she moved behind Nathan, and once they got close to Keith, she stopped and stood beside her spot sharer. 20 krons each for both of you," Keith said, and gave them their money after the saluting was done. He silently watched them as they walked back and then looked at Clara. Next spot will be taken by Clara. She did well in the fight events and also participated in recreational events. Apart from this, her divine blessing did give us a sense of safety while we were sleeping or doing relaxing activities. Especially for the ones who were weak like me, Caleb and Amelia. This warrants her the fourth place, and in other terms, she will receive 15 krons. He didn't have to say more as she silently walked towards him and gave him the salute while a slight smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Keith nodded and handed over the money. A few seconds later, once she was back with the others, he glanced at Caleb, who looked at him hopefully. Keith gave him a slight nod before pointing at himself. "I'll be sharing the spot with Clara and it feels awkward to talk about my own contributions. So, if anyone has any objections, feel free to express them right now." "Oh yeah, and Caleb will be taking the last spot, but although his contributions weren't much, he did help us with most of the chores. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was just that his awakened ability didn't allow him to." Withstand an outflow of blood that's equivalent to 5 cut wrists, but keep it 4 for safety purposes. Keith lay on top of a small bed that had an elevation, with his hand and legs extending over its length. 4 large bowls were placed right below the cuts and blood slowly dripped down into them. The doctors took care of feeding him the medicines and a few other foods to help him with the production of blood. He felt his hands go numb, but he continued to eat. The area near the cuts felt like it was getting bitten by red ants, giving him stinging sensation. Time slowly passed, but Keith still looked decently healthy. He wasn't at the top of his condition, but it wasn't too bad. As night came, he looked at Clara. "Come here, I want you to do something for me. Read latest stories on Empire." "What is it?" she asked and hurried over before bending down so that Keith could whisper in her ears. Keith had no intention of hiding his actions, but he couldn't just talk loudly when her ear was right in front of his mouth. "Well, I want you to go to the top with those bags. At 9 in the night, someone or a group will come to find you. They'll have something called the water jelly with them and I need those so you'll do the transaction instead of me. Each one of those water jellies is 30 grams of silver and that's the bargain price, so don't try to bargain more. You should receive around 500 of those things, but if you get more, buy that too. I have a feeling that they'll bring their own scales, but it'll be better to have one prepared." Hearing his words, Clara nodded and took out her pocket watch to check the time. "We still have 2 hours, so that's fine, right?" "Yeah, just chill for now. Once you settle the trade, you should go and get some rest since it'll be your turn tomorrow." Clara frowned. "But, what about you? You said that you'll be giving out blood tomorrow for me, so don't you need rest? Maybe we can postpone it to the day after tomorrow." Keith hummed as he thought about it. "Indeed, there is no need to rush, but I have some important things to do and it's slightly connected to you. So yeah, we'll need to get this thing settled before I can put my mind at ease and move on to other things." "Connected how?" she asked and leaned towards him again, to which Keith responded by whispering, "Timothy." "Ah, okay," she said and pulled back before she went back to where she had placed the bags. Keith watched her sit down and he too went back to thinking about random things. Time quickly passed and Clara walked back into the room with a long line of people who had large baskets hung over their back. Maria walked along with Clara and Keith could tell that all of these people were the servants of the church. "Just toss all of them into the oil," he said and continued letting his blood drip. Clara headed over to him and hastily whispered, "That man brought us 1,000 of them. I had to give him 30 kilograms of silver." She expected Keith to get angry about the situation, but contrary to her expectations, he smiled and nodded instead. "That's great. I told him to bring me as much as possible and he did exactly that. Anyways, just go rest for now. I guess I'll be done by morning," he said and got her to leave the place. The doctors were focused on getting him fed without asking any questions and Keith was also pretty surprised that Clara hadn't asked him about his regeneration. But that was something he wished to talk about later with her, so he didn't put too much mind into it. Blood extraction went on and on while the servants tossed in the slimes into the oil and blood mixture. The oil was as thick as honey and it didn't really mix with blood, but it did manage to dissolve the slimes. Keith couldn't really watch what was going on, but he could tell what was happening thanks to the servants talking about how things were going. The slime bodies slowly mixed up with the oil and blood at the same time, enabling the mixture to truly exist in a homogeneous form. The bright green liquid slowly turned light brown and as time passed, the thick oil slowly began to thin down as its consistency decreased. As the sun began to rise back up, Keith saw the time and nodded to himself when it hit 6 a.m. "I guess that's it for now," he commented and looked at the doctors. "Close up the wounds and I'll get things going. Maria, is everything ready?" Maria, who was at the center of the formation, woke up with a snap and looked at him. The sudden burst of energy went down as fast as it came up and she felt lethargic once again. "Ugh, yes. Everything is ready, so just come and sit down here," she said as she got back on her feet and jumped around to push away the sleepiness. Keith waited for his wounds to close before he walked towards her and sat down where Clara was supposed to sit almost a day ago. "The rest is in your hands, right?" he asked, and Maria nodded. "Yeah, just make sure that you keep the words, 'I am alive.'" Hearing her words, he nodded, "Okay. I am alive. I am alive. I am alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm Olivia, I'm Olivia, I'm Olivia, I'm Olivia, I'm Olivia, I'm alive." "Stop. You dumb dash." She paused when she saw the smirk on his face and frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. "Can't you stop playing?" "Yeah, sorry, my bad. I was getting so bored back there while I was getting my blood extracted," he said, and closed his eyes as he began to say the words, "I am alive," in his head. His sense for the passage of time went haywire as time passed, until he suddenly felt like he had lost all physical sensations. "Hello, Keith. Or should I say, FWID chicken." Keith opened his eyes and saw two women staring at him. He could instantly identify one of them thanks to her clothes. "Serafina, and I'm guessing Red Mist," he said as he shifted his attention to the short one beside Serafina. She was short and cute, with her skin slightly tanned. Looking at her felt like he was looking at a human version of Chipmunk that was 5 foot 3 inches tall. She smiled widely and immediately hugged him before nuzzling her face against his chest. "I wanted to meet you so much." Keith couldn't help but freeze due to the sudden hug, but he recovered quickly before he patted the back of her head. "Yeah, though I didn't really expect to meet you. Do you know what's going on though? Like how and why I came here or how you came here? This whole world was created by you, so you should know something, right?" he asked, and felt her pull away from him. She looked up at him and shrugged. "Well, ahem. If you want me to be honest, this world is real just like ours, and it's just an alternate universe. Explaining everything will be a waste of time, so, long story short, the patient who shared a bed with me when I first got admitted into the hospital, gave me a small slip of paper that had instruction to a ritual. He promised me that this will help me with whatever I was facing, and he died the next day. And based on the stuff written on the letter, you probably already know how I started to write. The reason for me starting to write was the ritual. It was a simple ritual, but once I did it and fell asleep, I felt the sudden urge to write, to put my thoughts into a written form. And that was what I did. There wasn't much improvement with my cancer, but the book helped me keep my shit together. Then, tada! I beat my cancer the first time, and it happened so suddenly. The chances of the surgery succeeding was around 10%, and once it did succeed, I thought that the ritual was the reason for my second chance at life. My drive to write went down, and I started to let the readers dictate how the novel would go, and well, my cancer returned. This time, I tried the ritual again, but every time I did, I fainted, and the cancer became even worse. I felt like that was the end for me and went back to my dream world, this world, and continued writing my story, she said, and let out a soft sigh, and well, I died. My life was painful. Both physically and mentally, thanks to the cancer and my close ones abandoning me. Keith knew most of the story other than the ritual part, so he waited for her to continue, hoping to get a proper answer, even though the urge to give her a hug was almost irresistible. It pained him that she had to suffer so much, especially when all the while he was enjoying her novel and cursing her for the way she tried to torture Clark. "Though, I will torture that bitch if he tries to come for Clara again," he thought as he waited for her to continue, which she did. Well, that was when things changed. I suddenly found myself in this universe. The one I created, of course, and even I don't know how or why things turned out this way. I also don't know the reason for your transmigration either, but since you're here, I'm very happy about it, she said, as she smiled once again but suddenly went serious. Also, call me Emma. No need for my last name, and I have a question for you. Keith nodded and raised his eyebrow. A question, huh? I thought you'd know everything, but sure. This world is both polygamous and monogamous. I want to know which path you'll choose. I've always been curious since you absolutely hated Clark's harem. Once he heard her words, he sighed. Well, that was because that bitch treated them like objects that he could throw away whenever he wants to. Honestly, I thought you were a guy due to this, but now I'm even most surprised on why you'd write something like that. Well, even I don't know. I just did it, and now that I'm here, I'm wondering about most of my decisions with the story. Like every time I started writing my book, I'd lose myself, and once I realize how much time had passed, I'd have already written a lot of chapters. It might sound creepy, but I feel like whenever I wrote the book, I wasn't myself. Keith felt a chill and his hair stood on end when he heard her words. Do you think Dash? I don't know. Maybe someone was controlling me, and maybe this person or thing is looking at us right now, but all of it is just my assumption. Though, don't worry too much about it. I don't have those kind of episodes anymore. I mean the ones where I lose control of myself and stuff, she said reassuringly, to which Keith nodded silently. Anyways, answer my question, will you? TCH, he clicked his tongue as he really did not wish to answer that question. With a frown on his face, he began to speak. Well, before I answer that question, why don't you guess the reason why I choose Clara? Emma pouted as she looked at him. You're asking me questions now. TCH, but fine, the reason is very simple. All you men are the same, you only like those with big jugs. Keith sighed and shook his head. Yeah, sure. Anyways, that was not the main reason. Her personality, her looks, the way she talked, and even her awakened ability was considered when I picked her. I want someone who can protect themselves and treat me the same way I treat them. The size of their jugs only give them extra points, but there's a limit, you know. Too much is too bad. Now you're still trying to dodge the question. Tell me if you want a harem or not. Emma yelled as she clung to his torso the same way a koala would cling to a branch or a tree trunk. At this point, Keith felt like he was trying to placate a spoiled child. I already told you, but alright, listen. I don't mind having a harem as long as the girl is able to protect herself, is good to me, and has decent looks. Let's talk realistically, it's hard to get infatuated with someone ugly unless you're into someone like that, and everyone has their own standards. That aside, I also will not accept another girl as my partner unless Clara says yes. Because, if I go around building a harem like your beloved Clark, I'll have problems with the girls fighting amongst each other. Also, following Clark's manipulative ways don't sit well with me, and it's also exhausting to keep my mind occupied on how to keep them from fighting. I want a peaceful and happy family, and I actually prefer Monopoly if I'm being honest. Too many partners feels like a headache, especially when I think about the future and how this whole continent will get dash. Her small hand covered his mouth. He saw Emma's eyes wide open in shock, but his gaze immediately went to Serafina, who was now frowning. This whole continent will what? She asked, her voice sharp as she glared at Emma, who let out a soft sigh and shook her head. Well, I just wanted the story to go the way it was supposed to, but I guess I got no choice now. This continent will get absolutely destroyed and your lovely shield will break. A lot of people will die, but some will escape to the other islands. You should know what that means, right? Well, even if you know about this, there isn't much you can do, is there? Hearing this, Serafina's frown grew deeper. I've helped you so much and you tried to keep such a huge secret from me. Nah, I came to you because I knew you'd help me out. I didn't really want to kill my beloved characters, but I don't mind doing it right now. Emma said, her expression absolutely serious, but Keith simply grabbed her small head and pulled her back. Experience more on Empire. Serafina, don't take her words too seriously. Not everyone will die and the shield will actually remain intact. The fights will happen and most of them will actually die, but you guys will still be left with around 10% of the population. While she's right about you not being able to do anything to stop it, you sure can start preparing for the event. Use it as an opportunity to get your own people to safety, and as for the other survivors, you should be able to convert them to your church. This will benefit you since you know what's going to happen, he said, lying effortlessly as he mixed in truths with lies. In reality, whatever Emma said was the absolute truth, but Keith had his own plans for the event, so he simply decided to get someone else to do his work instead. Unfortunately for him, Serafina paid no attention to him and instead just stared at Emma. HAA. Emma exhaled as she patted Keith's back. You forgot how much she values friendship and truth. She's pissed about me not telling her things. Ah. Emma then looked at Serafina and sighed. The reason I didn't tell you is because I didn't want you to start worrying about it so soon. Also, there's Keith, and I'm sure that he'll do a way better job than you since he can actually go down there and interact with people directly, unlike us, she said, and looked at Keith with a bright, playful smile. No free labor for you. She'll help you out, but you gotta do everything on your own, Keith. You kept telling me how you wanted to live a life in this world, but now that you are here, you want others to do your work. What's the difference between reading the book and this then? Keith let out a sigh before nodding. Yeah, I understand, he said, not really in the mood to start a debate with her. He wanted to live in this world, yes. But he only wanted the good things without needing to take the trouble of fighting others. Although it was wishful thinking, it didn't change the fact that it was what he wanted. Anyways, about my second awakening, he said, and Emma perked up before running over to Serafina. She slapped her ass and gave her a command, like she was sending out a dokeman to fight for her. A/N, I don't want copyright troubles. It's your turn, go help him with his awakening. After all, he did it within your church. Serafina sighed and walked over to Keith. Please take this girl away from me. She's a pain in my ass, literally. Keith's expression went stiff immediately. He expected a second awakening, but instead he got a complaint about Emma. Anyways, you're actually not an awakened, so you'll go through 2 awakenings at the same time. I don't really have a say in how your awakening will go since you used a different method compared to the one I taught Maria, but with your permission, I can give you some of my divinity to fuel your awakening. It won't impact your awakening in any way other than just strengthen it, she said, getting directly to the point after she was done complaining about Emma. Keith nodded. Okay, what should I do? He asked, as he really did not know what he was supposed to do at this moment. Usually, the ones who go through a second awakening would simply have to do the ritual and everything else would happen automatically. Oh, just wait for now. Everything that must happen will happen automatically. We just used the ritual as a way to bring you here because Emma wanted to meet you. Rest assured, there won't be any impact on your awakening, but since you said okay to receiving my help, are you ready? A/N, AUX chapter updated. Please do tell me if you want me to add things to it. Keith and Emma just sat in Serafina's divine palace and talked for the remaining 150 minutes. It was called a divine palace, but it only had a small hut and a large courtyard around it. Their talks mostly consisted of the stuff related to the novel and technically this world, and unfortunately for Serafina, she wasn't allowed into her own home since Emma wanted to talk to Keith in private. Oh well, looks like the time's up. It was nice to meet you, Keith said as he felt a strange pull. Emma nodded and patted his shoulder. Go and show them who the real protagonist is. Fighting. Yeah, he said awkwardly as the suction increased and he was unable to keep himself there any longer. Everything turned into a blur, with white, gray and black popping up randomly in his peripheral vision until he found himself in the ritual room. Maria looked at him with curious eyes. So, any changes? Keith immediately shook his head, frowning as he knew that he would receive an influx of information regarding his powers whenever a second awakening happened. He hummed as he brought out his system screen and looked around, finding no difference once again. System, show my awakened ability. The one that belongs to me must be highlighted, he thought, and another screen popped up instantly, which made him nod. Awakened abilities. Spatial dimension, unique. Danger sense. Libido and sensitivity control. Fire creation and manipulation. Give me more information about this spatial dimension. Spatial dimension, unique access to a spatial dimension where everything is under your control. You are the absolute master of this dimension and you can access it through a simple mental command. Spatial dimension also has synergy with users' system administrator abilities. Keith read the information and nodded before he looked up at Maria. Well, I'd rather keep it a secret. Maria instantly pouted, but Keith laughed as he raised his hands up. Hey, I was joking. I have the ability to manipulate fire, that's all, he said, and pointed his finger at one of the fire stands and made the flame go out instantly. Then he pointed at another one and used the little bit of fire to produce a huge flaming dragon which disappeared after 3 seconds. Well, that's it. Let's take a day's break and get to Clara tomorrow, he said, and got up from the circle where he was sitting before he stretched. Ugh, damn, that feels good. Anyways, I'll see you later. Saying that, he got out of the ritual diagram, and as he moved, he saw that the oil mixture was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't surprising to him since he already knew how the process worked, but he still wished to see it happen in real time. Oh well, I'll be able to see it when Clara gets her second awakening, he thought as he grabbed 2 vials from one of the bags that the doctors left and downed them instantly. It was bitter, but he simply swallowed it and made a face before tossing the empty vials away as he headed back upstairs. As he walked up the stairs, he got 2 system screens popped up and checked what Timmy and Clark were up to. Timmy is back to his old fuckery, and Clark, well, he's just trying to make money, so there's nothing much to worry about for now. He climbed back up, and this time, he planned on going to an inn that was slightly pricey compared to the one he had gone to for the sake of the luck ritual, which had helped him in ways he didn't know it could help. The fact that I'm alive after undergoing a ritual that only has a 10% survival rate is a miracle in itself, but Agar bringing me 1,000 slimes could be considered as a product of my luck too, he thought as he walked into the inn. He paid them 5 barams and received a key along with a room number, which he went ahead to find. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. Keith unlocked the door once he found the room and walked inside before closing the door behind him. Unlike the cheap inns, this one had a large room with a comfy bed, a small dining table for 2 along with 2 chairs, a separate bathroom and a toilet. Baroma Kingdom is really advanced, though it's a pity that they'll get wrecked after the war, he thought as he lied down on the bed and closed his eyes. With a simple thought, he found himself looking at a large piece of land. It was mostly just a green plain filled with grass, but there was also a large pond in one corner. I can do anything in this plain, he muttered as he imagined some of the water shooting out of the pond and into the glass land. Just as he imagined, the water in the pond shot out. Seeing this, he couldn't help but nod to himself. Yeah, that's impressive, but I kinda wanted an awakened ability that helps with combat, but there's no worries. I can get those using my system. He then continued to do a lot of experimentation and mentally noted down some things related to his new awakened ability. Every action consumes mental power, and I can use this place as my system storage. Maybe, just maybe. Let's try it out, he thought, and snapped back to the real world before summoning his gotcha wheel. It still hadn't recovered completely, but it had the white and yellow sections ready to go. Just as he was about to press the spin button, he stopped himself and sighed. I don't really wish to do the ritual once again, but I need a yellow system, oh well. And just like that, he began to draw a diagram on the floor once again, and this time, he didn't use too much gold and imply tossed in a gold coin made of pure gold at the center. He used his spatial dimension to create a clay cup and brought it to the real world before filling it with his blood. At this point, my blood is like an infinite resource as long as I have enough nutrition and medicine. He thought with a wry smile as he closed his wound and started the ritual. He had no plans to feel overwhelming pain again, so he used money god Mammon as a proxy like he did the first time, and got his luck enhanced for a minute. He immediately got the gotcha wheel spinning and saw a yellow section stopping at the pointer. Well, my first yellow system is here, he muttered and checked its information. Name, Body Cultivation System. Capabilities, allows the user to cultivate their body beyond human limits. That's unexpected, he muttered as he tried to think of someone he used this on, and there were multiple options. Let's make a proper, logical choice, he thought as he clasped his hands together. The things that happened on the islands had given him a new perspective when it came to his systems, and he had completely changed the way he approached quests. He no longer had any plans to force his system users to complete various quests like the way he threatened Vincent a few weeks ago. Instead, he had a more subtle way of doing things now, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he had no plans to threaten anyone to focus on getting strong directly. The best way to get people to get strong is to pit them against each other. This way, I won't have to take risks of exposing myself since certain people are too smart and they'll be able to guess the person who's behind the system, he thought as he remembered Fabian, the person whom Vincent wanted to get revenge on. With a slight nod, he made up his mind. His regeneration ability, when coupled with Battle God's regeneration skill, should be able to boost my regenerative capabilities to the next level, he muttered as a slight smile formed on his face. He no longer had plans to stop the people with questionable ways on his own, and instead, he planned on copying their abilities to make himself stronger. Fabian will clearly get stronger, but I can use Vincent to keep him in check and vice versa. I'll make them push each other to get stronger and stronger while not giving Fabian the chances to commit extremely evil things. Keith didn't really mind petty crimes or things like stealing or even killing people as long as they deserved it. He didn't mind murder even if his system users had some personal beef with someone, but he had a line, and that was harming innocent kids. The world of adults was a tough one, and even he wasn't immune to being a bad person. He knew that he had done quite a few things that couldn't be considered as good, and he knew that he had no right to refute someone if they hated him and wanted to take his life. But that was where it stopped, the fight between beliefs. If someone felt like killing him, then they were free to do so, but Keith had no intention of letting anyone kill him. He was a realistic man in a realistic world, and he knew that he had no right to determine what was right and what was wrong. He simply wished to fight for his own beliefs. As he stared at the system, he sighed, now I gotta go find out where Fabian is. Based on what I know, that bastard is an overconfident asshole, so I guess I should be able to find him in the same village. He silently made some mental plans and slowly drifted off to sleep. 9 hours later, Keith slowly opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling lazily before sighing, come on, get up. You gotta go steal some nice stuff from Timothy's jewelry store. Even though he said that, he continued to stare at the ceiling for a few more minutes until his sleepiness and laziness slowly thinned down. He then got up, took a nice bath and put on the same old clothes before walking out since his suitcase was at the church and he had forgotten to bring it to this place. He didn't need the clothes urgently, but he wanted to get back his revolver, so he had no choice but to visit the church first. He walked inside and saw a different priest compared to before and greeted him. Good evening, Father, I just wanted to know where luggage is at. I'm from Brandon's team, he said politely as he flashed the priest a slight smile. The priest nodded and waved his hands, all the luggage is at the storage room. Go through that door and just walk until you find the room. It should be on the left side. Thank you, Father. Keith said and followed his instructions until he found the room. He pushed open the door and found a middle-aged plump lady sitting on a comfy chair as she read a newspaper. Excuse me, I'm here to get my luggage back. My name is Keith and Dash. Oh. Keith Sinister, am I right? She asked enthusiastically as she placed the newspaper down and looked at him excitedly. Your team was the only one that came back so early. Of course, some others did too, but they paid their way out of the island and they're all from other churches. All of our staff follow the rules to the T, she said proudly as she puffed up her chest. Keith nodded with a smile on his face. Yeah, they're indeed very disciplined, he commented before getting back to the topic, about my things. Ah yes, of course, she said and got up from her chair before she looked around. She then went straight for a specific rack and grabbed a suitcase along with a briefcase before taking a look at their surfaces. Yes. It says Keith Sinister from Brandon's team, so here you go. Have a nice day, she said as she gave them to him. Keith took his things and walked towards the exit, not knowing where to keep them. Just as he entered the main hall, he saw both Clara and Amelia chuckling as they walked towards one of the doors. Hey, He whispered loudly and ran as people weren't supposed to go around shouting in the main hall. Especially when there were devotees sitting on the large benches. Even though he had whispered, people still turned their heads towards him, looking annoyed. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he ignored them and rushed over to the two girls before giving Clara his suitcase. "Here, just keep this with you for now. I got something to do and I'll be back by tomorrow morning." Just as he was about to leave, Amelia grabbed his hand and pulled him along with her. She passed through the doorway with both Keith and Clara right behind her. Once out of the main hall, she closed the door and glared at him. "You know, maybe it'll be nice if you actually told your beloved where you went instead of just treating her like your servant. You can't go bossing her around just because she doesn't speak much, you know." Keith frowned and turned to look at Clara. "Does it actually bother you that much? I mean, it's not that I can't talk about it, but even if I do tell you, it won't really change anything. It's not about Dash. You shut the fuck up. I'm talking to her." Keith lashed out as he glared at Amelia. This was something that was supposed to be settled between the two of them alone. He'd seen his friends' relationships getting ruined thanks to their partner's friends multiple times and didn't want that to happen with him. Clara placed her hand on Amelia's shoulder and gave her a reassuring nod before she faced Keith. "I don't really mind it, but I'll be happier if you did tell me about the things you're up to. It'll give me a sense of peace," she said as she maintained her eye contact with him. Hearing her words, Keith let out a soft sigh and nodded. "All right, come here," he said and pulled her closer before whispering in her ears, "I'm going to rob Timothy's jewelry store and don't worry too much since he's not here." "Hey, come on. You can't just keep secrets from me. You called me your best friend." Amelia complained as she hit his arms lightly. "Well, I'm going to attend an orgy. I'm getting late, so see ya," Keith said as he winked at Clara and left immediately, leaving Amelia utterly bamboozled. It took her a few seconds to process what he had just said and couldn't help but look at Clara incredulously. "You're okay with it? He's going to get eaten by old bitches." Clara chuckled when she heard Amelia's words and shook her head. "No, he won't. He's just messing with you." "Oh, God damn it. If only he was ugly, then it would have been easier to not believe those words of his," she complained as she frowned and looked at her friend. "So, what did he tell you? Come on, you'll tell me, right? I'm your cute little best friend, am I not?" Hearing her words, Clara nodded and leaned closer to Amelia's ear before whispering, "He went to attend an orgy." Keith walked out the door and sat down on the last bench in the main hall before silently opening his briefcase. He took out his revolver and checked if the cylinder had the 5 bullets before he pushed it into his inner gun pocket. The whole briefcase was filled with bullets and 3 bottles of whiskey. "There are more than enough bullets, so there's no need to count," he thought as he closed the briefcase and walked out of the church. The place he wished to go to was pretty far from the church, so he decided to hire a carriage instead. He didn't have to walk much as there were almost 20 carriages parked on the other side of the road and none of them had animals at the front. Instead, there were different men leaning against their carriages as they waited for customers. Keith silently walked over to one of them. "How much for the King's Cross?" "2 barums," the man said as he looked at Keith hopefully while some of the others gave him jealous looks. Keith nodded and took out 2 barum notes and gave it to him before he climbed into the carriage. As the guy started to pull the cart, Keith took a good look at the carriage. It was different from the mule and horse-drawn carriages that he had ridden until now. Those carriages had roofs and walls made of wood while this one had a cloth instead. There were 3 U-shaped bamboo strips that were connected to the main body, which was made of wood, and the cloth went over these bamboo strips. Keith made his observations and looked at the guy in front of him. "What do you do when it rains? This cloth won't be able to stop the water from seeping through, will it?" "There's a storage compartment right below the floor of the carriage, sir. I have a leather one stored in there just for the rains. And I also have one to shelter me too," he said as he slapped the 2 metal rods that he was holding and continued. "They'll get connected to these and it's enough to shelter me from most of the rain. Though, I'll have to stop working if the rain is too heavy." Keith nodded as he continued to look around. That's pretty nice. How much do you make in a day, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? Sir, it depends on luck. Some days, I make absolutely nothing even after standing outside for the entire day, and some days get a lot of customers. My highest record is 12, sir, and I made 15 barams that day. It was the happiest day of my life, since I was able to buy my son a dozen stuffed buns that he wanted to eat for a long time. Extra chapters left, 6. Keith continued to chat with the guy until he reached King's Cross, which took them almost an hour to reach. He got off the carriage and took out a small ring from his pocket before giving it to the guy. Here, feel free to sell it for money. The carriage puller thanked him profusely, which made Keith feel slightly awkward, so he left quickly after calming him down. His destination was still 4 kilometers away, so he silently walked the rest of the distance as he kept an eye on Vincent's whereabouts. He's already at the site, Keith thought as he sped up. Masks weren't a big thing in Baroma Kingdom, so he had no choice but to go with other options. He bought a watermelon and tossed away most of it while keeping just the outer part. 2 decent-sized holes and it was ready to be worn. He stared at it for a few seconds and sighed, it won't feel good, but at least I can take a bath once I'm done. Not wanting to take the risk of people looking at his face while he walked around while carrying a watermelon helmet in his hands, he decided to just wear it then and there. As it fell in place, he felt the wetness inside even though he had used his handkerchief to absorb the moisture from the inside. He let out a soft sigh and went deeper into the alleyway before sitting down on a slightly slanted rectangular stone that was 2 times wider than him. It was still evening, so he decided to wait until night to make his move. Vincent, on the other hand, was already busy looting a warehouse that was filled with rye flour, wheat flour and rice. Everything he touched went into the system storage and dropped into Keith's spatial dimension. Productivity at its finest. Keith mused as he watched everything happen on his system screen thanks to the video mode. Though, thanks to the robbery being done in different times, I'll have to face a proper security force. He muttered and shook his head, not minding it too much as he could easily just fight through the group as long as they didn't have too many deadly weapons along with them. As he went through many imaginary scenarios, he chuckled, well, I have a revolver so there's not much to worry about, and when push comes to shove, I can just use my flames. Time slowly passed and the sky went dark. His target wasn't exactly in the market area, but it sure was in a good location where many people would be able to see what was going on. On the other side, Vincent was still getting chased, so there wasn't any security at the jewelry store at the moment. Keith took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he stood back up. This might be your first time, but you can do it. You were a virgin at first too, but you learned from those videos and did well when you got laid the first time. He motivated himself and hyped himself up. Once he felt enough confidence, he walked out of the alleyway and jogged straight towards a jewelry store that was almost 200 meters away. His goal wasn't to steal silently, but to rob and leave a message behind. As he got close, he sped up and began to sprint. His hand slid into his inner pockets and pulled out his revolver. Keith didn't even look at the door and went straight to the display glass that was acting like a wall. The people nearby watched in amusement as Keith ran towards the glass, only to feel a sudden surge of excitement, fear and worry when they saw him barreling into the glass wall, shattering it instantly. Keith rolled on the floor and got back up on his feet with his revolver raised up, pointing at the one person who was in the store. Leave this place. You have 3 seconds. 1. Even before he counted to 2, the person behind the counter took off. Seeing this, Keith couldn't help but nod to himself. Good survival instincts, he muttered as he looked around. The space wasn't large and he also noticed that the jewelry on the display was fake after he tried to grab some of them. Damn, the whole thing is just metal. He cursed as he wasn't able to pull the jewelry away from the display table. With a sigh, he let it go and jumped over the counter before checking the drawers that were filled with stacks of Barom notes, all of which were instantly sent over to Keith's spatial dimension. Once he emptied the drawers, he kicked open the door to the back room and barged in. He didn't bother with a light and instead snapped his fingers, creating 4 fireballs that hovered around him while also lighting up the room. There were multiple boxes filled with various trinkets, jewelry and other things such as vases, statues and photo frames. Keith didn't let go of a single thing and took everything away before taking out his knife. One stab to his palm and he began to use the flowing blood as an ink to write on the wall. It didn't take him too long to get things done and he didn't waste any more time. He immediately rushed out of the room and saw a large crowd around the store. "Damn," he screamed for everyone to hear, "there's still a lot of gold and silver in there, so don't miss this chance. I've taken all I can take, so make way." People immediately rushed inside instead of letting him leave, but Keith waited for half of them to come in before he pushed himself out since people were slightly afraid of using the broken glass path to get in. Keith rushed out and ran, leaving the people behind as he tried to get as far away as possible before they figured out that there was nothing left inside for them. Extra chapters left, 5. With a deep frown and a disturbed expression on his face, Timmy stared at the red sentence on the wall. "You capture 1 child, I rob 1 store. I'm always watching." Timmy had been messing around in a brothel when one of his father's people delivered a letter to him. The contents were short and simple, telling him that someone was targeting their businesses and that his father wanted him to stay at Baroma for a while to make sure that things were safe. But little did Timmy expect, that these mysterious people had already begun to move. By the time he had come back to He Capital, his grains warehouse and a jeweller's store was robbed clean, both of which had happened just last night. Frustrated, he kicked the wall and groaned in pain before glaring at one of his father's concubines. Once he found a target to release his emotions on, he got on with it as he rained down slaps and punches on her. Minutes later, he walked out of the back room with bloodied knuckles while the 3 women followed behind him with messed up faces. "At least, we don't have any more businesses at this place, so I could just leave, but I just want to find the person who caused this so bad. I want to rip whoever it is to shreds." Still enraged, he headed over to an inn and let his father's concubines pay the fee as he sat down on a chair before ordering food. His mind slowly calmed down, and once he felt slightly level-headed, his thoughts shifted. How did this person know that I hired people to capture kids for me? It seems like someone close to me has sold all of my secrets. Otherwise, it won't make any sense, unless someone has the ability to see visions, or someone who can track people. Nah, tracking shouldn't be able to work since I've never met those guys directly and they don't even know who I am. Ugh, this is getting annoying the more I think about it. Lost in thought, he ate his meal in silence once the food arrived, trying to figure out what in the hell was going on. All he knew was that someone was targeting his family businesses and that they used to work in Morose Kingdom before coming to Baroma. In Morose, they only attacked 1 place at a time, but last night, it happened with 2 places at the same time. One of them used fire just like the person in Morose Kingdom while the other one just barged in like some maniac and stole everything. He thought as time passed, the clues pointed towards one person. Timmy stabbed the meatball on his plate angrily as he hissed one name, "Damn Clark." Single attacks while he was at the island, and when he comes out, there are 2 attacks at the same time. It did look like he had some grudge on me back then, but this is just too much. Everything makes sense now. He was one of the few who paid the church guys to let him leave the training camp along with me, Adrian and a few other nobles. "TCH, you 3, he growled as he stared at their messed up faces, "hire a horse carriage as soon as possible. We're going back to Kazakh Empire, and while you do that, make sure to send a letter to Father. Tell him everything that happened here and make sure that you don't miss a detail. Once you're done writing, bring it to me so I can cross-check," he ordered and stuffed the meatball into his mouth. Last night, a few minutes after the jeweller's store was robbed, Keith rushed into an alleyway and ran until he was far away from the store. He took out the watermelon helmet and saw a glass shard sticking out from it. "Wow, that was close, and I didn't even know it," he muttered as put it back on and straightened his clothes. He continued walking through the narrow streets and alleyways until he reached a familiar butcher shop. He headed over to the kid and paid him some money before he got into the black void-like box. His surroundings changed and he found himself in the hunter's black market once again. He simply planned on roaming around this place while the heat settled down, but he also had other plans. Though, he totally did not expect to see a stall that sold bone masks. Most of them looked similar to each other, but Keith could tell that all of them were handcrafted and polished. Each one of them had 2 holes in the side with threads passing through them. "How much for one and what currency do you accept?" Keith asked as he picked up a plain and dull-looking cream-colored mask. Most of them looked similar to a human skull and there were also ones that looked slightly different. "Gold coins, moros and bronze coins. I also take pure gold, silver and yeah, I also accept trades," he said and pointed at his masks before he began to explain, "These are actual human skulls and these are ape skulls. One of my people has the ability to knead bone like clay, so we were able to make these sturdy. Once I get your measurements, I'll be able to give you a head cap that fits you well." As he said that, he took out an ivory bowl-like thing that had a curve similar to AU and gave it to Keith. "All you have to do is put it on and tell me if it fits you. Here, you can use this tiny stall." Keith nodded and tried it on, only to feel like it was too big for his head. He continued to try 2 more and found the one that fit him perfectly. It went from the top of his head to the back of his neck. A/N, extra chapters left equals 4. Once he was done with the selection, the guy grabbed a skull mask and looked at Keith as he pointed at the 2 rectangular extensions at the top of the skull. "All you gotta do is to push these into the holes in the other part of the skull mask. Then, you use the threads to secure them together in place." Keith did as he was told and he could tell that his ears were exposed. Even then, this mask was way better than the ones he had been using until now, so he decided to splurge for the future. "I'll take as many masks as you can sell." "How much will it cost, by the way? I need time to count," he said, and the guy beamed at him as he grabbed multiple skull masks along with the bowls that fit Keith's size. As he saw Keith take out silver jewelry, the guy gave him his price, just 5 grams for one skull. He gathered a total of 20 for Keith, including the one that Keith was already wearing, and gave them to him after putting 19 of them into a bamboo basket. Keith silently used the scale to balance the weights in his silver before paying the guy. He then took the basket and walked away. A few minutes later, the basket vanished from his hands and appeared in his spatial dimension, except for one mask that he was still wearing. With a new and more comfortable mask equipped, Keith continued with his browsing of wares. He wanted live creatures for his spatial dimension and he wanted the ones that could keep the place working while giving him resources. Unfortunately, the area he was at did not offer creatures that were alive, so he moved to the other side of the market. As he moved, he saw that Agar wasn't at his stall and instead, there was some lanky kid taking his place. "He's probably partying," he thought as he continued walking. Once he reached the other side of the market, he began to see stalls that sold live creatures. There were snakes, lobsters, crabs, birds, moving plants, wolves, monkeys and many more. Keith continued walking until he found a small stall that had a small beehive on display. "Are you selling the queen?" he asked directly, not wanting to waste his time on other matters, and the girl at the stall nodded, "Yes, but you'll have to pay more for it. It'll come with its own small comb and a few other bees too." I take money in Kazakh currency and I want 1 kron for it." Keith nodded and opened his leather pouch before pulling out a bunch of Zen notes. He didn't have crons, so he gave her 50 Zen instead. Once he made the payment, she took out a medium-sized bamboo basket from under the table and gave it to him. "Here you go, the queen is inside. Just keep in mind that their honey is slightly addictive and their stings can cause a numbing effect. That's what people usually buy the bees for, to numb the pain in different areas of their bodies. All you have to do is get one of the bees to sting you at that place." Keith hadn't asked her to explain, but she still did, which made him feel slightly grateful. "Thank you," he smiled at her warmly before leaving to find something else. One by one, he bought a few other creatures. A literal iron-scaled fish, a short goat with extremely sharp horns. He wanted some plants, but unfortunately, this wasn't the right place to find those. In front of everyone's eyes, he sent the 10 goats and 20 fish to his spatial dimension before leaving the place. He took off his mask and put it away as he left the inn that was close to the protection church. Keith wanted to buy the Velouria thorn plant that he needed for his pipe, but since it was almost midnight now, he had no choice but to go back to the church. He silently stood in front of the large door, staring at it before letting out a sigh. It was closed. I guess I'll go to an inn once again, he thought as he turned back. Once he got the keys to his room, he went straight to bed and closed his eyes as he took a look at his spatial dimension. The beehive was placed on one corner, the fish were all in the pond while the goats were silently grazing. I need flowers and I need them fast. He thought and sighed. There was a limit to what he could do within his spatial dimension, and one of them was that he couldn't create something that didn't exist. Creating things itself consumed a lot of mental energy, and even though he had a lot of it compared to most awakened people, he knew that it wouldn't even be enough for him to create a small knife. He tried to sleep, but realized that he couldn't do so thanks to the worry he had in his heart. Man, fuck this, he cursed as he sat back up and checked what Vincent was up to. He's escaped the pursuers, but he's sleeping in an inn in another district, huh? Oh well, I can't just tell him to get things for me, can I? With a soft sigh, he stood up and left the inn to find some flowers for himself. He didn't have to go too far as the churches had their own gardens filled with flowers, and Keith had no intention of letting these flowers go, especially when they were so close to him. He ran over to the medicine church or the church of healing, and began to uproot the flower plants before sending them into this spatial dimension. He had his mask on, and knew that this place had no guards since these were just regular plants. Once he was done pulling out more than 100 flowers, he stood up and looked in a certain direction. I should be able to find Velouria thorn plants somewhere there, and these will surely be taken good care of and will have better effects, so maybe if I knock the guard out. Extra chapters left, 3. Keith held himself back and just headed back to his inn as he had gotten what he wanted the most. He could always just buy the plants directly from Medicine Church tomorrow like a normal person would, so he wasn't really worried. He dived to his spatial dimension and planted the flowers at the corner where the beehive was and expended his mental energy to pull up some soil and compressed it to the point where it was as hard as a rock. With this, he formed a wide rectangular frame that was half a meter away from the ground with 2 legs going deep inside to keep it stable. He then placed the hive at the bottom of the frame and let the bees do their thing. He also made a fence for his goats so that they wouldn't mess with the bees, but he didn't bother with the pond as they'd need water to survive. Once the preparations were done, he got back to the real world and sighed, feeling tired. This shit consumes too much mental energy. He thought before shaking his head. No, on a positive note, it'll help me exhaust my mental energy, which will help me increase my total mental energy's capacity. As he closed his eyes and waited for sleep to hit, his thoughts wandered. Well, most of my mental energy was taken up to build those fences, which was a lot of them, so I guess it's not too much as long as I don't try to create something out of nothing. The next day, Keith rushed over to the church and saw Maria and Clara waiting for him silently at the main hall. "You're finally here. I've done all the preparations and the doctors are also ready to go," Maria said as she got up from the bench and began to move while the other 2 followed her. As they walked side by side, Keith leaned closer to Clara and whispered, "Hey, where are you guys even staying at?" "Here, at the church. They provide rooms for staff, you know. I mean, when we first came here, we were supposed to spend time in those rooms, but Edward stopped us," she explained, whispering just like he did. The 2 of them continued to talk until they reached the ritual room where the 5 doctors were silently sitting. Maria pointed at a small silver platform and looked at the 2 of them. "Go and stand on it while you hold each other's hands. This thing will be short, but you'll feel a certain warmth once I'm done reading the prayer." "Oh, the marriage?" Keith asked as he looked at Maria, who nodded silently while taking out a small book. "Now will you just go there please?" We got other things to do too. Yikes, so impatient, he commented as he headed over to the platform with Clara and held her hands. Her face was slightly pink, so he couldn't help but ask, "Were you looking forward to this?" Clara nodded with a complicated look on her face. "I mean, yes. But not like this. I'm literally wearing my uniform and it doesn't suit the occasion." "I'm wearing my uniform too, and well, don't worry about it. Just consider this as an extra step that'll boost your awakened ability even more than what the ritual is supposed to. We can always plan a proper marriage in the future," he said, and waited for her reaction. "Okay," she said meekly as she kept her head down to hide her smile from him. She just couldn't stop smiling after she heard him talk about a proper marriage. After all, she wanted everyone to see them getting married, she wanted everyone to know that she was his and he was hers. Maria began to recite the prayers and they didn't have to wait too long. After just 30 minutes, they felt a sudden warmth envelope their bodies. For a few seconds, both of them felt like there were two hearts beating inside them. They stared at each other, speechless as they didn't know how to describe their experience. It was like they were in an entirely different body. The feeling quickly passed, but the two of them were still in a trance-like state. Maria wanted to snap them out of their reverie, but she decided against it and headed over to her doctors before giving them orders, the same ones she gave them yesterday and 2 hours ago. Keith slowly recovered and gave Clara a slight jolt, making her jerk out of her dreamlike state. "Oh God, that felt weird," she said, and saw Keith nod. "Yeah, it did. Now, let's get to work." He went ahead and lied down on the small platform, letting the doctors cut up 4 of his arteries partially so that the blood could leak out, which it did. The process began, but unlike before, Keith didn't add slime bodies into the oil, and instead, it was just his blood and Clara's. She didn't let out too much blood as she had already done it 2 days ago and didn't have regeneration capability. Instead, she simply sat in one place and read a book to pass time. Hours slowly passed by as the day turned to night and Keith still continued to donate blood. It went on for a few more hours until Maria clapped her hands together. "All right, 3 hours and 30 minutes left. Let's get to work." Keith nodded and got back to his feet as he ate a blood-clotting pill before drinking a vial of healing medicine. His wounds quickly began to clot, blocking the pathway while his arteries closed. He waited for a few more minutes before scraping off the clotted blood and saw a layer of skin form instead. Once done, he grabbed a fire torch and looked at Maria, who nodded and took out a book. Since he had gotten the signal, he took a step forward to go and light the oil, but stopped midway before shaking his head. He put the torch back into its place and grinned. "I should be using my flame control instead." With a snap of his finger, 4 fireballs popped up in front of him before they shot towards the oil trench, lighting it up almost instantly. Extra chapters left, 2. The flames spread through the oil trench and lit up the entire place, making fire walls around Clara and Maria as they were at the center. Keith couldn't look inside thanks to the flames, so he simply sat down and waited as both excitement and anxiety filled his being. Passage of time felt extremely slow and each minute felt like an hour filled with anxious agony. After a few minutes, he was unable to hold it in and walked out of the place in a hurry. The fact that the marriage would help with the survival rate was true and was also written in the novel, but it never stated that the survival rate was a 100%. It was only after the ritual began, did Keith realize this, and he just couldn't contain his anxiety anymore. Not knowing what to do, he decided to distract himself with other things, but before that, he had one thing to do. He rushed over to an inn and completed the luck ritual, the result of which was to increase Clara's luck for the next 3 hours. Once that was done, he felt way better and left the inn before he moved to the Church of Medicine. He saw a middle-aged woman cursing some smelly thief as she planted flowers at the place where the flower plants were missing. Keith thickened his skin like multiple shameless young masters and continued on to the right side of the church. As he got closer to the medicine garden, he saw 4 armored knights standing guard, so he approached them with his ring in hand, which proved that he was an official member of the Church of Protection. "Hello, I'm here to buy a specific plant. Can someone tell me how to get the process done? After all, buying directly from a church is a pretty lengthy process, he said, and the knights looked at each other before they faced Keith. Go to the confessional. That's the place, one of them said, and Keith left. He headed over to the confessional and asked for the Valuria thorn plant. 10 barums for 10 grams of dry leaves, or flowers. We don't sell the fruits, and if you want a life plant, you'll have to pay 100 barums for one. Damn, that's so pricey. He thought as he did his calculations, 100 barums. That's like 5 zen for one plant. He let out a soft sigh and nodded. All right, how many do you have? Live plants, I mean. We only sell a maximum of 100 to a person, the priest said calmly, and Keith silently nodded as he brought out a lot of barum notes that he had robbed from Timmy's place last night. He sat down on a bench and silently counted the notes one by one. By the time he reached 100, he realized that he would have to repeat the process 99 more times and frowned. Damn, too much work, he complained inwardly and left the place to go to a bank. Once he was there, he took a look at the conversation table for gold and silver before nodding to himself. 1 gram of gold equals 100 grams of silver. 1 gram of gold equals 100 barums. 1 gram of silver equals 1 barum. It was slightly confusing, especially since 1 barum, which was equivalent to a bronze coin, could be traded for 1 gram of silver, but it actually did make sense. Each coin was around 10 grams, which meant that the value of silver wasn't misplaced. 1 barum for 1 gram of silver felt fair, since 1 barum could also be exchanged for 1 bronze coin from Morose Kingdom. Keith stopped right there and didn't go further since he didn't feel like filling his head with useless information. He could also recalculate the values of different currencies if he needed it, so he simply walked out of the bank, bought a jute bag and tossed in 10 bricks of silver. Each one of them weighed 1 kilogram, so he was able to exchange them all for 10,000 barums. The whole thing was long and annoying, but Keith finally managed to get his 100 Valuria thorn plants. He got a few people to carry them all to the Protection Church's training grounds, and then he got more people to help him move them to an empty room inside the church. Once he was alone, he sent them all into his spatial dimension and made sure to water them before he rushed back to buy 100 grams of dried Valuria leaves. He received a large bag and took it with him as he walked back to the ritual room. He took out a few leaves and used his knife to cut them into small pieces before he put them between his palms and crushed them even more. Once they were crushed and torn into small pieces, he put them into the pipe and lit them up before taking a deep puff. It felt extremely smooth, unlike the cigarettes he had smoked in his previous life. He hadn't touched them since he came here because this body wasn't addicted to nicotine. Valuria wasn't an addictive product, and the pipe's only drawback was that it induced overconfidence if used too much. As for the smoke itself, there wasn't any at all. He could feel some warmth in his throat when he inhaled, but when he exhaled, nothing came out. He took a second puff and instead of taking it into his lungs, he blew it out to see if there was any smoke. There was no smoke at all. It was just a pleasant smell that was similar to the mixture of mint and lemon. If there's no smoke, then it shouldn't affect my lungs, he muttered as he looked at the doctors, since he didn't really know much about this subject. He walked over to them and began to ask about Valuria thorn plant. 2 of the doctors enthusiastically explained while the other 3 chilled while they listened to their colleagues talk to Keith. Extra chapters left. 1. By the time the ritual was done, Keith had stopped smoking and was ready to see the changes. The flames stopped burning and he saw Clara slowly open her eyes. She looked around, and when she found Keith, she smiled widely. It's amazing. Tell me how it went. I mean about your second awakening. Keith said as he skipped over the trenches to get to the center, and Maria quipped in, yeah, tell us. After all, you'll be sent with Keith as an inquisitor, so we gotta know if your abilities can fit the role or not. Mother told me to trust Keith, but she didn't tell me to trust you. It was a very blunt way of speaking, but Clara didn't mind it and nodded. Firstly, ability to give divine blessing has changed. Instead of some intangible barrier, I cannot give others a body armor. It'll be weightless and it will also improve your physical abilities by a certain percentage based on how much I want it to be. It can go from 0% to 1000%. So no boost to a 10 times boost. Keith said and nodded, feeling satisfied with the outcome, but he knew that this couldn't be the end and he was right. Clara continued, I can also summon this body armor, but I also gained a permanent physical enhancement. Which means, even without an armor, I'm deadly in combat. I can also summon revolvers, shields, spears, swords and many other weapons which can only be used by me. On top of that, I can upgrade any weapon temporarily and this doesn't have a restriction on who can use it. Though, this will cause the appearance of the weapon to change, she said and glanced at Maria and Keith, both of whom looked extremely impressed. Seeing that they were waiting for more, she gave them a sheepish smile, yeah that's it. Alright, that's very impressive. Keith commented and looked at Maria, there shouldn't be any problems with her becoming an inquisitor, right? Maria nodded and then sighed, well, it's fine if she's an inquisitor, but I want you to keep in mind that there will be times when you'll have to work with inquisitors from other churches. We have a policy of only killing the ones who cause trouble, but this isn't the case with the Church of War. They operate based on the phrase, prevention is better than cure, so they'll kill people before they cause trouble without any evidence. When you do team up with them, you'll have to follow their orders since their Inquisition branch is way stronger than ours and they also have more experience. Keith knew of this thanks to the novel, so he nodded, yeah, I understand. I'll think about it and make a decision to either keep my teammates out of it or not. I don't have a choice but to trust you, so do what you want. Feel free to leave whenever you want to, and just so you know, the other 3 are still at the church. Clara will help you find them, she said and began to walk away with the doctors while leaving the 2 of them alone in the room. Keith was about to follow them, but Clara grabbed his arm as she shook her head and brought her finger to her lips. He could tell that she wanted some alone time with him, so he stayed. Once the others were gone, she excitedly grabbed his arm, you told me before about the inventory thing, right? I have it. It's like a 5-meter cube and I can put anything inside it, she said with a smirk on her face, making Keith chuckle, looks like it worked, huh? Anyways, keep that as your last trump card and once we're out, we'll figure out how to use it properly. Okay, she said as she walked out of the room with him, feeling extremely good about the secondary awakening. The 2 of them walked to the rooms that were used by Nathan, Laura and Caleb. Once they gathered them all in a room, Keith made his announcement. You'll be leaving to the Kazakh Empire tomorrow with Clara. If the others join you, then that's fine too, so make sure that you exchange all the Barams you have to Brax or Zen before you leave. I'll be taking a detour so I'll be late and Caleb, you'll be coming with me. I have a way to make your control over the winds even stronger, so consider it a training session. Caleb looked surprised for a few seconds before he nodded enthusiastically. He knew that his awakened ability was weak compared to others and he didn't shy away from an opportunity to make it strong. So like, from today onwards, what should we call you? I mean, we used to address our team's superior as Inquisitor, but since one of us is going to become an Inquisitor too, it'll probably cause some confusion. Laura said as she looked at Keith. Just call me Sir. I don't like the sound of Captain, he said, and Nathan immediately spoke up, Captain Keith. Sir Keith. I think Captain Keith sounds better. Laura, Caleb and even Clara nodded in response to Nathan, making Keith sigh, fine, call me Captain. Also, about the promotion. He said and looked at the 3 of them. Who do you think is fit for the role? Every one of you must answer. Nathan went neutral and said that everyone deserved the role equally while Laura was confident in herself. Caleb on the other hand voted for Nathan and stated his reasons. No one will ban him from using his ability while we go to fight people. I'm not saying that Laura is bad. In fact, she's way better than me, but I think Nathan deserves the promotion. Keith nodded, right, but confidence is something I need in Nathan. If you can't take a step and say good things about yourselves, then you don't deserve a promotion. I'm valuing your mental psyche along with your physical capabilities, so, let me give you another chance. Tell me why you deserve the promotion. Extra chapters left, 0. Keith looked at Nathan, waiting for an answer. Nathan took a deep breath and nodded before he began to speak. I am strong and I prioritize the safety of my team more than the mission. I know that this won't go well, but I feel like being truthful right now is better than lying about myself and regretting later. Keith silently stared at him and nodded. All right, you're promoted. I need some rest, so I'll go ask for a room or something, he said, and left with Clara right behind him. Hey, why don't you share a room with me today? We can cuddle, she said as she looked at him, and Keith nodded. What about Amelia though? She'll take the bed and we can both sleep on the floor. We have a lot of blankets and stuff lying around, so, why not just use them? Keith thought about it for a while and nodded. He silently followed Clara to her room and saw Amelia dancing in her pajamas. She stopped abruptly, and once she realized that it was Keith and Clara, she went back to dancing. Keith made himself comfortable on the bed and watched her dance while Clara used his arm as her pillow. So, is your secret stuff done? Amelia asked as she stopped dancing and looked at them a few minutes later. Clara nodded. Yeah, I'm super strong now. Even stronger than Brandon, but it's a surprise. Keith silently watched as the two bickered and closed his eyes as he was feeling slightly tired. He headed over to his spatial dimension and watered all the plants and flowers. Speed up time, 10 times. He gave out a mental command and saw the bees, goats, and fish move extremely fast. His mental energy was getting sucked out, and Keith silently waited until it was almost empty. Once he felt a slight sting in his head, he stopped and got the time flow back to normal. Only 10 seconds had passed in real time, which meant that 100 seconds had passed in his spatial dimension, which really wasn't much. Well, the consumption is way less if I go with doubling the time flow, so I guess I can do that from tomorrow, he thought as he opened his eyes and looked at Clara. I'm tired. Okay, let me make a bed for us, she said, and began to grab the blankets that were placed on one corner of the room and under the bed. Amelia stared at him for 2 seconds before raising her eyebrows. How come you looked fine a minute ago and now you suddenly feel tired? Heck, forget about feeling tired, you literally look like you're half dead right now. Well, like Clara said, we both got super strong, and the only reason I was fine until now, was thanks to my willpower. Okay, that's believable, she said, as she nodded while she remembered how he took a nice beating and stood inside the ring for a long time while they were at the island. She then sat down on the bed beside his legs and asked, Now, Clara wants to mess around with me, but at least you'll tell me about your new powers, right? Keith nodded and produced a tiny ball of flame that hovered over to her. Seeing this, she scoffed and was about to comment when Keith beat her to it. I can make a fireball as big as this entire church if I wanted to, he said, shutting her up instantly. Oh, okay, that's, impressive. Wait, no, that's so damn impressive. You can just go and burn down Timothy's mansion and threaten him to annul the contract, she said, clearly excited, but Keith shook his head. He then let out a soft sigh and rubbed his temples. No. Let's talk about this tomorrow, please. My brain doesn't have enough processing power for any serious discussions right now. TCH, she clicked her tongue and was about to make fun of him, but held herself back and frowned. Fine, sleep well. Are you going to sleep on the floor? He nodded silently and Clara quipped in, I'll be joining him too. He needs someone beside him so he can heal faster. Heal faster, my ass. You just want his dick in your, fuck my life. She said and let out a loud sigh. Just don't make too much noise, okay? Your moans are too loud, Clara. Very loud. But Clara tried to defend herself, but Keith kicked Amelia off the bed. Is sex the only thing in your mind? I mean, yeah, she moans loud, but that turns me on, okay? And also, we're not doing any baby making today, so don't worry, you can expect some peace tonight. Wait, it's still morning, for fuck's sake, why are you even complaining? Let us take the bed for now and you can go outside and do something productive instead of dancing in your pajamas here. TCH, talk about being an official member of the church, he said and shook his head disapprovingly. Productive my ass. Amelia shot back, I'm on a break so I'm allowed to laze around and this is my room, she said and patted the bed harshly. This is my fucking bed. Keith stared at her intently before kicking her off the bed, and that sparked a flame within Amelia as she immediately jumped back up to her feet and pounced on Keith before she grabbed the pillow beside him and began to hit him with it. After getting hit a few times, Keith grabbed her arms and pushed her off the bed, and the moment he did, he got hit by a densely folded blanket. He turned to look at Clara, who had a playful grin on her face as she grabbed another blanket and got a head shot on Amelia. Keith turned to look at Amelia, who also turned to look at him at the same time. Both of them nodded and focused on Clara, who slowly raised her hands up in the air. I surrender. Almost an hour later, Keith and Clara lay on the bed while cuddled up together under a blanket. Amelia, who was now wearing a shirt and some neatly ironed trousers, looked at the two of them and sighed before she left the room. Hours later, Keith woke up and pulled his numb arm from under Clara's head and tiptoed out of the room. As he slowly regained some feeling in his arm, he walked out of the church and got himself some breakfast and a newspaper. He enjoyed his time of peace as he read the headlines until he went through the whole newspaper. Nothing interesting. He thought as he pulled out 3 system screens, each one of them showing him what Vincent, Timmy and Clark were up to. He took a look at their current actions and chuckled, yeah, this shit is more entertaining. Vincent was ignored as Keith wasn't interested in pornographic material, but Timmy's inner thoughts and Clark's desperation for money was fun to look at. At this rate, I'll turn into a psychopath who likes to watch people suffer. He thought as he eyebrows creased, but it's still fun though, to see Timmy curse Clark once every minute while Clark is ignorant about the things going on in the dark. He finished breakfast and relaxed for the rest of the day until everyone was ready to depart. Keith grabbed his suitcase and his briefcase before looking at Caleb. Ready? Yes. Keith nodded and took out a pendant and gave it to Caleb. Here, put this on. Keep in mind that you should not wear it for more than half a day, so the safe option would be to put it on while you sleep. As for when you're not sleeping, just make sure that you have it in your pocket or something. Caleb put on the psychic's emerald pendant and looked up at Keith as he whispered, is this a... Yeah, it's a cursed artifact. I got this one specifically for you, he said and put on the eye patch before getting into a carriage that belonged to the church. Caleb followed him and sat down beside him in the carriage before looking at him nervously. What kind of training am I going to get into? Do you know about nature philosophy? Keith asked as he turned to look at him. You know what that is, right? Yeah, it's the stuff that those scholars blabber about. Or like a specific group of them. What are they called again? Philosophers, right? Keith nodded. The word science did not exist in this continent and people called the study of nature as nature philosophy. Right, now I'll teach you some of it in a simple way, okay? He said and conjured a small fireball that was the size of a small pearl before looking at Caleb. Now, shoot a strong gust of air. The strongest you can, and it must be super concentrated, like all of the wind must be aimed around this ball of fire. Caleb did as he was asked and shot the strongest gust of air that he could ever produce. It hit Keith's entire palm, but its range was still acceptable. The red fireball looked like it had flames shooting out towards the direction in which the gust of air was moving in. Seeing this, Keith nodded. You could have compressed it more, but this is fine for now. Did you see the flames shoot out along with your gust? Yes. Caleb said as he frowned, and Keith began to explain. Okay, so here's the thing. You see, without air, fire cannot exist under normal circumstances. This is also the reason why furnaces use air blowers. Normally, the flames aren't too hot, but people need higher temperatures if they want to work with metals, so they pump air inside the furnaces to fuel the flames. This is done repeatedly. Caleb went deep into thought as his eyebrows creased. It took a few moments to gather his thoughts and raised a question. If that's the case, then why does the flame on a match, or a candle go off when I blow air at it? Keith smirked. Well, now we're entering the territory of something slightly more complex, so listen carefully. Fire needs three things to keep going. One is temperature, second one is fuel, and third is air, he said and thought for a second before making things more simple. Consider air as a fuel too, but it's the most important fuel that cannot be ignored or replaced. The normal fuel, on the other hand, can be anything that can catch fire, like wood, cloth, paper, and many other things. These two are easy to understand, right? He asked and saw Caleb nod before he continued. Now, the temperature is basically the heat. You need heat for a fire. Do you remember the magnifying glass we used on the island? It was used to produce heat at a certain point, and when this heat goes high enough, then things can catch fire. Once this heat is reached, the flame that's on the item will keep the heat high enough for it to keep burning. Caleb's frown deepened as he took out a match from his pocket along with a match striker and lit it before looking at Keith. So this has enough heat? Yes. Caleb then blew at the candle forcefully, foo, and the flame went off. And when I blew air, the heat went down, so the fire went off too, he asked, and saw Keith nod. Then, he said, and lit up another match before blowing some warm air, hoo. The fire went off again, and he looked at Keith. I blew hot air, so why did it go off? Keith looked at him and sighed. How the hell am I going to explain force and turbulence to him? Especially in simple fucking terms, he thought to himself darkly. Well, I can try and explain it to you, but it'll probably just confuse you even more. Let's wait until the carriage stops somewhere first. The journey was long and time-consuming, but Keith didn't have to struggle for food as the carriage passed through multiple cities, towns, and villages. He spent the time on teaching Caleb many things, especially things that were related to air and the winds. He also sparred with him and realized that Caleb was very aggressive, always going for the sensitive parts in his opponent's body. Keith actually learned more from Caleb during the sparring sessions thanks to his SSS rank battle instinct. Apart from this, he also did his daily task of depleting his mental energy by speeding up time to 2 times normal for an hour at first, and did it every day until it increased to almost 81 minutes by the end of the month. Keith also got his tax on the first few days of his travel and picked the Fists of Steel, which Vincent had already upgraded to SSS grade. By the time the two of them had reached the Bromberge town, a month had already passed, and Keith let Caleb rest in an inn while he took off to the village where Fabian resided. As he rushed over, he opened up his system screen and sent out a quest for Vincent, who was in one of Baroma Kingdom cities. Emergency quest: an unknown system administrator has found village chief Fabian and has decided to grant him a system. Since you have developed well for the past few months, this is the best time to attack him, to kill him before he develops. Accept quest, free skill unlock. Quest completion, free upgrade of any skill to S rank. Punishments, none. Keith silently watched Vincent panic for a few seconds before it turned into rage. As Vincent grabbed his things and left, Keith knew that his plan was working. As he ran through the forest, he put on his skull mask and checked the time left for his next tax collection. 2 days, all right, he thought as he looked up at the sky that was getting dark and sped up as he knew that he was close to the village now. Just a few minutes later, right as the run completely set, he reached the village. There was a lot of noise, and as Keith hid in the bushes, he could see that the people were setting up a bonfire, which clearly meant that they were celebrating something. He silently took out a silver ring from his spatial dimension and tossed it into the sky. The ring flew up, dropped down near the bonfire. Some people noticed it, but none of them dared to move to grab it as they didn't know if it was their village chief's test or not. None of them wanted to offend the tyrant. Fabian had also noticed the ring, and he looked around suspiciously. He knew that none of his villagers were rich enough to have silver rings as their own, so he could tell that there was someone who had infiltrated into his village. Little did he know, Keith was far away, hiding in a bush. His eyesight had been enhanced thanks to the eye patch, so he didn't need to be close to observe things properly. Keith saw Fabian look around cautiously and chuckled, he hasn't changed much. He then began to shoot out his system seeds into the villagers and did not miss Fabian. Once he was done with everyone, he left the place silently and rushed back towards Bromberge town. As he walked, he checked everyone's information and saw that there were 4 awakened in the village other than Fabian, all of them who had undesirable abilities. Seeing this, Keith ignored them and focused on Fabian, sending over his body cultivation system. User status. Name, Fabian Rickolf. Physique, Grade S. Genetic physique type, Endurance. Awakening status, Awakened. Awakened ability, Supernatural Regeneration. Supernatural Regeneration, boosts the regenerative ability to an unbelievable extent. Does not rely on nutrition as a fuel and instead uses mental energy. Body cultivation system activated. Body cultivation system. User, Fabian Rickolf. Capabilities, allows the user to cultivate their body beyond human limits. System tax, physical money, 94 Zen plus 438 Brax, copy of Fabian's awakened ability, or inheritance of user's physical ability. Keith immediately picked Fabian's awakened ability and opened up his status information. User status. Name, Keith Zenister. Physique, Grade B. Genetic physique type, Endurance. Awakening status, Awakened. Awakened abilities. Spatial dimension, unique user has access to a 1 km x 1 km land that is cut off from the real world and has control over almost everything in this spatial dimension. Danger sense, user's body reacts to danger, working like a 7th sense. Libido and sensitivity control, absolute control over libido and sensitivity. Condition to activate is physical contact. Fire creation and manipulation of any kind of flame. Supernatural regeneration, boosts the regenerative ability to an unbelievable extent. Does not rely on nutrition as a fuel and instead uses mental energy. Special skills. Regeneration, Grade SSS. Improves stamina recovery and boosts the rate of regeneration of wounds. Battle instinct, Grade SSS. The more you fight, the more you learn from the fight. This knowledge will be permanent and cannot be erased under normal circumstances. Unarmed combat arts. Fists of Steel - Red Hot Fists. Fists of Steel, Grade SSS. Increases the hardness of your arms from the fingers to the elbows, directly improving their defense and offense. Seeing his status screen, he felt extremely satisfied. His patience had paid off, but he knew that he couldn't just slack off yet. As he continued to walk, his thoughts went back to the increase in time that he got from expending almost all of his mental energy. When I started it, the amount of time I could keep up the time boost of 2 times was just 60 minutes, and now I can go on for approximately 81 minutes. Welp, I should be able to make some sense of it when I take a proper look at the notes I made, I guess, he thought as he took out a small notepad that was the size of his palm and opened it. Day 1, 60 minutes, 0 seconds. Day 2, 60 minutes, 36 seconds. Day 3, 61 minutes, 12 seconds. Day 4, 61 minutes, 49 seconds. Day 5, 62 minutes, 26 seconds. Day 6, 63 minutes, 4 seconds. Keith rushed back to Bromberge town and went to bed, only to wake up in the afternoon. He grabbed some lunch and passed some time until it was night so that he could get into the underground cage fights. He registered himself under the alias Newbie and asked for a fight against the current strongest with certain conditions. The middle-aged woman sat on a chair while Keith stood in front of her. A small table stood in between them. "Kid, you're very new here and you want to fight the strongest. Like, are you mad? It's not only a risk for your life, but it also is a loss for my business. Everyone with bet against you and I don't want to see something like that. I want to see some close fights where the chances of winning is close for both fighters. Keith sighed softly and took out a briefcase before putting it on the table. He opened it, to show her stacks of moros. As her mouth opened in shock and greed, he grabbed one thick stack and put it on the table before making the briefcase disappear. I'll pay you to arrange the fight and I don't expect any money after the fight. I take full responsibility for my own life and I'll also make sure that my opponent doesn't die. I want to fight someone who can challenge my way of fighting, someone who can beat my martial arts, he said, knowing very well that he knew no martial arts. He simply wanted a fight that could push him beyond his limits so that he could make full use of his SSS-grade battle instinct. The woman happily took away all of the money and looked up at Keith. There's a guy who can transform into a black cat and he can also transform into a humanoid version too. He's like our third best fighter, but when it comes to raw fighting style, he's better than the first two. Our best one can control lightning and our second best one can turn his skin into literal steel. Okay, I'll fight the black cat guy, Keith said when he heard about the awakened abilities of the first two rankers. Great, I'll set up a fight for you in 2 hours. Will that be fine? She asked and Keith nodded. Sure, I'll be back in 2 hours then. The woman raised her hand and paused for a second before pointing at his face. Are you going to wear that mask? Yeah, my identity must remain a secret. After saying that, Keith promptly left the place and headed over for some nice supper at a local restaurant. He ordered some boar meat, plain brown rice and some boar meat curry to go along with it. As he ate, his thoughts wandered to something important. Mental energy. He thought and frowned before using his 1 month's worth of divine energy to give his system the ability to receive a question/input and give out an answer/output. He used his own brain as a computing unit for his system since he knew that he wouldn't be able to use his entire brain on his own. Once done, he asked it a question. Hey system, grade the mental energy capacity of mine, Caleb's, Vincent, Clark and Fabian. Idiot, your system needs some form of information source to even give you answers. Welp, I'm feeling generous so I'll help you with it. Also, I'll create something like a super server for your system to use instead of your brain. Thank me later when you meet me again. Mental capacity. Keith, grade A. Caleb, grade SS. Vincent, grade B. Clark, grade F. Fabian, grade E. Keith read the message and smiled as he shook his head and then he silently looked at the results and tried to understand how Caleb's mental capacity was higher than his own, or how Fabian's capacity was just E grade. Fabian at this point in time, should be able to literally regenerate limbs like 4 times in a row. If I consider one limb alone, then that's like 16 fucking limbs and you're telling me that his mental capacity is just E grade? Caleb on the other hand, can't even use his awaken ability properly and his capacity is literally just 1 grade less than SS, ugh. System, tell me how Caleb doesn't have enough mental power to use his abilities while Fabian can do it so many times while his grade is just E. An individual's capability depends on both their capacity and efficiency. Caleb's efficiency of using his mental energy is close to 0 and Fabian's efficiency of using his mental energy is above 90%. Keith silently stared at his screen as he stuffed his face with food. Then can you tell me what my efficiency is? Your efficiency varies based on the awakened ability you use. Spatial dimensions usage has 100% efficiency, but the other awakened abilities have a much lesser efficiency and it's tied to the user from whom you copied the ability from. Can efficiency be increased? If yes, then tell me how. There is no way of increasing efficiency other than second and third awakening. But even these do not guarantee an efficiency increase. Oh well, I wanted to copy Caleb's awakened ability but now it feels like it'll just be a waste to do that. Oh well, I guess I'll just go for others instead. You said that my efficiency of using an ability is dependent on the source, so is mine the same as the others? Like do I have the same efficiency as Fabian when I use supernatural regeneration? No. You'll have a decreased efficiency ranging from 20% decrease to a 50% decrease. This is based on the type of system you get from the gacha wheel. White systems give you a 50% efficiency decrease, yellow 40, orange 30 and red is 20. Here's an example: if a person's efficiency is 90% and you give them a white system, then your efficiency will be 45%. Which means that the decrease in efficiency is only in comparison to the system user. Oh okay, it's not so bad then. At least I know how to increase my mental capacity, but why do I feel like the rate at which my mental capacity is increasing is different from what I read in the novel? Scouring administrators' memories. It doesn't follow a different rule, but instead, you can consider it as a talent. Similar to how your efficiency is 100% for your own awakened ability, every time you exhaust your mental energy, you get a 1% increase to your capacity. Others have variable increases that are a fraction of yours. For example, Caleb's mental capacity will increase a mere 0.001% if he exhausts all his mental energy. Ah, okay, that's cool I guess, very cool actually, he thought, unable to stop the smile that crept up his face. He silently finished his supper and lazed around before he went back to the underground cage fight. As he walked, he put on his mask and 10 minutes later, he found himself inside the cage. Hello, you can call me Black Cat. The owner told me about your deal, so if you have any requests feel free to tell me, the guy said as he smiled at Keith. He was 2 inches taller than Keith, standing at 6 feet 2 inches, and he looked pretty well built, like someone who wasn't supposed to be in this town. Keith was pleasantly surprised at his accommodating ways and nodded, "That'll be great. Feel free to go all out, but just don't scratch me and stuff. Those take much longer to heal. I'll tell you when you can go full power though." "Sure," the guy said and did some stretching as the people around them screamed and cheered. Keith looked around and then stopped when he looked at Black Cat. "Hey, don't you think they'll be angry? I mean, I'm sure that the guys at the front heard us speak just now." "Nah, don't worry about it. I asked someone I know to cast a barrier that blocks sound, so yeah, no one will be able to hear us until the fight starts." Keith nodded and began stretching too, imitating the guy's exercises until the bell rang. "Rhaera, are you ready to become my dinner, boy?" Black Cat roared as he snarled at Keith, who silently got ready to fight. Black Cat immediately transformed. His skin turned pale pink and black fur grew over it as his face began to warp, resembling felines. A tail grew while his arms changed too. Once the transformation was done, Keith felt disbelief. "That's not a black cat, damn it. That's a fucking jaguar." Instead of feeling fear, Keith actually felt a rush of excitement. Fighting a jaguar meant that he could gain more from this fight, which was exactly what he wanted. Black Cat then stood on his 2 hind legs and another transformation began. His legs began to resemble humans more as they got slightly longer, but it was his arms that shocked Keith more. Each one of them were slightly longer than a meter. He also grew taller, reaching 7 feet as he watched Keith's reaction with glee. "Surprised?" "Kinda," Keith said as he dashed forward to punch him, but just as he was a few inches away from him, Black Cat moved towards the right and the only thing that Keith could see was a black blur. He immediately turned around, but right at that moment, he felt like a hammer had smacked him right across the face. Keith staggered towards his left and shook his head to stop the blurry images that he was seeing at the moment. Damn, this is going to be a long night. Keith tried his best to keep up and Black Cat did his best to come down to Keith's level, slowly increasing his pace. His opponent began to get used to his speed. "Gosh, you're good," he said as he increased his speed once again and punched Keith in his gut, making him bend forward. "Ugh." Keith groaned, his voice barely audible as he had trouble breathing thanks to the punch. But it only lasted for a second before he recovered. His foot shot towards his right as he made a roundhouse kick, but Black Cat easily dodged it by taking a step back. The moment Keith's foot passed in front of him, he took a step forward and punched the side of his head, sending him rolling to the floor. Keith continued to improve until he couldn't anymore. No matter how much his brain adapted to Black Cat's speed, his body was unable to keep up. It didn't matter how small and efficient his movements had become, as this was the limit that he had reached, a limit that his body couldn't surpass anymore. He felt a sudden surge of helplessness and frustration as he continued fighting. His body healed no matter how much beating it took, but he was unable to improve anymore. Each one of his punches and kicks felt heavy and slow as his eyes easily tracked Black Cat moving around his attacks, easily dodging them without having to exert too much stamina. I guess this is the limit of a B-grade physique. He thought as he sighed and slowed down. I give up. Hearing this, Black Cat stopped and patted Keith's back. Good job there, buddy. I've never met anyone who could adapt to my speed as quick as you, but it looks like you're out of steam now, he said as he saw Keith panting lightly. Well, there's a limit to what my body can do, I guess. Keith said and looked at the owner of the cage fights, who nodded in response and got her men to unlock the gate. Since he was achieved his objective, Keith went back to the inn to get some rest before leaving the next day. He lay down on his bed and spent the remaining mental energy to boost time in his spatial dimension as he made plans for the next day. The horses here aren't well fed, so I guess I'll just get one to the next major city and switch carriages there. The next day, Keith woke up and checked the system screen that gave him information about Fabian, on what he was doing. He had given Fabian the system and had also triggered it, but it still stayed hidden from Fabian's sight. This was the amount of control that Keith had over his systems at this moment. I guess now is a right time to trigger it, he thought as he did exactly that and checked how the body cultivation system worked. Keith wasn't someone who read too many cultivation novels in his previous life, so the names felt like they were all over the place. Jade skin, heaven-forged flesh, gold-woven tendons, adamantine bones, divine marrow purification, dragon blood tempering, and golden organ refinement. What the fuck? How is it dragon blood tempering if there is no dragon blood there? Divine marrow without any divinity and adamantine bones without any adamantine. Yeah, this shit sucks, he thought as he immediately edited the names. Yeah, looks better now, he muttered as he took a good look at the body cultivation system again. Skin hardening, builds the foundation by fortifying the body's outermost layer, increasing resistance to physical harm. Grade, none. Muscle strengthening, muscles thicken and become denser without increasing mass excessively. It enhances flexibility, endurance, strength, agility, and resilience, allowing the user to exert superhuman force. Grade, none. Tendon strengthening, fortifies the connective tissues to withstand extreme strain and improve explosive power. Grade, none. Bone forging, reinforces the skeletal structure for unyielding durability, letting them withstand immense stress, strain and absorb tremendous shock. Grade, none. Marrow cleansing, purifies the bone marrow to rejuvenate the body and enhance vitality. Provides improved blood production, faster healing, and extended longevity. Grade, none. Blood purification, enhances the quality of the blood to improve energy circulation, by increasing the concentration of oxygen in the blood. Provides increased stamina. Grade, none. Organ refinement, fortifies internal organs for greater endurance and resilience. Additionally, the heart pumps more blood, lungs have higher capacity, liver and kidneys become more efficient, helping with detoxification and poison resistance. Grade, none. Yep, looks way better. The names aren't flashy and are to the point, he thought as he stared at the system screen. The progression is linear, huh? Let's change that. From the original settings, where the user could only move on to the next stage after achieving max grade in the previous stages, Keith took out the limitations, making it possible to upgrade anything that a person wanted. There's no need for auto upgrades with money either. I'm rich now, so there's no point in taking money from these guys. I should also take this away from Vincent and start exploring other money-making options. I can't keep pushing people to steal from me. He then took a nice bath and set off with Caleb for his 5 weeks journey to Kazakh Empire. He wasn't taking a water route anymore, so even with a horse carriage, he knew that it would take more time. Fabian groggily woke up and looked at the wife of another villager whom he didn't even know and grinned, remembering the events of last night. Heh, fucking weaklings. If you can't protect your women, then you don't deserve them, he thought, but right at the moment, a translucent screen popped up in front of his face. Body Cultivation System. Name, Fabian Rickolf. Physique, Grade S. Genetic physique type, Endurance. Awakening status, Awakened. Awakened ability, Supernatural Regeneration. Supernatural Regeneration, boosts the regenerative ability to an unbelievable extent. Does not rely on nutrition as a fuel and instead uses mental energy. Body Cultivation, allows the user to cultivate their body beyond human limits. Body Upgrades. Skin Hardening, click for more info. Muscle Strengthening, click for more info. Tendon Strengthening, click for more info. Bone Forging, click for more info. Marrow Cleansing, click for more info. Blood Purification, click for more info. Organ Refinement, click for more info. Fabian did as it asked him to do and checked the information on every single body cultivation realm, his smile growing wide as he did so. I thought that there was no way for me to get stronger than I currently am, but damn, a chance like this out of nowhere. Is this the work of the gods? Keith, who was sitting in his carriage, smirked when he saw Fabian's thoughts and immediately replied as he made up a new persona. Golden Jade Dragon Emperor Daoist Young Master, Jr., the path of a cultivator is to ascend against the heavens, to defy heaven itself and to conquer it with your body. The journey will be hard and tumultuous, but conquering everything is the way of the Tao. Are you willing to do anything to achieve greatness? Yes. I will do anything. Anything for power. Fabian screamed as he looked around, making the woman beside him wake up suddenly. You, get the fuck out of here, he growled as he grabbed her clothes and threw them at her face, now. As the woman scurried away, he looked around, waiting for answers. Keith thought for a while before sending another message. Golden Jade Dragon Emperor Daoist Young Master, then you must control yourself, Junior. Stop committing extremely evil things. Think about it, are those women absolutely needed for your survival and growth? All they do is take away your life energy from you. Harming innocent children goes against my way of Tao, so if you want me to guide you, you must swear on your life that you'll never harm an innocent child intentionally. Fabian thought for a while and this act alone disgusted Keith. What was even there to think about? But he knew that everyone's morals were different and to change those, he'd need time, patience and a few other things. Fine, I swear on my life. But if some kid who's trained to kill or has grudge against me, comes to fight me, then I won't show any mercy. Golden Jade Dragon Emperor Daoist Young Master, that is acceptable. Now go outside and punch a tree, and a rock. Fabian did as he was told to and rushed outside. He first went to the edge of the village and stood in front of a tree before taking a deep breath and with a sudden burst of strength, his fist shot forward. A dull thud sounded along with a few cracks. Not on the tree, but one could easily tell that they came from Fabian himself if they saw the blood dripping from his fist. The wood healed in mere 3 seconds as he walked towards a decent-sized rock and sent a punch flying towards it too. This time, there were no thuds and instead, just a small squish and the sound of bones shattering like before, but crispier. Fabian only had a slight frown on his face due to the pain, but this was a very mild reaction to something as painful as having the bones broken. Keith saw this and sighed, this guy, putting his questionable goals aside, he's way better than Vincent when it comes to fighting potential. Especially with his familiarity to pain. He took a deep breath and gave Fabian a free upgrade. Golden Jade Dragon Emperor Daoist Young Master, good. I've seen all I need to see. My divine artifact will keep an eye on you from now on and I'll come back if there's something urgent. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a free upgrade to skin hardening. Fabian saw this and opened up his system to see that the skin hardening had gone from no grade to F grade. He also felt it in his body, his skin going taut against his body, diminishing the wrinkles on his face that had formed thanks to aging. He hummed and punched the rock again, only to see his fingers crack against the force he applied. I feel less pain, but the difference isn't much. If I bring up the grade, then will I be able to hit harder without having to heal my hands after every punch, he thought as an evil grin filled with excitement formed on his face. He immediately went back to his system screen, wanting to find out how he could upgrade them more. The weird sense of happiness he felt from the sudden improvement in his body was hard to forget, even if it was negligible. In his mind, the possibilities were endless and he wanted to make full use of it. Keith still had his eyes on Fabian, but he panicked when he saw that Fabian was searching for a method on how to level up his body cultivation. I completely forgot about that. He thought as he stared at the system screen awkwardly, oh well, it's not too late. He immediately went to work on the automated progression system and the first thing he did was to lock all the realms of cultivation other than skin hardening, making it linear again, but this was just a temporary measure. Knowing Fabian, he picked some of the more physically brutal methods as a prerequisite for upgrades. From F to E grade, it was a simple and small number, especially for someone like Fabian. He created a training cycle. Each cycle consisting of 100 full power punches against rocks, 1000 full power punches against dry sand, 100 full power kicks against rocks, 100 headbutts to rocks, 100 friction body rubs until skin peels off and finally, 10 hours of body soak in extremely hot water. Once he set up what each cycle consisted, he went ahead and put in the values needed for each upgrade of skin hardening. Unlock F grade, 1 cycle. F to E grade, 5 cycles. E to D grade, 10 cycles. D to C grade, 20 cycles. C to B grade, 50 cycles. B to A grade, 100 cycles. That was where it stopped as Keith had other plans for the S, SS and SSS grades. He also had plans to give access to the other upgrade options, like the muscles and bones once skin hardening reached a grade. Once he was done, the information was uploaded into the body cultivation system and Fabian also received a notification about the access to upgrades, which he immediately checked. Damn, so harsh. But it looks like I was picked for this specific reason, because it's so harsh that a normal person might die while doing it. Who'd have expected that I'd get something out of my ability? Oh baby, I'm a special man on this world, he sang mentally, making Keith chuckle inwardly. Well, this was made specifically for you, but I guess I'll let you be delusional for now. Or maybe you're just singing, even though your voice is trash, he thought as he closed the system screen, not wanting to listen more. He stretched his body, feeling slightly better as he yawned. Well, now that he's busy with upgrading his skin hardening, I have a good amount of time to get things done, but before that, I must send this bastard a warning. Keith then began to create a quest for Fabian, wanting him to know about Vincent's arrival. As he created the quest, a playful smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he decided to create a persona specifically for Fabian when he talked to him as his system. Quest: the ant that slipped through your fingers is returning back as a dragon. Prepare yourself to fight, or run to save your life until you turn into a dragon. Quest reward: none. Punishment: none. System: old bitch, I don't think you can fight the young man, so just run. All you've been doing until now was fucking others' women cause you couldn't get one for yourself. Talk about being pathetic. Tui. TCH, it's a pity that I can't really spit, if I could, I'd have spit right on your face. Anyways, tell me if you're running or if you're going to stay here stubbornly and get burnt like a bitch. Fabian froze when he saw the message, his mouth wide open in shock until his rage took over. A/N, I'll be bringing down the chapter updates to 2 per day as I need some time to plan out the plot for the next arc. I won't reveal much, but get ready for gang wars in Auburn District. Keith spent the rest of his time teaching Caleb a few things he knew, while also learning some things in return, especially about Baroma Kingdom where Caleb was from, since there wasn't much written about the kingdom in the novel. That is, when compared to its neighboring kingdoms and empires. On the way, he set up the battle god system and body cultivation system in such a way that he would be able to chill without having to keep an eye on the two of them constantly. He set up prerequisites for upgrades until the A rank, and for the later upgrades, there would be no other option for the two of them but to wait for Keith to give them a special quest where they can get free skill upgrades. Gotta keep the supply low and the demand high. Only then will I be able to give them high-level quests for something as small as one skill upgrade, he thought as he stared at the system screen, emotionless. He then looked at Caleb and sighed inwardly, knowing very well that he wouldn't be able to reach his full potential as his mental energy usage efficiency was abysmally low. 2% efficiency, and that's in ideal conditions. With his mentality, it's lower than 1% at the moment, he thought as he recalled the system's words on how efficiency varied every second, based on physical, mental and spiritual condition. Physical and mental condition was easy to understand, but spiritual condition had a slightly hazy meaning. It was connected to mental condition, but relied heavily on faith, trust and certain other positive emotions. As he was deep in thought, he heard the carriage stop and shook his head slightly to push away his thoughts, clearing his mind. Lunchtime, huh? I guess now's the right time to talk about your progress, Caleb, he said as he got out of the carriage. Caleb, who was about to open the door beside him, froze when he heard Keith's words. He knew that there was no progress since he couldn't really feel any difference. But he still had a slight hope, a hope that maybe someday in the future, he could use his abilities to a greater extent. It was Keith who had planted this seed of hope within him, but now, he felt like his entire being was getting surrounded by a dark smoke. His body felt unnecessarily stiff and he could feel his heart beat on his head. Sweat beads began to form as he stared at the door in front of him silently, not wanting to open it. Not wanting to walk towards his impending doom, only to find his only bright path getting shrouded in darkness. Oi Caleb, come out. Keith called out as he kept an eye on Caleb's system screen in front of him, a frown forming on his face. Keith's voice, the one which felt soothing for so long in his ears, felt like a sharp knife digging into his brain at this moment. He took a deep breath and with sweaty hands, pushed open the door. He got out and turned to see Keith filling up his pipe with some dry leaves. He walked over and once he got close, he saw Keith extend his arm towards him, offering his pipe. Here, take a few drags. Caleb didn't know anything about the effects of the pipe, but he knew that Keith smoked it once in a while. He stared at the pipe for a few full seconds before taking a long drag. For a second, he didn't feel a thing, but then he felt a sense of peace settle in his body that he didn't expect he could ever feel. I feel weird, he thought as he looked at Keith, who was smiling, but it feels nice. Give me that pendant, Caleb. I can tell that it's of no use to you. Keith said as grabbed a small stone from the ground and began to play with it, tossing in the air and catching it. Caleb, who expected something dreadful, knew that this was exactly what he had expected. But for some reason, he calmly took off the pendant and gave it to Keith. I know that this isn't doing much for me, but is this pipe controlling my mind? The one thing I feared was to let go of this pendant, he said as he looked at Keith, waiting for answers. Nah, it doesn't control anyone's mind. It gives you immense mental clarity, that's all. You probably already knew that the pendant wasn't working and it makes sense to just let go of it when it's not working for you, right? Though, you shouldn't worry too much since I have another way, but I would be lying if I said that it will have a guaranteed effect. Keith said as he patted a medium-sized boulder beside him, signaling Caleb to sit down. Caleb silently did as he was told to and looked at Keith, awaiting more answers. Seeing this, Keith sighed and snapped his fingers, creating a small fireball. I'm still surprised that you didn't ask me about how I got this, he said as he smiled. Caleb nodded, well. I didn't want to intrude too much. After all, if it's something you wanted to tell me, then you would have told me without me having to ask for you. TCH. Keith clicked his tongue and shook his head. Sure, you're right. But sometimes, it's better to ask. If people don't want to talk about something, they'll tell you directly, or show some signs like discomfort. That's when you know that you're intruding too much or not. Anyways, back to the topic. With a slight wave of his hand, the small fireball flew into the sky, forming a large spear as its speed increased. This is what I received from something called the Second Awakening. Just stay with me for now, and if I get a chance, I'll ask one of the higher-ups to consider you as their next investment. I feel like the time will come soon, especially within the next 3 years. If your luck is good, then just 18 more months. Thanks to the pipe, Caleb accepted Keith's words without any effort, but that only lasted for almost an hour before he began to feel like he had reached a dead end once again. But luckily for him, Keith promised him a responsibility, since he knew that Caleb simply wanted to be of use to the team. He simply wanted a place where he felt like belonged in. Or at least, that was what Keith assumed from reading Caleb's inner thoughts. You know what, you're still a part of the team, so don't forget about it. You and Laura will be responsible for intel gathering and cleaning up. I believe that you'll be able to make proper decisions. Just keep in mind that the ability to fight isn't the only thing that brings value to a person. Just take me for example. I won't be humble this time, and I believe that there's no need for me to tell you how much of an impact I made during the training camp, right? Tell me, did I have abilities that helped me with fighting? No, right? I barely did shit during the sparring events. But I contributed in other ways, and I believe that you can do the same. You just have to trust yourself and work hard towards the things that you can do instead of crying over things that you can't, he said, knowing well that the main reason for the strong impact was his system and the way he used his divine energy to make system seeds so that he could read what the other teams were doing. This information was crucial for the success of his team, and he knew very well that he was not an overly smart individual who could make guesses based on extremely minor clues. It was all thanks to the information being fed to him in its face value. Luckily, Caleb cheered up once Keith began to list the various things he could do to help the team, and Keith also pushed him to learn etiquette, teaching him everything he had learned from Amelia in the past few months. Days quickly passed, and Keith switched carriages every time he got to a new district or town. This saved time as he didn't have to wait for the horses to rest, but it also cost more money. Luckily, money wasn't a problem for him, and he was able to reach Auburn district in 4 weeks and 2 days instead of 5 weeks. He got off the carriage and stretched, his joints making snapping sounds. Ugh, that felt good, he said, his voice lazy as he turned to look at Caleb, who was doing the same. Go to the church and they'll tell you what to do next. I'll go meet my family and join you. Understood, Captain Keith. Keith blinked twice as he stared at Caleb. We're not on duty. It's fine, I'm trying to get used to the sound of it. Do whatever you want. Keith said as he shook his head and began to walk towards his sister's house. Keith didn't feel any kind of strong connection to his sister, but she had given him a place to stay when he had almost nothing. Adam had helped him find a good job while also giving him bullets that were very valuable. Due to this, even though the connection didn't feel deep, he still wished well for the family. He didn't want to see them suffer, and he also wanted to get his hands on Adam's awakened ability. As he walked, he took a look at his system and saw the countdown for tax collection getting close to 0. Vincent's tax was ready to be collected, but Keith simply wanted to keep things in order, so he waited for Fabian's cooldown to end so that he could collect both at the same time. He didn't have to wait for long, as there were only few more seconds to go, and once it hit 0, he immediately claimed his monthly rewards. SSS grade red hot fist from Vincent and S grade physique from Fabian. He suddenly felt lighter, his mental energy began to drain at a rate that he did not expect, but he felt a sudden surge of energy in his muscles. It went up to a point where he started to feel uncomfortable, so he began to run, expending the energy that was mysteriously getting shoved into his body from God knew where. Jogging wasn't enough, so Keith sprinted, reaching a speed that was slightly more than 40 km per hour, but he didn't have an instrument to measure it, and nor did he care. He simply wanted to run, and the more he ran, the more thrilled he felt. The burning muscles made him feel alive, and before he knew it, he was right in front of his sister's home. He stared at the door, looking slightly disappointed that his run had ended so soon. A part of him wanted to turn back and continue running, but another part of him wanted to get the important things done first. After hesitating for a few seconds, Keith knocked on the door and waited. The door opened and Rebecca stood in front of him with her baby in her arms. "You're back," she said as a smile bloomed on her face and she raised her free arm to hug him. "Welcome back." Keith silently patted her back before taking a step back from her, but just as he was about to speak, the kid pointed his small finger at him. "Dada." "No, that's your uncle." "Come on Chris, say uncle," Rebecca said, as she looked at Chris while pointing at Keith. Chris grinned, showing of his tiny teeth as he looked at Keith and bobbed his head backwards. "Dada he," he said and stuffed his 4 fingers into his mouth. Seeing this, Keith couldn't help but smile. Damn, he's growing up fast. "Yeah, and I'm still salty that he knows how to say dada and not mama," Rebecca said, pouting as she pinched Chris's chubby cheeks. Enjoy more content from Empire. Keith sat with his sister and talked until evening, only stopping when he saw Adam walk into the house. "Wah, you're back." "That's pretty early as far as I know," he said as he walked inside, looking tired but there was a spark in his eyes. "Anyways, how did it go?" Keith smirked. "My team won," he said, but his expression immediately turned serious. "I got something important to talk about and I've been waiting for you to get home so that I can tell you both at the same time." Hearing Keith's words, Adam let out a soft sigh. "Oh God, not more. Those gang bastards are already a big pain in my ass, and I have something to tell you too," he said and pulled a chair so he could take a seat. "Well," Keith began as his eyes darted between the two of them and the sleeping baby, "whatever I'm going to tell you right now, is not supposed to reach anyone's ears, okay?" He observed their expressions as they nodded and continued, "There's going to be chaos in a year and a half. Or one could even call it war. I want you guys to move to the capital or the cities that are immediate neighbors of the capital because that'll probably be the safest place. I mean, I could technically move since I know people who owe me favors, but is there really no other option?" Adam asked as he rested his arm on the table, focusing on Keith with a serious expression on his face. "Staying here isn't too dangerous really, but keep in mind that you have a child. Do you really want to take a risk? Anyways, I also plan on hunting down the gangs in this district with my team, so you wouldn't really have to wait for too long if you want to watch chaos. I have a feeling that they'll target you guys in retaliation and that's the reason I want you guys in a safer place." Rebecca looked at Keith with fear and worry, while a smile popped up on Adam's face. "Heh, your team looks like you got a promotion. Which position? Head detective? Or is it just a regular detective? Last time I remember, you were just a trainee." "Well, let's just say I switched branches. I'm an inquisitor now and I guess you already know what that means. Riskier missions, high chances of getting transferred or called to a different place and yada yada. Though, I don't have to wait for a client if I want to do something. As long as I have a valid reason, I can take action against anyone," Keith said with a slight smile on his face. Inquisitors from the Protection Church did the same thing as the detectives, but they didn't have the responsibility to protect. A detective's job entailed protecting the client from danger while also trying to find the culprit at the same time. They weren't allowed to kill unless it was an extreme situation, but this wasn't the case with inquisitors. All they needed was a reason and some minor proof that a person is a danger to society, or someone else. With just this, inquisitors could go around taking action and they were also allowed to kill as long as their target did some unforgivable crime. If it wasn't something serious, then unless the situation was extremely dangerous, the inquisitors weren't allowed to kill. Hearing Keith's words, Adam banged the table hard, waking up the baby while Rebecca stared at Keith silently with her mouth slightly open. "Damn, what's your salary?" I heard that inquisitors get paid a lot and you also get contracts from the Empire too. Damn, my brother-in-law is a big shot now, he said, grinning widely. Stay connected with Empire. Keith smiled sheepishly as he watched his sister put her baby back to sleep. Well, 20 zen a week. So like 1 kron and 30 zen in 4 weeks. Hearing this, Adam nodded, clearly impressed. Alright, since you're an inquisitor, I'm guessing that all the stuff you told us came from someone important. If not, you wouldn't be worrying so much. I guess we'll move, but let me pull some strings tomorrow. I probably won't get the sheriff post, but if I sign a contract that I'll give them all the bullets that I make, maybe they'll give me a good pay on top of buying my bullets. Adam said, losing himself in his own thoughts. Rebecca nodded as she looked at both her brother and her husband. Right, if it's going to get dangerous here, then it's better to move. Oh yeah, how could I forget about this? She said and smiled playfully. Can you take a holiday tomorrow, Keith? I have a surprise for you, she said, and Keith didn't think about it as he nodded. Sure, I guess, but I'll have to go talk to my team once and get things going. So yeah, I guess I'll be gone for like 3 hours max, he said. Adam rapped on the table a few times before sighing, I guess I'll go start things right now. It's still evening, so a lot of people will still be awake. Keith and Rebecca silently watched him leave, and once he did, Keith leaned back against his chair leisurely. I guess I'll go sleep. The journey was long and tiring after all. Oh, that's not happening. Rebecca said sternly as her eyebrows creased, you gotta eat something before you sleep, you know. And God knows how much you must have suffered while traveling. Did you even eat anything nice? With a slight smile on his face, he watched her get off the chair so she could make something for him. Something small is good enough for me, sis. I actually ate a lot while traveling, tasting different food from different places, he said as he leaned forward and rested his head on the table, relaxing slightly. Rebecca worked on the kitchen counter, but paused for a second and hesitated before speaking. Keith, about Robert. The next morning, Keith woke up and took a nice, hot water bath before he headed over to the church to ask for an official workplace for his team. He walked into the church, and compared to the one in Baroma Kingdom, this one looked way less impressive. It was smaller, but he liked this smaller church building more than the larger one. Stay updated with Empire. Instead of the confessional, he walked past a door that was specifically meant for the staff and walked along the corridors until he reached the room where the person who was in charge of the church resided. He looked at the small wooded board with the name, Priest Pascal. 3 knocks were made on the door and Keith heard a voice come out. Come in, child. Whoever you are. Keith pushed the door open and looked at the young priest. He was fully clad in white robes, having below average looks, but his smile was a warm one. Being in his presence felt like getting in a magical hot spring as Keith's body relaxed along with his mind. But while this did feel good, Keith couldn't help but frown. Your awakened ability, he asked as he took out a few papers and looked at the priest, who nodded, the smile still plastered on his face. Yes, but I can't really stop it, so I apologize if it makes you uncomfortable. Nah, it feels good. As long as it isn't used against me, I'm fine. Keith responded as he placed the papers on the table and took out his pipe before lighting it up. While Priest Pascal read the papers, he took one nice drag and felt the relaxed feeling reduce. Pascal silently read everything and then looked up at Keith looking slightly uneasy. So, you're an inquisitor, huh? I didn't think that Auburg district would need a team of inquisitors, so I'd like to know the reason for your choice. Usually, inquisitors set up their offices in extremely populated places or the ones where there's a lot of crime. Auburg district, on the other hand, wasn't too populated, and while there was crime, it had just started to bloom and was also being suppressed. Which meant that people outside shouldn't have known about the state of Auburg district this soon. Keith looked at the priest with a straight face and answered, it's confidential, but... he said as he shot a system seed at Pascal before accessing his thoughts and memories. With the help of his system server, he asked it to compile data that connected Auburg district to Pascal. Long walls of text began to pop up in front of Keith, which meant that Pascal had a long history here, and since Keith couldn't read everything right now, he decided to put the matter on hold. It's confidential, but I guess I can tell you one thing. I'm here to erase the gangs. Pascal froze for a second before nodding. I wish you good luck. As for an office, feel free to use the one that our detectives are using. I'm sure they'll help you with your goals too. Great, now it's time to talk about payments. Keith said and saw Pascal smile. Yeah, don't worry about money. 20 Zen for you, 10 Zen for Lady Clara, 10 Zen for Nathan and 3 Zen for both Laura and Caleb. A total of 46 Zen, did I get that right? Keith nodded, as that was exactly the salaries that Maria's grandfather had fixed for his team, and that was what was written in one of the papers. It was a large amount of money, but Keith knew one drawback from this. It was the lack of commissions. Detectives would get extra money in the form of commission from the clients on top of their weekly salary, but inquisitors didn't get any of this. Even then, this was a stable income source, and Keith preferred this way more than those inconsistent clients when it came to money matters. He talked to the priest for 2 more minutes before he walked out of the room and strolled out of the church, only to see his inquisitor team standing along with his ex-coworkers. "What are you guys doing here?" he asked as he walked over to them, and Edward grinned as he responded, "Well, Laura here saw you head into the church, and since we were all inside the church, to collect out weekly salaries, we were able to gather before you came out. Anyways, what's the verdict? I'm guessing that you want to set up your base in Auburg, so what kind of place did the priest offer you? A luxurious office that's like huge? Or did he just give you a villa and dash? He told me to share the office with you guys. Though, I reckon that it's going to be crowded." Keith cut him off and sighed, "Though, I'm thinking of renting a place separately with my own money, but I do have plans of working together with you guys." Brandon nodded. "Yeah, it's better to get a new office, but usually the priests take care of all the necessities." An inquisitor team being pushed to share an office with the detective department is something I've never heard about. "Captain Keith, why don't we just buy a house instead? The 3 of us are looking for one, so why not buy a house with 2 to 3 bedrooms and use one of the rooms as an office? This way, we'll be able to split the rent and also save up some money." Caleb voiced out his thoughts and his 2 friends nodded in response. "We'll talk about that later. But for now, we have a few important things to do." Keith said as he took out his revolver, "I'm making it mandatory for the members in my team to have a revolver. I know a guy, and since all of you have gathered, I feel like now's the right time to just go and get you guys some weapons." Laura frowned as she looked at Keith. "Captain, did you forget? We donated most of our money to the mysterious person who needed our help." "Oh, of course now. I'm buying the weapons for you guys." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Keith took them to the same place where he had originally bought his revolver and greeted the man behind the counter. "Hey General Bet. Nice to see you again. I gotta tell you, the revolver you gifted me has helped a lot," he said as he walked towards the counter before adding, "I'm here to buy some revolvers for my friends, but I also have another request. I want to meet the gunsmith who created my revolver. What was his name again? Avon Bromos? Alvlin Bragas." Bet said as he smiled and looked at the group. "So, what kind of firearms do you want me to give them?" Keith shrugged and looked at his friends. "They can pick whichever they want, I guess. I'll pay, and feel free to take them to the back room." Bet nodded and opened the door to his storeroom as he waited for everyone to get in, but Amelia stayed back as she looked at Keith, who was waiting for her to get in. "You don't want any?" "Oh wait, you already have one. I mean, feel free to buy an extra." "I don't mind," Keith said, but Amelia shook her head before looking at Bet. "Old man, get back in. I got something private to talk about," she said with a frown, making Bet chuckle. "This kid didn't change at all, did she?" he said as he walked inside and closed the door behind him, only to have Clara open the door again. She popped her head out of the door and looked at the two of them who were facing each other. Oh. Amelia, you should have told me first, but it's fine, I don't mind it if it's you. You can be his second, she said, without knowing the context. Even Keith panicked and opened up his system screen to see what was going on in Amelia's mind, but while he did that, Amelia flared up. It's not what you think it is. Also, I'm not dumb enough to ask a guy out when I clearly know that he isn't interested in me, she shot back, but Clara smiled and came out of the storeroom before closing the door behind her. But you're not denying that you like him, are you? She asked as she grabbed Amelia's hand and looked at Keith, who seemed like he was staring at the wall behind her. Hey, you don't mind dating her, right? After all, she's a top-class beauty. Keith took his eyes off his system screen and sighed. Now's not the time for this discussion, Clara, and also, the topic seemed serious from the look on her face. No, wait. Amelia said and turned to face Clara, her expression both furious and sad. Please don't poke your nose into this matter. Especially when I wanted to talk to him alone. Clara stared at Amelia silently like she was in a state of shock before nodding. Her voice shook as she spoke. I'm sorry. Keith, stuck as a third person, couldn't help but sigh. In his eyes, both made mistakes and he didn't want to see their friendship crumble. He silently watched Clara leave and looked at Amelia. You know, you didn't really tell anyone that you wanted to talk to me alone. Let's not talk about that, please. I just lost my cool and I already regret it. You don't have to deepen the guilt I'm feeling right now, she said with a complicated expression on her face before letting out a soft sigh. She took out her revolver and grabbed Keith's hand before pushing it into his palm. Here, it's a special revolver and I feel like it'll be of more use to you than to me. Keith frowned slightly as he looked at the gun. But, isn't this an artifact? Are you sure that you want to give it to me? I mean, people consider these more valuable than human life, he said as he gave it back to her, not wanting to take something so valuable. I mean, yes, it's an artifact. In fact, it's a blessed artifact, but you gotta keep in mind that the effects of this artifact isn't world-breaking, she said as she looked up at Keith, and added, come on, just take it, alright? You can buy B2 guns in return. Also, all this gun does is allow you to use hunter bullets instead of the Empire ones, so it's not all that great. Keith, who had his eye on the system screen in front of him as he read her thoughts, sighed and shook his head. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Come on, why not just tell me instead of keep me in the dark? Well, fuck, I hate you, Keith, she cursed as she stomped her foot on the ground and shook her head with an annoyed look on her face. What I mean to say is, the blessed artifact is actually the striking hammer in the revolver. All it needs is one touch to the butt of a bullet and it'll be able to fire it. It can't really negate the recoil, but it has other functions. You don't need a safety since this hammer has its own semi-consciousness. As long as you have it on you and you're the official master, it will have some form of connection to your mind and body. In times of danger, it can fire at your enemies for you and, yes, that's the reason why I wanted you to keep it. I mean, you're an Inquisitor now, Keith, and Inquisitors get into a lot of dangerous situations. Compared to me, you'll need it more. So stop asking more questions and just take it before I smack you. Keith let out a soft sigh once he heard her words. He already knew, but it felt different when he heard it from her directly instead of reading her thoughts in the form of text. Alright, I'll take it. But I'll grant you a wish as long as it is within my capabilities. Also, no dating and bullshit, cause having two lovers sounds like a pain in the ass, he said and saw Amelia's serious face falter as she let out a smile. Just give me a hug, and 2 revolvers. A/N, I kinda lost track of the dates and just realized that today is the last day of the month. I plan on changing the priv tiers, so I thought it'll be better to give you guys a heads up. It'll go with 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 chapters. I'll first release tier 4 and once I accumulate 5 more chapters, I'll release tier 5. I also plan on doing the extra chapters for golden tickets/gifts, but I think I'll change it from 5 GT for 1 chapter to 10 GT for 1 chapter. Anyways, enough of my blabbering. Have fun reading since another chapter is coming soon. Keith pulled her close and embraced her before speaking, promise me that you'll make up with Clara. She looked devastated. It's her fault for teasing me at the wrong time, but yes, I love her too much to not apologize. We fought a lot in the past and always made up with each other, you know. So you don't have to worry about it, she said, her voice slightly muffled as she made full use of her situation to rub her face on Keith's chest. Anyways, go pick whatever you want, and once I settle the bills, you take Clara to a restaurant. I'll leave all the talking and explanations to you, so yeah, I'm confident that you'll manage, he said, and took a step back from her. Amelia puckered her lips before pushing her tongue out, TCH, so stuck up. You can't even let me hug you for more than 10 seconds. Anyways, you should do better as Clara's man. Like, come on, why didn't you support her when I said whatever I said? 'Cause she was at fault too, and I'm not sticking my butt into a fight between friends who have known each other for a long time. TCH, whatever, she said, and began to walk towards the door of the storeroom. As she moved, she turned her head around as much as she could and spoke, also, I've made you the master, so you should be able to communicate with it now. Keith watched her leave and then looked at the revolver. You can talk. There was no sound, but instead, the hammer simply moved back and forth. Ah, so you communicate like this, huh? Well, that's kinda cute, I guess. Oh yeah, since you're a striking hammer, does that mean that I can move you to a different weapon and you'll be able to function without depending on one single revolver? He asked, and saw the hammer move backwards, go to the center and go backwards again. Keith did not really understand if that was a yes or a no, so he silently stared at it for a few seconds before setting some rules. Alright, I don't think I can understand you or communicate with you like this. Show me the action you do for a yes first and then for a no. The hammer paused for 3 seconds before it repeated the thing it did a few seconds ago. It moved backwards, then front, but only until it reached the center and then went back again. Once done, it rested for 3 more seconds before snapping towards the front extremely fast, and it did this 3 times. Okay, so a yes is half the distance and a no is full distance but aggressive. Keith commented, and the hammer replied with its yes. Alright, that's cool, he said, and put it in his pocket before walking into the storeroom so he could see what his people were picking. To his surprise, they weren't settling on just revolvers. Instead, they were checking out other kinds of firearms too. Edward stood with a shotgun, Nolan had a hunting rifle, and Laura also grabbed a shotgun for herself. Before they could even ask him for permission to buy them, Keith raised his hand to stop them from opening their mouths. Feel free to pick whichever you want, but I need a reason for your picks. Edward raised his shotgun to his chest and was about to tell Keith his reasons when Keith stopped him. Not you, I'm talking about my team. You can feel free to pick whatever you want, and I don't need reasons for your pick either. Though, I won't be paying for Brandon. Why? What did I even do to you? Brandon stammered as he looked at Keith, feeling betrayed. Keith gave him a blank look and shook his head. You're a stingy bitch, so I'm gonna be stingy with you too. Buy it with your own money, he said, and turned away. No one in the group had expected this, since Keith wasn't someone petty enough to do something like this, but that was until Amelia opened her mouth. Heh, serves you right, bitch Brandon. You refuse to help your friends in need, so don't expect others to pay for you either. I'm with Keith on this one, she declared proudly, but Brandon shot back too. Yeah, sure. You always take the side that's not with me, you damn witch. Bleh. Amelia stuck her tongue out before walking over to the other side where there were a lot of revolvers and flintlocks. She ignored all the flintlocks and focused on just the revolvers as she opened the wooden boxes one by one to see the weapon that was hidden inside. Amelia stopped when she saw a familiar-looking revolver inside a box and then turned to look at Keith, who was busy watching the others shop. It's the same gun, she squealed inwardly and took it to bet. Hey old man, I'll take this one. Keith turned to look at her as she was the first one who had made up her mind so soon. You already found one? You need another though, he said as he looked at the gun and then at Amelia, who nodded and turned towards Bet. Old man, give me another revolver that's the same as this one. Bet chuckled, there isn't any. I only keep one of them in my store since most people don't buy them. Feel free to pick something else though. Keith shook his head, nah, the weapon's gotta be the same. It's cooler that way and it also has its practical benefits, he said and frowned as he thought for a few seconds before taking out his own revolver from his inner pockets. He gave it to Amelia even though he felt slightly sad for giving away his weapon, but when he thought about the one that Amelia had given him, he knew that even if he gave her 10 weapons, he wouldn't be able to even things out. Here, take it. I'll buy a new one. Almost an hour later. Keith stood in front of a medium-sized house. His eyes were fixated on the separate room that was built beside this house and he could hear the sounds of metal hitting metal from where he was standing. He felt slightly nervous but he still walked over to the room and knocked on the door. Coming, a gruff voice shot out, but the rhythmic metallic sounds did not stop for 10 more seconds. Once it did though, Keith heard some footsteps until the door suddenly opened up. Alvlin looked straight at Keith as he was standing at the same height and then his gaze moved to Keith's hands. What do you want? He asked as his gaze went back to Keith's face. Keith silently took out his Inquisitor badge that he had received 2 months ago and showed it to Alvlin. But I didn't do anything. Alvlin said as he frowned deeply before grumbling, I bet those smelly nobles went around accusing me for things I didn't do. TCH, smelly bastards. Keith smiled and shook his head, nah, I'm here to offer you some work. I want you to sign a pact with me. One where I'll give you ideas and help with making designs while you do the work. I'll pay you for the materials and also your time. You'll also receive 50 crowns the moment you sign the pact or contract or whatever you'd like to call it. Alvlin raised his eyebrow and stared at Keith, trying to figure out if he was lying or not before nodding. Well, how did you learn about me and why do you want to work with me specifically? Can I come in first? Keith asked, his smile still plastered on his face as he waited for Alvlin to let him in. Which he did. Alvin nodded and moved aside to let Keith in before locking the door behind him. The room was pretty simple. It had one large furnace, 2 anvils, a drum filled halfway through with water for quenching purposes, a barrel of oil and then there were more than 10 hammers hung up on the walls. Keith also glanced at the large basket filled with iron ore and then turned to face Alvlin. He watched Alvlin move the anvils away from the thick wooden logs and sat on top of one before pointing at the other, come sit. Keith nodded and sat down before he got back to business. I learned about you from General Bet and he gifted your revolver to me when I needed it and was broke too. It helped me out a lot, mind you. But as time passed and I learned more about revolvers, I realized that the double action function that you created is revolutionary. Unike manual revolvers, we don't have to pull the hammer back on our own and as far as I've seen, most people use their free hand to pull the hammers. As for the ones who use just one hand to operate the weapon, they use their thumb to cock the hammer but this takes time. This time is very precious when we're in a combat situation and your double action mechanism solves every problem. Having this while in actual combat is like having a great advantage. As for the reason why I picked you, it's not yet decided. Consider this as an interview of sorts and as long as you pass my tests, you'll be picked. Keith said and waited for Alvlin's answer, which was a simple nod. Alright, firstly I want to know about your family, your financial status, about your problems and lastly, your awakened ability if you have any. Hearing the list, Alvlin took a deep breath and nodded, got it. My wife died while giving birth along with my child. I'm currently living alone and I bury myself in work to keep my mind off the depressing thoughts. I have quite a bit of money in savings, around 10 crowns. I usually sell my weapons to store owners with a simple formula in mind. 20% more than the cost of all raw materials. As for problems, well, the smelly nobles are putting dirt on my name and then there's another group of bastards that are trying to force me to make weapons for them. Which I can't do since they're civilians. I can only sell my weapons to reputed store owners who have the badge of permission from the Empire. If I go around distributing my weapons to random people, I'll get thrown in prison, he said, and then took out a small iron bar that was as long as his finger. He glanced at Keith and the iron bar began to bend slowly. I can control metals, that's my awakened ability. I can't make them fly and all that, but it helps me with my work, he said and waited for Keith's answer. Keith nodded as he closed his eyes, acting like he was thinking deeply, but all he did was look at Alvlin's status info. User status. Name, Alvlin Bragas. Physique, Grade C. Genetic physique type, instantaneous burst. Awakening status, awakened. Awakened ability, ferrokinesis. Ferrokinesis, the ability to manipulate iron and iron-based metals as if they were clay, allowing the user to shape objects at will. Keith opened his eyes and smiled. Great, it'll be a pleasure to work with you, Sir Alvlin, he said and took out a carefully rolled sheet of paper from his pocket and unrolled it before showing it to Alvlin. Feel free to read it, he said and gave it to Alvlin, who took his sweet time to go through the terms, and once he was done, he nodded. Okay, sounds good, but why do you want free access to my workshop? Well, you see, I have some interest in blacksmithing myself, but thanks to my job and a few other reasons, I'm unable to pursue what I want. So yeah, I want to treat this as a hobby and learn things slowly. Alvlin silently signed the contract and Keith gave him another copy to sign as he wanted both of them to have one copy each. Once done, Keith began to walk towards the door. I'll bring you the money tomorrow, he said and left the place before going straight to his house, but as he was walking, he saw Amelia and Clara giggling together as they ate skewered meat. Well, that was fast. It was a good thing I didn't get involved, he thought as he walked over to them and looped his arm over Clara's shoulder, prompting her free hand to fly towards his cheek, which he caught effortlessly. By then, Clara had turned her head to look at him and the frown on her face disappeared instantly. It was you, don't scare me like that again, please, she said and leaned into his embrace while Amelia ordered more skewers for Keith. I don't think I need them. I gotta hurry back home since my sister said that she has a surprise ready for me, he said when he saw her grabbing a handful of skewers. Amelia looked at him in surprise. Wah. A surprise? Can I come too? No. Keith rejected her instantly, but couldn't stop himself from grabbing 2 skewers for himself. Just as Amelia was about to throw a tantrum, Keith heard a familiar voice from behind him and turned around. Oh hey Adam. What are you doing here? Adam shrugged. You were late, so Rebecca sent me to find you, he said and showed Keith a small compass. Is that a... Yeah, it's a cursed artifact. I usually don't use it even while I'm at work, but Rebecca forced me to use it. I have to feed this thing my precious blood for it to work, and it also needs a part of your body. Luckily or unluckily, Rebecca found your hair in your room. It points in the direction of the target basically. Adam said, his voice low. He then put the compass inside his pocket and looked at Keith. So, you coming or what? Coming. Keith replied as his mind was still on the compass. He liked it a bit too much and now he wanted it for himself. But on the other side, he had another question. How did Adam get his hands on something like this? Keith couldn't keep his thoughts in and asked him directly, to which Adam chuckled. Well, a secret person gifted it to me a few months after I became the sheriff. As for the name, I think I'll keep that a secret. Just as Keith was about to leave with Adam, Amelia blocked their path and looked at Adam cutely. Hey, can I also come and see what this surprise thing is about? Please Adam looked at her and then at Clara, who also looked like she wanted to tag along. He smirked and looked at Keith, who shrugged in response. Your call, I don't really know what this surprise event is about. Well, I saw the way you were holding this girl. Adam commented as he looked at Clara before pointing at the 2 girls, but sure, you 2 can join us. I'm really looking forward to the mess that Keith will have to handle with your presence there. I told Rebecca that now isn't the time, but she was stubborn and this is the perfect situation to prove her wrong. Amelia and Clara felt both worried and excited when they listened to Adam's words, but Keith let out a soft sigh and decided to check what in the hell was going on. He didn't want to ruin the surprise for himself, but Adam's words made him feel like something bad might happen. He stared at the system screen in front of him as he walked with the other three, and as time passed, the frown on his face deepened. The situation wasn't dangerous in any way, but it was something complicated and something that Keith did not want to deal with at the moment. But he knew that he had no choice but to go. He then glanced at Clara as a smile formed on his face. "I'm with Adam on this one." Rebecca was too hasty. The four of them shared their skewers until they reached Adam's house, and the moment he opened the door, Keith stared at the 3 extra pairs of footwear. "More guests?" he asked, feigning ignorance as he looked at Adam, who simply smirked and pointed at the living room. "Why not just go in there and hear it from your sister instead?" Keith thought that he was mentally prepared, but his legs just did not move. "Damn," he thought as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath before moving forward. His hand grabbed onto his pipe that was in his pocket, and as he slowly moved forward, he stuffed it with a small ball of dry leaves that he had prepared before and lit it up. One long drag and he exhaled, feeling his body turn lighter. The anxiety disappeared like it was never there, and he walked into the room with confidence, only to see his sister talking to a family of 3. The man was huge, with a lot of muscle mass that was covered up with fat. He also had a nice fat belly, but just one look and Keith could tell that it was a stiff belly and not a flabby one. The girl in the middle was young, around his age, and was pretty cute. She fit the beauty standards of the empire in a certain way, and she also had a certain youthful charm to her. Beside her sat a middle-aged woman who was also someone who conformed to the beauty standards of the empire. Rebecca excitedly got up from her chair when she saw Keith enter the room, but the excitement diminished when she saw Clara and Amelia stand behind him with Adam grinning behind the two of them. "What is this, sis?" Keith asked as he feigned ignorance, but he still looked visibly annoyed. Rebecca was caught off guard by the accusatory edge in her brother's voice. She looked at him, feeling both confused and betrayed, but she still decided to explain what was going on, hoping that he had misunderstood her intentions. "Keith, this is Mr. Glynov and this girl is his daughter. We were just talking about how she'd be a great fit for you, so why don't you take a seat and get to know each other?" Hearing her words, he silently turned to look at the family of 3 who were already scrutinizing him. Though, Keith also noticed the guy's eyes fall on Clara. Keith watched him stare at her with a frown for a few seconds before he pointed at her doubtfully. "Did I see you somewhere?" Clara, who was taken aback by the setup in front of her, did not know how to respond. She was still slightly at a shock and did not know how to act in this situation. Too many things happened at the same time in her mind, making her confused on what to do. She didn't know whether Keith wanted the public to know about their relationship, and a part of her also shot up her insecurities back up, making her wonder if Keith will feel shame if she claimed herself as his partner. Luckily for her though, Amelia spoke up. "Her last name is Glynov too, and her father used to be a baronet. That should be enough for you to guess who she is, and also..." She began, but Keith held her hand and shook his head. That was enough to stop her from spilling the beans. She knew that she shouldn't expose her friend's relationship with Keith until the debt was settled. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Mrs. Glynov got up from her seat and pointed at Keith accusingly. "Young man, are you trying to say something to us by bringing 2 girls with you? If you have any problems with my daughter, talk to us like a man instead of bringing girls to intimidate my daughter." Keith raised his eyebrow as he looked at her, but her husband stood up and grabbed hold of her shoulders before pushing her back into the couch. "Let's talk peacefully, all of you. Let's give each other a chance. Yeah, these 2 are his colleagues from work and I just brought them here so that they can support Keith." Adam spouted bullshit as he walked into the room and stood beside Rebecca. Keith took a deep breath and glared at Rebecca before he took a seat in front of the family. Amelia and Clara stood behind Keith's chair along with the 2 couple, waiting for chaos to unfold. "All right, from what I can tell, you guys came here for a marriage proposal. Am I right? He asked as he looked at the three of them. The girl acted meek, looking down at the floor the moment Keith's gaze made contact with her eyes. Yes, Rebecca said that she knew someone who had established himself as an official employee of the Protection Church, so we thought that we'd come and meet you, the man said, and immediately, his wife began to tell him about her daughter. I've taught Tina how to keep the house clean, to take care of all the chores and how to cook. She's been learning since childhood and I'm very proud of her. On top of that, she knows how to read. Having a literate wife is a huge plus in the society, and this alone will make people look up to you, make them respect you. Keith silently listened to them, and once they were done, he looked at the girl. Tina, he said, and saw her lift up her head. Listen, I have nothing against you, so don't let this get to your head, he said, and then looked at her mother, who frowned when she heard his words. I can cook, clean, and do everything that your daughter can do. On top of that, being able to read doesn't mean that she's literate. Before we go around arguing about various things, I'd like to tell you that I have someone I like and I plan on spending my future with her. Mrs. Glynov waved her hand and chuckled, ha 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 ha, that's fine. Tina can be your second wife, I don't have any problem with that. Rebecca just told me that you got promoted to an inquisitor, so that means that your salary is pretty high. You should be able to take care of my daughter on top of having another woman, can't you? Keith ignored her since listening to her alone made him feel exhausted. Instead he looked at Tina and her father instead. Ignore your mom for a minute and listen to me, okay? I said that I have someone I plan on spending my future with, which means that I care about this person a lot. Even if we do get engaged, the foundation of it was a single meeting, which is this. Think about it logically. Do you think that I'll give both of you the same amount of time and affection? Do you think that you can handle seeing me spend more time with someone else while not giving you enough attention? Think about it and tell me. And sir, he addressed Tina's father, do you really want to see your daughter go through emotional pain? Keith's words were partially true, but he wasn't someone who would ignore someone just because he liked someone else more. Marriage was a responsibility, and while he didn't have any intention to marry the girl in front of him, he also wanted her to come to an understanding that the marriage is a bad idea. Just rejecting her directly felt like a heartless thing to do. It's fine, she's a tough girl, the woman said, pressing him more, but Keith had reached his limits with her garbage. The mental clarity he had gotten thanks to his pipe, simply amplified his annoyance as her words made absolutely no sense when context was considered. I said that I'm talking to your daughter and your husband. Not you, so please shut up, or do you not understand such simple words? Unfortunately for Keith, it was clear that the woman was the one who was in charge of her family. She had almost full control over them, and the two of them simply agreed to whatever she said, even though she proposed things that they did not like. Once Keith realized this, he decided to just outright reject the marriage proposal. He got up from his chair and looked at her before glancing at Tina and her father. I've made up my decision and I have no interest in this marriage. I don't care about your dowry, and nor do I care about the respect that your family might get from getting me married to your daughter. I hope we're done with the talks, and he said, and looked at his sister. The two of us need to have a long talk tonight. Once he said what was in his mind, he left the place, not wanting to deal with Tina's mom any longer. Clara and Amelia followed behind him while Adam did the same while shouting. Hey Keith. I said that I wanted to tell you something yesterday, but I forgot. Let's grab some drinks and we can talk about it. Sure. Keith said and hurried out before heading towards a bar nearby. While he rushed out, Rebecca stood in the living room while Mrs. Glynov scolded and cursed her for wasting her time, but the moment she started badmouthing Keith, Rebecca frowned. In a matter of a few seconds, the frown turned into a glare and a loud pack. Her palm left a red mark of Mrs. Glynov's cheek. How dare you? How dare you lift your hand on me, she screamed as she turned to look at her husband. Did you see what she just did? Do something. But before the man even moved, Rebecca grabbed the knife that was on the tea table in front of her, the same one that she had used to peel some apples for the family in front of her while they waited for Keith to come home. Out. Or don't blame me for using this. Surprisingly, it was Tina who got up from the couch and bowed slightly in front of Rebecca. Thank you for inviting us, but you should have talked to your brother about this first. I feel utterly humiliated, but we weren't in the right either. I hope we don't meet again. Once she said that, she wiped the tears that were threatening to escape the confines of her eyes before rushing out of the room with her father right behind her. Mrs. Glynov glared at Rebecca and clicked her tongue before leaving the place. Once everyone was gone, Rebecca plopped onto the couch and tossed the knife away before sighing. I really should have talked to Keith about this. Keith sat in a nice bar with his friends and Adam as he ordered some whiskey along with some spicy sides. He watched the waiter leave with his orders before he shifted his attention to his brother-in-law. So, what was this thing that you wanted to talk to me about? Adam took a sip of water, sigh. Well, you remember the noble family in our district? The Clangsons? Keith nodded, remembering the one serious mission he had done during his time as a detective. Well, his wife got kidnapped. He also received threats from unknown sources. Messages left in front of his house, or arrows that had a paper tied to them being shot into his house. All of the threats indicate that they're aiming for his daughter next. Amelia leaned forward, looking worried, but we were told that an inquisitor would come here to take care of the matters. What happened to that? I know nothing about an inquisitor. A few months ago, maybe around 2 weeks after Keith left, there were a bunch of gunshots around the district. 3 days after that, Sir Clangson's wife got abducted. Keith silently listened as he recalled the way the priest talked to him yesterday. He had been suspicious and wanted to check what was going on in his mind, but there was too much to see, so he had postponed doing it, only to forget about it once he got back home. Clara thought about the matter too, and even she found it suspicious that an inquisitor didn't take action. But when she heard that there were gunshots, she had a bad feeling in her heart. There's a possibility that this inquisitor was taken down while on duty. If this is true, it means that we'll have to face something far more dangerous than we had ever imagined. Though, we'll have to find out if an inquisitor really came or not. Keith said as he looked at the three of them before pausing at Adam. You know something? Adam shook his head. Nope. If there's someone who should know about an inquisitor from the Church of Protection, then that should be you guys. The fact that no one told you guys about the shooting either means that there was no inquisitor, or that there's something fishy going on. Anyways, this inquisitor topic aside, I've managed to get a transfer to the capital city. I can move any time, and at this point I'm just waiting for your signal, Keith. That's great. You should leave as soon as possible, preferably tomorrow. What about packing and that? What about your house? Keith asked, and Adam grinning. All sold. I mean, the paperwork is done and the one who bought it is a friend of mine. The moment I leave with Rebecca, he'll start renovating this place to give it out for rent. Hearing this, Keith smiled too, feeling reassured that his sister would be away from all the chaos that would happen in Auburn district in the future. The food and drinks were delivered to the table and the four of them stuffed themselves. Keith, Clara and Adam drank conservatively while Amelia went ham on the whiskey, taking down more than half of the bottle on her own. Keith looked at Adam and Clara, who were helping Amelia stand up as he got his gotcha wheel out. Time for another draw. The wheel turned until it came to a halt at a white section, which Keith saw and smiled. Fuck, this is a dumb system. Gambler's profit system. User, vacant. Capabilities, improves vitality based on the profits earned. Goal, make profits of 10 times the initial investment. Keith took a small puff of his pipe and sent the system over to Adam, triggering it instantly, but also hiding it from his sight. His system seed made sure that Adam wouldn't be able to see the new system while Keith walked over to him. As he walked with the three of them, he silently looked at the taxes that were available and ignored everything other than the awakened ability. He saw the new name pop up in his status screen and nodded to himself inwardly before proposing a bet to Adam. Hey Adam, let's make a bet, he said, making Adam look at him with curiosity. What bet? I'll leave it to you. I'll put 10 bracks at stake, while you put 1. Any bet is fine. Adam heard his words and smirked. Do you want to lose so bad? Nah, I'm confident that I'll win. Chuckling, Adam shook his head. That's what all the losers say, but sure. Let me think about it for a bit. We can settle on the conditions once we take this girl back to her house. I've never seen anyone drink so recklessly. Keith silently followed the three of them until they got Amelia back to her house safely. He got some quick alone time with Clara for a minute and left the place after leaving a hickey on her neck. So, did you think something up? Keith asked eagerly, and Adam nodded as a smile crept up on his face. Yeah, you pick any girl, and if I make her slap me without asking her to slap me, I win. If she doesn't slap me within 5 minutes, you win. Keith nodded and looked around. He wanted Adam to win so that he could recover his divine energy for something else. They walked silently for a while as Keith scoured the streets for a potential target who would slap Adam without any hesitation, and found one after a few minutes. She was a slightly plump woman who had luxurious clothes on, signifying that she was someone from a rich background. People like her have a high chance of getting offended, he thought as he pointed at her and looked at Adam. That's the target. Dude, you serious? Are you trying to lose the bet on purpose? Adam asked as he frowned, but Keith smirked and shook his head. I like taking risks and I have a feeling that I'll win. Yeah, sure. Adam mocked him before he began to walk towards the woman. Just as she was about to get into the carriage in front of her, the one that had expertly carved designs on its body, Adam called out to her. She turned around and looked at Adam curiously. Do you need something? Of course. Let me have a taste of you. I'm sure you're starving for some action, he said as he gave her a smoldering look while Keith watched from far away, waiting for a slap to land on Adam's face, but contrary to both of their expectations, she chuckled and grabbed Adam's collar before pulling him into the carriage. Keith stood in place, frozen from the turn of events, and the little bit of alcohol clouding his mind didn't help one bit. He watched silently for 2 minutes, expecting Adam to come out of the carriage, but nothing happened. Not wanting to be the reason for his brother-in-law cheating on his sister, he rushed towards the carriage and banged the door hard. Ma'am, don't get cheated. He has a disease that'll kill you if you touch his rod, he shouted and ran away from the place. He hid in an alleyway and peeked to see Adam stumble out with a torn shirt, panting heavily. He looked around and spotted Keith's face before he rushed over with a fearful expression on his face. Keith, I give up. Looks like your so-called feeling worked for you, and damn, that fat bitch looked like she wanted to eat me alive. Phew, even the rough guys are better than her, damn, he said as he fished out a brack coin before giving it to Keith. Here, you win. Remind me to never bet against you, he said and began to walk towards his house, leaving Keith behind as he stared at the small coin in his hand, wondering whether the world was against him or with him. He thought for a while before giving up on the gambling system. I made a bet of 10 for 1, and if I show Adam the system now, there's a very high chance of him suspecting me. Meh, I fucked up, but I guess it's fine. I can just wait for another month or 2 to get another spin on the wheel and I'll be good to go. There's no need to put too much attention on him when I already got access to his awakened ability. It's better to just let him do things as he normally does. If he's lucky enough, he'll win big in the future, he mused as he followed behind Adam. Once he was back at home, he saw Rebecca sitting on the couch looking depressed. She lifted her head and looked at Keith before she walked over to him and hugged him tight. I'm really sorry. I should have asked you before I went around asking people to wed their daughters to you. It's fine. Just, don't do something like this again, okay? Keith said as he patted her gently. Also, I already have someone I like and she likes me back. I'll tell you who it is after a few months since there's some family problem on her side. So once I sort things out, you'll be the first one to get the invitation to my marriage. I'm so glad that you found someone. I'm so glad that you won't die a virgin, Keith. A/N, 4th Priv tier set. Now I gotta write 5 more chapters for last tier. Anyways, my keyboard isn't working properly, so now I gotta write on phone. Pray for me please. Keith wanted to take a nap, but he knew that his sister would move the next day, so he needed to find a new place to sleep, and he had to do it as soon as possible. But before that, he had something else to do. He headed over to the church's treasury and was greeted by a familiar face, a loose, wrinkly-skinned guy who looked old, but wasn't. "Hello, I'm here to get the salaries for my team. 2 of us got a job change from detectives to inquisitor, and 1 of us got promoted from trainee inquisitor to inquisitor. Here's the official salaries for us that was decided and stamped by Archbishop Maria," he said, and placed a paper on the counter. Storekeeper read the contents and nodded. "Job change, you'll get 5 crowns each, but nothing for promotion. Also, if you need anything else, don't hesitate to tell me about it. We'll take care of the costs of housing for you and your team, but the weekly rent shouldn't exceed 1 zen per person." "Oh, that's some good news. We're searching for a place that we can use as both an office and living quarters, so it should be useful," Keith said as he watched the storekeeper walk towards a bronze box. He fished out some golden yellow notes that had the number 1 on them, and once he counted to 10, he stopped and moved to another box before he began to count the silvery gray zen notes. Once done, he brought them all to Keith and placed them on the counter. "Here you go. 10 crowns for the new inquisitors and 46 zen, which is the weekly salary for your team. Once you have the papers for your new place, make sure you bring it to me if you want to claim the benefits. Good luck." Keith smiled and took the money before he left the place. First, he roamed over the church and found the trio training in training grounds along with the knights. "Hey, we're going to scout some places. Feel free to join me, but if you're not coming, don't complain about not liking the place later on," he said, and the 3 of them immediately left whatever they were doing and decided to tag along. Next, he headed over to Clara and Amelia's living quarters and took Clara with him too. "So, to get things straight, let's make up our minds about what we need. 3 bedrooms is a necessary thing, and we also need a large room that we can use as our office," Keith said as he looked at his teammates who were walking beside him. Laura nodded in response to his words. "Right, I'll share a room with Clara while Caleb and Nolan can take 1 room. As the team leader, I guess you'll get the master bedroom. I've heard of some large houses that have big study rooms or workshops, since most of the previous owners were rich hobbyists or business people who needed a large room to work in." Clara gave her a surprised look. "How did you learn so many things in such a short time? Like you arrived at this place recently." "I mean, I have a mouth to ask questions. And I did pester quite a lot of people, so yeah. Anyways, the housing aside, shouldn't we all take responsibility for some of the chores? I don't want to see one person getting pushed to do all the work," she said as she glanced at Caleb, giving him a worried look. Keith silently walked as he pushed his hands into his trench coat's pockets and listened to their words. I think it'll be better for one person to take care of the chores, right? It'll cause less chaos that way." Before the discussion spiraled into an argument, Keith spoke. "We'll do things differently. All we gotta do is hire a maid to keep the house clean, wash the dishes, and to do the laundry. Though, when it comes to cooking, I'm hoping that some of you can cook." "I can cook," Clara said first, while Laura and Caleb quipped in too. Keith turned to look at Nolan, who smiled sheepishly. You see, when we were small, Laura was the one who learned cooking on her own. She taught Caleb but refused to let me into the kitchen for some reason. Even though Caleb wasn't really a good cook." Hearing this, Keith turned to look at Laura, whose face went slightly pink, but she kept a straight face. "I didn't like Nolan back then. He was a weirdo. He didn't need to know more and simply looked ahead. It's fine. I can cook too, so having one person who can't cook is fine. We can just send him to do the chores for us instead. On top of that, we need a budget planner so that we don't go around fighting based on who put in more money on food and whatnot." Nathan rubbed his chin and pondered loudly. So everyone has to donate a certain amount of money, huh? How much, and who'll be in charge of this?" "Caleb." I think he'll do a good job, and as for the budget, I want us to eat well, so 10 bracks each per week. Though, most of the money will go towards fat tallow and meat, he said, as he knew that most flours and grains were pretty cheap. Rice was pricier in Kazakh Empire as most people did not grow them. Oh yeah, Keith said as he remembered about their salaries and took out the money before distributing everything. 10 zen for Clara and Nolan along with 3 zen for Caleb and Laura, while he kept 20 zen for himself. He then continued to discuss about their office until he reached the place that had a board that said, "Happy Home Dealers. We will find you the perfect home for your needs." Keith walked through the entrance, which was basically just a door similar to most houses. Inside, there was 3 rooms. 1, a simple partition with a small space which looked like a kitchen, and then the other small room which he could only assume was a toilet. The third room was large and spacious with 3 tables placed randomly in the room. All of the tables had multiple papers and thin books placed on them. Each table had 1 person sitting on one side and with 2 chairs opposite to them. Keith simply went to the nearest table and sat down on the chair in front of a well-groomed man. "I'm looking for a new house. But before that, could you be kind enough to provide chairs for my friends here, please?" "Oh, of course, sir," he said as he twirled his mustache and looked at his co-workers, who immediately grabbed the chairs in front of them. The other 4 sat down and the man smiled. "So, could you tell me what you'd like, sir? We can help you with getting any kind of house in Auburn district as long as it exists." Keith told him about his requirements, and while the guy was scouring through his materials, he added, "If it's at the center of the district, then that'll be better. Somewhere near the market." "Sure sir, sure," the guy said, and continued scouring through the papers until he found the ones he needed. He placed them on the table and pushed them towards Keith for him to see. "These 2 are close to the market, but one of them is a relatively small house. It only has 2 bedrooms, but both of these rooms are pretty big. As for the other, it's got 5 bedrooms and 2 of them are spacious. It doesn't really have a specific study room since it used to be a top-end brothel. It was recently renovated to look like a proper house, but it was a business before. It does have a nice kitchen and each bedroom has its own bathroom and a toilet. The things I've talked about is only the first floor, and when it comes to the second floor, it has 2 large rooms, so you guys could use that as a study room if you'd like." To Keith, this felt like too much, but as long as it was in his budget, he was fine with it. "How much?" he asked, and the guy hummed as he referred to the paper. "Weekly, you'll have to pay 6 zen. I know it's a lot, so may I ask what your weekly salaries are? This will give me an idea on what kind of properties will fit your budget." Before anyone could respond, Keith spoke up, 3 zen, and we don't plan on spending more than 1 zen each. So a total budget of 5 zen, but that's stretching it. It'll be better if the rent is lesser since we also plan on saving some money for our future. "Understood sir," the guy said and put the paper aside, but Keith kept it in his mind. 6 zen wasn't too much in his eyes, and he was willing to put 1 zen on his own on top of the 5 zen that the church would pay for them. The salesman then pointed at the other 2 properties. These 2 were built by the same man 30 years ago for his 2 kids, and both of them are currently empty as his sons got trapped in a lot of debt. And just like the owner of the previous place I talked about, it happened 2 months ago. Thanks to this, they sold their property to the kingdom, so the rent is also pretty low compared to the other properties and only costs 3 zen per week. Both of them have 3 bedrooms, a decent-sized living room and all the basic rooms. As for the study, it's slightly bigger than normal, and the whole house only has 1 bathroom and 1 toilet. Alright, let's go take a look, shall we? Only when we see, will we be able to decide if it fits our needs or not. Laura said as she got up from her chair, feeling bit too energetic and excited. Keith saw her grab Caleb's shoulder before shaking him violently. The sales guy saw this and chuckled. "Looks like this young lady is really excited to take a look at the property directly." As they all walked out of the place, Keith leaned closer to Laura and whispered, "Why so excited?" "Well, this is the first time I'm actually going to, like, look at houses before buying. Until now, we stayed in small dorm rooms, so yeah, I don't like it, but I'm excited, she said, blushing slightly as she rushed forward to join Nathan and Caleb. Clara inched closer to him as they walked and said, "Looks like they lived harsh lives." Keith said nothing for a few seconds before nodding. "Yeah, life isn't really fair, but let's not get into a debate about it. Anyways, once we move in, I want you to write a letter saying that you're breaking off the pact between you and Timothy. Then, you can get it stamped by the priest, and once that's done, I'll give the letter to someone to deliver it to Timothy," he whispered quickly as he tagged behind the group with Clara beside him. Hearing this, she gave Keith a worried look. "The bags of silver and gold that you gave me, should we send that to him too?" "Nah, I'll exchange all of it for money." "The debt was 800 crowns, right?" he asked, and Clara nodded silently, feeling slightly complicated at the sudden turn of events. She had never expected Keith to get things done so quickly, and a part of her felt a sense of loss. "I was kinda enjoying the days of breaking rules with Keith, but now," she thought as she remembered the night she hooked up with Keith while she was technically engaged. "Oh well, it doesn't matter. I have a feeling that he'll take me with him to break more rules in the future. All that matters is that I'm with someone I actually love," she screamed internally as she looped her arm around his and squeezed. The group went ahead to check out the 2 different places, and after long discussions, they finally settled with the one that had 5 bedrooms. The place was extremely spacious, and although it was missing some furniture, Keith didn't mind it as he could buy them later. As he walked back home, he saw the sky turning orange and looked at Clara. "I should buy a pocket watch. You know a good place where I can get one?" Nodding, Clara took Keith to a small shop that didn't really look like a watch store from the outside. Instead, it had a board at the front that said, "Timmy the Tinkerer." It didn't take a genius to know that there were multiple people with the same names. Keith walked in and saw that the shop was kinda messy. The counter was filled with weird-looking metallic parts while the skinny guy behind it was bending a wire with his mouth. Though it looked messy, Keith strangely felt at home, reminding him of his childhood where he used to scatter the entire room with his Lego pieces before he began building anything. This place sells pocket watches for a very affordable price compared to the others. "I got mine from here too, and it's lasted me 3 years already," she said, and turned to look at the shopkeeper. "We're here to buy a watch." The guy gave them an awkward smile before taking out 3 different watches from a drawer and placed them on the counter. "Here. I made them all myself and they're all affordable. If you want ones that last longer, I do have ones that I made with polished stones." "What do you mean by longer?" Keith asked as he looked at the guy and saw him grab a strip of metal in his hands. He then pointed towards the strip. "You see this? When I roll this up," he said as he rolled it and then let go, making the rolled metal unroll chaotically, and let go, "this happens. But inside the watch there are many things that can use this roll to make the watch work. I don't know how all of it just works, but that's what my teacher told me." "Oh, and," he muttered as he took 2 iron strips that were decently thick and gave it to Keith, "Here, rub them together." Keith did as he said and rubbed them, waiting for the guy to explain, which he did. "Do you feel it? It's harder to push and pull them while they're touching each other, right? When I use polished stones like these, I replace some of the inner metallic parts," he said, and rubbed 2 large ruby stones together. "Rubbing them against each other isn't that hard now, which means that the watch will last longer. Usually, you'll have to turn the knob on the watch to keep it going, and with metallic ones, it's normally once a day. With the stone ones, it's just slightly better and gives you 3 to 4 extra hours." Keith nodded, his inner thoughts filled with both curiosity and fascination. He had read and heard a few things about how watches in past times worked when there weren't any batteries. Instead of electric energy, the clocks and watches worked by using mechanical energy. A very thin metallic sheet with high resistance would be rolled, and this energy would be used to spin the gears. This had one drawback, and that was the fact that the people would have to use a knob or a key to re-roll the metallic sheet. This was the reason why old pocket watches had 2 turners. As for the rubbing action that the shopkeeper did, Keith could tell that it was basically just friction. After thinking for a while, he decided to buy one that was made of stones, and he got two of them. One was for Clara and one for himself, but as he walked out of the store, he made up his mind to integrate a clock into his system once he accumulates enough divine energy. He then went back home and saw Adam and Rebecca packing things up, getting ready to move out. It was mostly just clothes, utensils, and other important things. Keith looked at them and asked, "You're leaving the furniture behind?" "Yeah, they're too much to carry, and since we plan on moving to the capital, the journey will be long. Probably around 4 months, since we'll have to hire bullock carts for pulling all this weight. Maybe we should just take the boats instead." Adam mused, expressing his thoughts as he tossed a bunch of spoons into a pot. Keith nodded. "Yeah, get one that had enough space and make sure that you can get some kind of comfort. It's fine if the cost is high, since it'll help you reach the capital faster. If things go right, you should be able to reach the capital in just a month. Will Chris be alright? I mean, it's going to be a long journey, right?" Rebecca joined in as she looked at Keith. He chuckled as he gave her a thumbs up. "Of course. As long as you keep an eye on him and get one of the better boats, that is. You know what, I wasn't able to thank you guys for all the help you've given me until now, so let me pay for the trip," he said, and immediately grabbed a cron note before stuffing it into her hands. "No questions or I'll burn this place down," he said, grinning playfully as he conjured a small flame that danced at the top of his index finger. Rebecca let out a sob as she chuckled before calling him an idiot. "All right then, I guess I'll enjoy some nice sleep for the last time in this house," he said as he walked to his room and locked the door. He plopped onto his bed and dived into his spatial dimension. Keith silently recorded the time as he watched everything in his spatial dimension go at double the speed. In the first month, he had managed to increase the time from 60 minutes to 80. But now, that another month had passed, he had taken it from 80 to almost 110 minutes. He put aside his thoughts on mental energy and focused on the bees that had managed to repopulate into a full colony by now. In the past few months, he had also spent some mental energy on actively dispersing the seeds of the flowering plants. Due to this, in the corner where the honeycomb lied, there was a thick layer of different colored flowers around them. He stared at the bees and let out a soft sigh. "I wanted to experiment with mutations, but I guess I can't do that until I reach a certain level of mental energy capacity. Time is the most important resource when it comes to evolution," he thought. He then made sure that everything was going well without any problems and retracted his consciousness back. Instead of sleeping, he waited for a few minutes before raising his finger slightly. All he had to was give out a mental command and a small bullet appeared on top of his finger before it fell beside him. It works, he thought, but he was excited for something else. He opened up his status screen and looked at the awakened ability that he had gained from Adam. Ammo summoning. Summon 9mm ammo and recover 50% of your mental energy through sex. Mental energy recovery can only be done once a day. Oh well, things will change tomorrow, he thought, and checked what Fabian and Vincent were doing at the moment before he went to bed. The next morning, he helped his sister with moving things to the carriage and got his things ready so that he could move too. He headed over to Clara's place and was invited in by Amelia as Clara was taking a bath at the moment. Once Keith sat on the bed, Amelia stood in front of him with a serious look on her face. "Hey Keith, I heard that the place you're moving to has a lot of bedrooms. Can you let me stay with you guys? I'll kinda feel lonely here without Clara and I already miss her at work. Please. How much is the rent? I'll pay." Keith nodded, understanding where she was coming from, but he smirked when he heard her talk about the rent. 6 zen, he said before continuing, "The church contributes 5 zen for the rent and I take care of the rest, so if you want to move in with us, you'll have to pay rent too. Let's see. We can split the rent between us by half, so that's 10 bracks." Amelia's face went ashen when she heard the price. A few years ago, she wouldn't have batted an eyelid. But now it was a different matter altogether, as she barely earned slightly more than 1 zen a week. Seeing her stiff face, Keith chuckled. he, I'm just joking. Go talk to the treasurer and ask him how much he's willing to give you for housing purposes. Just put that in and we're good, but you'll still have to donate 10 bracks for groceries and food requirements. Rest assured, the meals will be lavish. I simply want my team to eat well, so if you want to join us, you'll have to follow our rules. Oh yeah, on top of that, everyone decided to take one room each and there's only 5 bedrooms, so you'll have to convince someone to let you sleep with them. I'll talk to Clara about it. As for the money needed for food, I'll pay that, she said as she didn't need to worry about rent anymore. With the current setup, she could save more than half of her salary, which was a pretty good deal considering the fact that she'd be able to live in a large mansion. Keith shook his head. Nah, Clara is gonna share a room with me. I'll talk to her. Amelia silently stared at Keith, frowning slightly as she felt kinda annoyed. Then why did you tell me that I'd have to convince someone to let me sleep with them? Just messing with ya, he said and noticed her legs shooting towards his precious jewels. His body instinctively moved and he stopped her kick with his knee, letting out a shaky breath as he stared at her bare feet that looked like heavy hammers at this moment. He slowly looked up to see her staring at him with a complicated expression on her face. TCH, she clicked her tongue before taking a few steps back. Seeing this, Keith sighed and went back to the topic as he remembered about Clara's work. Oh yeah, take Clara with you too. She needs to get a letter signed so that she can officially cancel the pact with Timothy. I'll go get the money in a bit, he said and lied down on the bed, resting his head on the soft pillow. I'll take a nap until you guys get back. Amelia silently watched him cover himself with her blanket and let out a soft, inaudible sigh before leaving the room. She felt conflicted about her feelings about him. Sometimes, he made her feel like she was being played around with, like a toy. He called her a bro a few times and she absolutely hated it even though she didn't know why. Is he really going to treat me like a fucking brother? Doesn't he even see me like a girl, she thought as she turned her head to glance at him, taking in his handsome features as she tried to hold back a tear. Damn, I hate this bastard, she muttered under her breath and walked towards the kitchen, the frustration on her face apparent, but when she heard the sound of water splashing against hard tiles, the image of her and Keith's bodies intertwined in the small confines of the bathroom popped up in her head. She felt strange and also felt a sense of longing, but she rushed over to the sink and splashed her face with cold water. Keith didn't really sleep. Instead, he silently watched the two people he placed a lot of importance on, getting ready to face each other. Fabian hadn't listened to Keith's words and instead, decided to fight Vincent as he could guess from the quest's clues that the person who was coming for him, was Vincent himself. Vincent silently crept closer to the village and saw that the whole place was on an alert. Every single person was outside their small huts, walking around as if searching for something. Or someone. He recognized all their faces and he was surprised to see that the whole village had unified to do just one job. He looked everywhere, but he was unable to spot Fabian, the one person whom he wanted to kill as soon as possible. The whole village seemed to have grouped up and, they're actually doing things without having a sour face. There's no way that's possible unless the chief himself changed a lot and this is only possible if he also got a system. Just like I did. Vincent felt weird. A sense of fear began to creep into him the more time he spent hiding in the bushes. He stared at the villagers, the ones who watched his father getting whipped in public, and heard his mother's wails through his home's walls while she was getting ravaged, only to whisper amongst each other. Only to call his mother a loose woman and his father a great hat when they themselves were doing the same things. No, there was one difference. His parents were getting punished. His parents were getting punished while the others tried to appease their village chief even if they didn't like it. The events of the time when he was tied up and forced to watch his parents getting torture resurfaced. Tears welled up in his eyes and he felt like something hard had gotten stuck in his throat, making it difficult to breathe. In just a few seconds, he began to hyperventilate. He crawled backwards as his whole body shook, his chest heaving up and down as he desperately breathed. Vincent didn't like it. He didn't want to go back to the village, but he knew that he couldn't back out right now. Not when he had news that Fabian had also received a system. He leaned against a tree and took deep breaths, trying to calm down his wildly beating heart, and as he did, he realized something important. It's already been more than a month since I got the news, which means that he's had enough time to get strong. I don't know his limits and capabilities anymore. I don't know if he knows whether I'm coming or not. My system was able to notice his system, so there's a chance of the same thing happening in reverse, right? What if his system has also managed to sense the system inside me? What if he knows everything and has prepared for my attack? Yeah, there's no way the behavior of these people can make sense if not for this possibility. My system has also not spoken to me since the previous quest, and I also lost the option to upgrade my skills with money. Vincent's thoughts raced as his subconscious mind tried to keep him busy, doing its best to pull his attention away from the village. But there was a limit to how much his subconscious mind could influence him. He steeled his heart and took a deep breath. I don't care anymore. I shouldn't care about this village anymore. I'll burn everything. My past, my fears, my pain. And give my parents a proper cremation. It's my responsibility to free their souls, he muttered, trying to use the words to push himself. But before he could even do a thing, he heard the sound of a twig snapping at his right and immediately turned around to see a body disappear behind the tree. He didn't need high-level intelligence to figure out what was going on. He knew that when he had crawled backwards thanks to his fears acting out, he had made quite a bit of sound. It wasn't much, but enough for people to figure out the direction. Which was exactly what they did, and Vincent knew that he was getting surrounded right at this moment. Without any hesitation, he raised his gloved hand up, his palm facing the sky as he created a huge ball of flame. It looked like a miniature sun, but for the people around him and also himself, all of whom didn't know the concept of stars, only had one thing in mind. It is bigger than the sun. People screamed and ran, praying for their lives while Vincent focused on his gloved hand. The cursed artifact amplified the heat of his flames, and while it also had a side effect of burning his hands, he managed to negate it thanks to his SSS-grade red-hot fists. He continued to pump out more and more into the fireball until it was half the size of the village, and this time, he knew that he was reaching his limits. He stopped increasing its size and was about to scream out Fabian's name when he saw him walk out of his house. "Like I guessed, you're really here, huh?" he said as he walked towards him fearlessly. Vincent could tell that there was something different about Fabian. He looked younger, the wrinkles on his face were nowhere to be seen, and for some reason, Fabian looked slightly tanned, unlike his usual fair skin tone. "I'll kill you, you damn bastard!" Vincent yelled, his face turning red from anger, but right at that moment, he saw a familiar face. It was a face that he hated more than Fabian's. It was his son, the guy who took it upon himself to punish his mother. "Father, let me help you." What in the God's curse is that?" Fabian's face was tinged with worry as he saw Vincent's face warp into a maniacal smile as he locked on to his new target. The large fireball flew straight towards Fabian's son, but thanks to its size, it managed to engulf both of them. Vincent watched as the large fireball shrunk in size, which only took a few seconds. He had used his powers extremely inefficiently, his actions fueled by rage, fear and desperation. The large ball of fire was exactly what it was, a mere ball of fire that was just big. It had no fuel. His power was fire creation and control, which meant that unless he actively controlled the flames, the fire would follow the law of nature. Which was exactly what happened. Due to the lack of fuel, or in other words, due to the lack of things to consume and spread, it began to shrink. In just a few seconds, most of the flames were gone. Though, these few seconds were more than enough. Vincent watched Fabian's son scream, cry and run randomly before he fell to the ground and rolled, but it was far too late for the poor guy. Fabian, on the other hand, stood silently as he watched his son burn to death while his own skin regenerated at a pace where Vincent was able to see the burnt skin fall off, the partially cooked flesh regain its fresh color before the skin grew back. At this moment, there was just one word echoing in Vincent's mind. Run. And run he did. While Fabian stood in place, staring at his son's dead body in shock and distress, he ran. Which this was the truth, Keith also had a hand in Fabian's current state. Knowing that Vincent would be attacked, he decided to start the process of upgrading Fabian's skin hardening to another grade, from grade D to grade C. He intentionally slowed down the process, paralyzing Fabian as he used his mental energy to help him with the upgrade. Vincent retreated using this chance, and Keith kept Fabian locked in place for 2 whole minutes before he properly completed the upgrade and let him go. He silently watched as Fabian screamed, holding his son's burnt head in his hands instead of running behind the person who caused this. His son deserved death for the things he did, but that aside, their enmity will be much deeper now. One avenging his parents while the other avenging his son, this will be fun. Keith thought as he closed the system screen. The fight ended way faster than what he had expected thanks to Vincent's dumb move, but Keith didn't really mind it too much. As long as they met once, he knew that he had the power to make them meet each other again and again. Such was his power as the system administrator. He dived into his spatial dimension and glanced at the few weapons and jewelry that he had looted from the Sanders family. The jewelry and weapons floated towards an empty corner opposite to the beehive, and Keith manifested physically. He looked at the jewelry and with a mental thought, he forced all the metals to one side and gems to the other. Inside this dimension, he knew that he could do anything, and that was exactly what gave him the confidence. Flames shot out of his hands as the gems flew behind him and fell. Silver and gold separated to the left and right as they were slowly getting melted. It didn't take too long, and Keith managed to get everything melted pretty quickly before shaping them into bricks. Luckily, he had a few weighing scales lying around as they too were taken from the Sanders businesses. He put a 1 kilogram weight on the scale and began to measure the weight of his bricks. He then either shaved off some metal or added some based on the weight, and once he was done, he put them all in one place. It'll be easier to trade these bricks instead of jewelry. Anyways, time to do something else. He thought as he looked at the weapons he had. Machetes, swords, axes, spears, daggers, arrows and many other things were in the pile. Keith simply grabbed a few machetes, and burnt the handle off before melting the metal blades. Once he was done, he began to shape this metal into the shapes he wanted. Multiple small parts were formed, and Keith excitedly linked all the parts together. It's done. He muttered as he looked at the pistol in his hands, or one could say that it was something that simply looked like one. The pistol was a prototype and did not have any magazine loading mechanism. Instead, it used a mechanism similar to an old shotgun. Keith grabbed the barrel and pulled it down, exposing the one hole at the back before he pushed a bullet inside it. He then put the barrel back in place before aiming at the sky, and then, he pulled the trigger. A loud bang resounded, and Keith felt a stinging pain in his arm. He looked up and saw smoke slowly flow out of the barrel, but his thumb was hanging just barely thanks to his skin keeping it connected. He immediately reduced his sensitivity to pain and put his thumb back in place as he watched the flesh and bone slowly meld together, coming back to normal before the skin also recovered. Good as new, he thought, and then inspected the gun, only to see the shell and the bullet, both stuck inside the barrel. This observation was enough for him to know that he needed something he did not have yet, and that was experience, tools and knowledge. Gotta meet Alvin. Oh yeah, I promised to give him some money too, didn't I? He thought as he turned to look at the pile of gold and silver bricks. The jewelry he managed to get from Timothy's businesses had only managed to give him 2 gold bricks along with a few hundred extra grams, and 14 silver bricks that also had some extras. Lady Grace's mansion gave me a lot more compared to these guys, even though Vincent robbed more than 10 stores. TCH, poor people. Vincent scurried over to Bromberge town and immediately hired a boat that could take him anywhere far away from this place. As he sat on the boat, the image of Fabian's flesh and skin growing, squirming and recovering back to normal replayed itself in his mind. Vincent just felt fear, and the rage was nowhere to be seen anymore. He simply wanted to run away, but there was also a part of him that had subconsciously made Fabian's death its entire goal. He opened up his system screen and looked at the red-hot fists as he clenched his jaw. Originally, he simply went for something that he thought was the most optimal option, but now that his priorities changed, he wanted something different. He wanted pure attack power. "Hey system, please talk to me," or even the administrator, "please let me pick my skills again, please." Keith saw this and let out a sigh before depleting some of his divine energy to make the changes required. Helping with upgrades didn't cost any divine energy, but when it came to making direct changes to the system, then it did. Upgrades only needed mental energy, which Keith didn't have any shortage of. Vincent was his only red system user and he simply did not wish to lose him. And since this was an important turning point, Keith decided to help the guy. Immediately, the contents on Vincent's system screen changed. The change wasn't much, but Vincent couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Host's current stats. Physique, grade B. Genetic physique type, endurance. Awakening status, awakened. Battle god's body. Battle instinct, grade SSS. The more you fight, the more you learn from the fight. This knowledge will be permanent and cannot be erased under normal circumstances. Battle God's Regeneration, grade SSS. Improves stamina recovery and boosts the rate of regeneration of wounds. 3. Locked. Unarmed Combat Arts. Fists of Steel - Flaming Fists. Fists of Steel, grade SSS. Increases the hardness of your arms from the fingers to the elbows, directly improving their defense and offense. Flaming Fists, grade SSS. Creates a layer of flames around your arms, causing burns to the anything that they touch. The heat of the flames increase with skill grade. Skill unlocks remaining, 1. Skill list. 1. Awakened ability boost. 2. Sword arts. 3. Spear arts. 4. Staff arts. 5. Shield arts. 6. Knife arts. 7. Archery mastery. 8. Throw mastery. 9. War god's inheritance. Vincent silently looked at the one small change, which was the switch from red-hot fists to flaming fists. He nodded to himself and looked at the skill list where he could pick one to unlock. I can learn weapon stuff and throws from others, so the ones that are most important right now are the awakened ability boost and war god's inheritance, but which one is better, he thought as he stared at the screen. Keith silently waited, hoping that Vincent would pick the awakened ability boost. On one end, he didn't want to influence Vincent's decision-making when it came to himself, but he also hoped that the kid would pick the one that'd benefit both Keith and Vincent. Unfortunately for him, Vincent decided to go for War God's inheritance instead. The moment he picked it, Keith felt his mental energy drain, but for some reason, even his divine energy was getting sucked out of him at an incredible pace. Suddenly, he also felt a sudden influx of divine energy filling his body. Along with that, he heard a soft voice in his head. I won't help you if you mess up again. Lock the things that'll take too much divine energy, idiot. You should have known about it, right? The moment you won this red system through the gotcha. Keith coughed slightly, feeling embarrassed. I forgot. He didn't get any reply, but he felt a strange sense of disappointment envelop his body. Shaking his head, he went back to looking at his system screen. Vincent silently sat on the boat as he stared at the horizontal system screen in front of him that had a bunch of items displayed on it. Body suit, plate armor, spear, halberd, pike, bows, arrows, swords, sabers and many more. But the thing that Keith did not expect, was that all of these were blessed artifacts. He had indeed gotten information that the user would receive the weapons and various other things that belonged to the war god, but he never knew that they would all be blessed weapons. Though Vincent could see all the items, the locked tag under each one of them depressed him. Luckily, he got a system notification pop up in front of him. Congratulations on receiving a free item unlock. Time limit left to claim, 5 seconds. Vincent panicked when he saw the timer and immediately picked the first thing that was in front of him, which was a simple-looking sword. The moment he did, a small screen appeared in front of him with multiple grids. A small sword was shown on the top left corner, and before he could try anything, a new system message appeared. Anytime you wish to bring the sword out, just tell the system mentally. Vincent saw the message and nodded as he glanced at the man who was rowing the boat. This wasn't the right place to make things pop out in front of him like magic, not when he was trying to run away from Fabian. He did not want to leave any clues behind. Keith, on the other hand, had dived into his spatial dimension and was standing in front of the sword. The so-called inventory that Keith told Vincent about was just bogus. Instead of an inventory, he had made it so that the sword stayed in his spatial dimension instead. He grabbed the sword and swung it around, only to realize that it was not doing anything that its description told about its capabilities. Looks like only Vincent can use these. He thought before smiling, welp, doesn't matter. I can copy the same after a month. Keith walked out of the house along with Amelia and Clara, but they separated as they had different places to go to. The two girls went to the church while Keith headed over to the nearest bank. On the way, he slid into an alleyway and put on his skull mask before continuing his walk. He walked inside the bank that was as small as he remembered, but to his dismay, the staff saw all the gold that he had and dismissed him immediately. Sorry sir, but we do not have enough money to exchange for that. Keith let out a sigh and nodded before he took out one of his 14 briefcases filled with moros. He originally had 14 briefcases, with each one having 10,000 moros. He had given one briefcase to Vincent along with 4 stacks, each containing 4,000 moros, but when Vincent used most of his money to upgrade his skills, Keith got back most of the money. He opened the briefcase and showed it Tati staff in front of him, 10,000 moros. Can you exchange them? Also, tell me how much money you have in your storage room so that I can know how much I can trade. The staff sat on his chair, shocked and bewildered as he recalled the instance when the briefcase appeared out of thin air. This made him realize that he was dealing with an awakened and immediately decided to act more respectful. Of course sir, we always have a stock of 2,000 crons in our storage. Most of it is in zens and bracks, so I hope you don't mind that. Keith nodded, but he didn't really want money in zens and bracks. He wanted to do high-level transactions in the future and using zens didn't feel right. How many crons do you have? He asked directly, and the employee gulped down his saliva as he tried to recall the numbers. Usually, no one asked such questions as no one cares about crons. Getting loans wasn't easy in Kazakh Empire, especially through the banks. The other guy in the bank raised his hand high up like a student in school. Sir, let me tell you. We have 200 crons just in case someone important comes here and needs money urgently. We can give you that. Hearing this, Keith nodded and did the calculations in his head. 1 zen is 2 moros and 1 cron is 50 zen. So 1 cron is 100 moros. 200 multiplied by 100. Okay, so I can exchange them for 20,000 moros then? Keith asked and the guy nodded, yes sir, but you'll also be charged a transaction fee of 1 zen or 2 moros. Keith shrugged and emptied the contents of the briefcase onto the counter before bringing out another briefcase. Once he put 20,000 notes on the counter, he took out 2 extra notes and gave it to the staff. Here, the transaction fee. Please give me a minute sir. I'll have to count all of this. He said, looking at the money on the counter with an awkward expression on his face. Keith's eyelids twitched in annoyance. Count 20,000 notes. That would take almost an hour. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. TCH, get the money ready and just give me 50 crons first. I'll come back for the other 150 later. Keep in mind, if you try to scam me, I'll make sure that you'll face the consequences. Of course sir. We will do everything honestly. Based on the volume of all the money, I can confirm that the value is more than 50 crowns, so let me go and bring you the money, sir, the second employee said and headed over to the back room. Keith silently watched the guy in front of him count the notes before putting them on his left, on the table. He didn't have to wait too long as the second guy brought his 60 crowns 2 minutes later. With the money in his hand, Keith left the place and headed over to Alvlin's house as he took off his mask on the way. Like the first time, there were sounds coming from the workshop, which meant that Alvlin's house was currently empty. Keith walked over and knocked on the door. "Alvlin, open the door. I've brought you the money." "Coming, please wait." And wait he did. The sound of metal hitting metal sounded for 2 whole minutes before the sound of footsteps got close. Alvlin opened the door and saw Keith standing with a thin stack of golden yellow notes. "You actually brought the money, okay, so you said that you had some ideas and other things, so do you wish to talk about them right now?" Keith nodded as he walked in. "Yeah, if you're free. I do have an idea, but I don't really have the skills to bring my ideas to life. I'll focus on learning for now while I share my ideas with you," he said and handed over the money to Alvlin, who put it inside a drawer in one of his tables. Keith grabbed some papers from the drawer along with a fountain pen before he began to draw. He wasn't too used to fountain pens, so after multiple failed attempts at and torn papers thanks to applying too much pressure, he placed the pen aside. Instead, he grabbed some small pieces of charcoal and used them. His drawings weren't great, but they did the job of helping him explain the image in his mind. One by one, he drew the parts while he tried to explain the complex mechanism to Alvlin. Springs, the trigger, the magazine, the slider, and everything that he could remember about. Keith did his best to explain how a pistol worked, but since he didn't have the 100% knowledge, it was hard for him to explain everything. Alvlin on the other hand, silently nodded as he listened to all of Keith's words and finally chuckled once he was done speaking. "Ho, you're thinking of something so complicated, why not just use the regular revolver and just make the storage cylinder removable instead? A/N, as cool as it is to have pistols, I feel like it'll take me around 1 to 2 chapters to explain how a pistol properly works. Just in case some of you don't know how, but I feel like you wouldn't care either, so in the future, if a pistol is getting introduced, then I'll keep the explanation minimal and not so detailed. Please don't hesitate to give me your opinions." Keith spent 2 whole hours with Alvlin as he discussed about a revolver with a swappable cylinder before ditching the entire idea. It was cool, but very impractical since trying to make the cylinder swappable introduced a lot of issues. And these issues were things that Keith did not want to deal with at the moment. Instead, he gave Alvlin the revolver that Amelia had gifted him and pointed at the hammer. "I want you to use this hammer on your new gun. It has to be a double-action revolver and it has to be a powerful one that uses the hunter's bullets. Feel free to use this gun as a base if you want." Alvlin picked up the gun and inspected it before nodding. "Just the hammer then. I'll make a new weapon instead of using this one. Any other requirements?" "Nope, I just want power and, try to do the grooving inside the barrel. The theory that I just told you a few minutes ago. About how we can make the bullets spin and whatnot. Sure, come back here in 4 days. Keith then left the workshop and went back to Clara's house where he saw his entire team lazing around. Experience Tales with Empire. "Looks like all of you are ready," he said as he looked at them before smiling. Caleb nodded and got up from the chair. "Yeah, let's go." Everyone in the room got up and so did Amelia. The trio looked at her questioningly, and seeing this, Keith chuckled before explaining to them. "She'll be living with us and she'll pay the 10 bracks that's needed for groceries. Don't worry too much about it, guys." Laura looked at her 2 childhood friends and then at Keith before nodding. She knew that she had no right to object, not when she wasn't really paying any rent. Amelia had also agreed to pay for groceries, so she wasn't getting any special treatment. Nathan also nodded. "Yeah, it'll be fun with more people. The furniture and most of the things in the house belonged to the church, so they didn't have too much to move. Though, Amelia had 4 large bags filled to the brim with neatly folded clothes, and on top of that, she also had 2 boxes of jewelry. Keith looked at it and then glanced at the one bag that belonged to Clara. He felt a strange sense of relief, but he still turned to look at Amelia, trying to taunt her. "Are these all, or do you have a few more bags filled with shoes?" "Oh yeah," Amelia exclaimed, not taking his taunt as a taunt and instead thanked him. "I almost forgot. There's a bag in my room and it's got my footwear," she said, smiling proudly. Keith's lips twitched, but he shook his head and grabbed one of the bags before carrying it over his shoulder. Clara carried her own while the trio helped Amelia since they didn't really have anything they owned. Most of their things, including clothes, were left in Baroma Kingdom. Keith had to hire 4 rickshaws to get to the place as he felt too lazy to walk. "I'm contributing to the economy and helping poor people by using their services," he told himself instead of blaming his own laziness. Once they reached their new house, all of them rushed inside and Keith threw Amelia's bag at her with full strength. It hit her accurately and pushed her to the ground. "Damn it! What did I even do to you?" she screamed below the bag, making Keith feel like he really had done it without any reason. He frowned as he watched her push the bag away and contemplated the reasons for his actions, only to realize that he had no reason. "Wow, I'm turning into an asshole," he thought as he walked over to her and sighed, "I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that." Amelia glanced up at him, her breath hitching as her eyes lingered on the curve of his neck, the sharp line of his jaw, before finally meeting his gaze. In his eyes, she saw guilt and regret, raw and vulnerable, stirring emotions she never expected. He had literally hit her with a bag filled with clothes, carelessly, thoughtlessly, for no apparent reason. Yet, in this moment, all she wanted was to close the distance, to wrap her arms around him and whisper that it was okay, that she forgave him. Not because he deserved it, but because her heart couldn't do otherwise. Keith, too, saw the sudden change in her expression and felt worried. He immediately took out his system screen to see what was going on in her mind, and the only thing there was that she wanted to hug him. Though she wanted to, she held herself back and clicked her tongue. "TCH, annoying bastard. I hate you." Keith, not knowing what to do, sighed and took a few steps back. On one end, he did not want to get too much on her good side, but on the other end, he also did not want to antagonize her too much. "Meh," he said and looked at the others. "Clara and I will take the master bedroom," he said and heard them gasp. Laura excitedly looked at Caleb. "See? I told you that there was something going on between these two," she said and shifted her attention to Keith. "So, is it official yet? Though, I wanted to ask, is dating between coworkers allowed? Our previous boss prohibited it since it'll cause problems with the job." Keith let out a soft sigh. He knew that it was a bad thing, to date a coworker. He didn't really want his teammates to start dating, but since he himself was in a relationship, he knew that prohibiting it would not be a good example. He shook his head. "Feel free to date, but when you're working, I want you to focus completely on the job." Hearing this, Nathan immediately got on his knees and looked at Amelia. "Lady, would you like to dash?" "No." Turns out, Nathan was just messing around. Or at least, that's what he claimed. Keith could tell that he was slightly hurt, but his feelings weren't deep enough for the rejection to hit him too hard. "Welp, all of you can consider today as a holiday, but we'll start our work from tomorrow onwards. If anyone is interested in knowing something early on, feel free to come to my room before evening," he said and headed over to toss his things into one of the bedrooms. 2 bedrooms were slightly bigger than the other 3, but there were no master bedrooms. This was because, even the smaller bedrooms were larger than a traditional master bedroom. Keith did not forget that this place used to be a brothel before. After tossing his things inside, he decided to simply take a walk. The place had a lot of base area, with a 4-meter-wide corridor that went straight from the entrance to the other end of the house. On the right, were multiple bedrooms and on the left of the corridor was a large hall. This large hall was used as a living room plus kitchen. There were 4 large couches that looked incredibly luxurious, and there was also a place for playing darts. The kitchen area was very spacious, but it had a regular firewood stove. Keith did not like this, so he decided to change it in the future. The living room and kitchen had doors, but there was an open entrance for people to walk in. Keith then walked to the other end of the corridor that was opposite to the door and climbed up the stairs to get to the second floor. This place only had 2 rooms and each of them had sliding doors, which was very uncommon in Kazakh Empire. But Keith didn't care about the type of door and simply went ahead to take a look. Both rooms were empty and Keith knew that one of these rooms would be converted into their main work office. As for the other room, even Keith did not know what to do with it. Once he was done taking a look at all the rooms, Keith left the place. He wanted to find a carpenter who could craft him 1 large table and 3 smaller ones along with a bunch of chairs. He knew of a few places, and as he walked along the streets, his eyes fell on the basket filled with mushrooms. At this moment, he felt like an absolute idiot. I should have tried to grow mushrooms in my dimension. Damn, I wasted so much of my precious time. But it's fine, we learn with time, he thought, and kept the mushroom seller in mind as he continued walking. It didn't take him too long to hire a carpenter, and once he gave the group some directions to his house, they were off to get the work done. Keith on the other hand went to look for the mushroom seller. "Excuse me, how do you grow these mushrooms?" he asked as he looked at the thin girl who barely came up to his chest level. She looked up at him and blinked a few times before stuttering, "Mother plucks them from the forest, but my grandma knows how to grow them." Keith nodded and gave her a Zen note, "Take me to your grandma and this note is yours." "I'll help you carry this basket," he said, and put it on his shoulder as he looked down at her, waiting for her to guide him. "Okay, mister," she said, and stuffed the money in her pocket before she began to walk. Keith silently followed her until they reached the outskirts of Auberg district, a place that was literally making contact with the forest around the district. There were a few huts and the girl walked over to one of them before calling out for her grandmother. Keith looked at the multiple tree logs lying on the ground, slightly wet but also having a thin but large cloth tied between a few vertical sticks to keep the logs protected from direct sunlight. He then saw a short granny walk out of the hut with a hunchback. She looked at her grandchild and then at Keith before frowning. "What do you want, young man?" "We don't want trouble. Gee, grandma, big brother gave me money to bring him here. He said he wanted to learn about mushrooms from you. How to grow them," she said as she ran over to the old woman and gave her the money. Find more chapters on Empire. The grandma looked at the 1 Zen note and then glanced at Keith before giving him a curt nod. "Thank you for your generosity," she said, and sat down directly on the ground. "Come on, sit down. If you want to learn how to grow mushrooms, it'll take me a few hours to tell you everything I know," she said, and slid her hand into her blouse before pulling out a small piece of folded paper. Keith looked at it and sat down, not caring about dirtying his pants as knowledge was more important to him at the moment. He could wash his clothes later. Hours quickly passed, and just like the old woman had said, it did indeed take her a long time to pass on all the knowledge she had. Keith happily thanked her and took out 10 Zen notes before giving it to her. She tried to give the money back to him, saying that the 1 Zen that he gave earlier was more than enough, but Keith simply ran away. "I'll come back with my mushrooms later, grandma," he yelled as his silhouette shrank the further he ran. The granny shook her head and smiled before looking at the money in her hand. It was something she never expected to get, but it also made her extremely happy. "Little me, let's go buy some pork for dinner," she said, and placed her hand on the girl's head. "Let's surprise your mother before she gets back home." By the time Keith got back home, it was already evening. Caleb, who was sitting on the stairs, saw Keith return and immediately stood up. "Captain, you said that we should ask you if we have any questions, but you disappeared." "Anyways, the carpenters said that they'll need 4 to 6 days to get the tables ready," he said as he walked over to Keith, who was taking off his shoes. Keith nodded. "Yeah, that's expected. Anyways, I didn't really think that you guys would have questions, so I went out to get a few things done. Ask up now since I'm here." About the empty room in second floor, I talked to the others and all of us felt like it could be a good place for physical training. Did you have other plans for that room? Keith hummed and thought for a bit before shaking his head. Using it as a room for physical training isn't a bad idea, but based on my future plans, I think we'll need to use it as a prison instead. Or maybe, honestly even I'm not sure. Let's wait for a few days and then make a decision. Caleb nodded and asked another question. Laura said that it'll be better to share rooms for building camaraderie. This way, we'll have extra rooms to spare and we can use these rooms as prisons instead. We just need to get someone to build us some strong cages. Keith waved his hand dismissively. Sure, we'll talk about this tomorrow. Is the dinner ready? He asked as he walked into the living room and glanced at the empty kitchen. No, Detective Amelia said that we can eat outside tonight, to celebrate this auspicious day since we moved in just now. Hearing this, Keith silently sighed and shook his head. Eating is fine, but none of you guys are allowed to drink. She can just go to her office and laze around, but you guys will be on active duty. Anyways, where are the others? Upstairs. Lady Clara is in her bedroom with Amelia, but the other two are upstairs since they wanted to watch the carpenters work. Keith nodded and walked over to the door that was the farthest from the main entrance. This room was also the closest to the stairs. He pushed the door open and saw Amelia crying in Clara's embrace. Feeling like this was the worst time to walk in, he immediately closed the door and looked at Caleb who was climbing up the stairs, oblivious to what Keith had just seen. With a sigh, he headed over to the living room and sat down before he took in the atmosphere. The room was turning dark thanks to the setting sun. There were multiple oil lamps hung up on the walls and there were also some metallic hooks at one corner just in case anyone wanted to hand up a lamp in the middle of the room. Keith looked up at the ceiling and saw multiple U-shaped wood pieces, which he could guess the purpose of. Welp, there is no oil in those lamps so it's pointless right now, he thought, but he still went ahead and grabbed 5 of the hooks. Each rod had 2 hooks, one of each end and Keith hung them all up using one hook. And then hung up the oil lamps on the other end of the rod. Once done, he walked out and knocked on his room's door. Hey, it's getting dark. Let's go get some dinner first, he said and then walked upstairs to call the others. By the time he walked back down with the trio, Amelia and Clara were ready to go. He also saw that there were no tear marks or any other sign of distress on Amelia's face. The dinner was simple, with just some bread, meat stew and a nice cup of sweet tea. To his surprise, Amelia did not buy any alcohol and nor did she complain. Instead she silently ate just like everyone else. Keith grabbed his leather pouch and took out 2 medium-sized bronze coins that had the number 5 on them. He placed them on the table and pushed them towards Caleb. Here's my weekly quota. Seeing this, everyone else followed and gave Caleb the money for food and groceries. Keith went back to eating and brought up the topic that Caleb had talked to him about. So, I heard that you guys wanted to share rooms. I just want to know the reason for this thought, he said as he wondered why they would say no to personal privacy. Well, you said that we can get into a romantic relationship with our teammates, so having different rooms will make things difficult. You just happily took Clara away by using Amelia as an excuse, but what about me? Laura said and pointed at Caleb. I want him in my room and we talked about it already. Keith glanced at Caleb to see his face go bright red. He smiled slightly and nodded, sure, as long as you keep work and private life separate. I originally wanted to get you guys teamed up, but now I've changed my mind, he said as he turned to look at Nathan. Nathan, you'll work with Laura and Caleb, you'll be coming with me. Oh and Clara, you'll be working with Nathan too. It's not fair if I split them up while. You know. It's fine, I understand. Clara said as she smiled gently, you're just worried that we'll act based on our emotions instead of using our brains. Even you're not confident in controlling yourself, are you? Discover stories with Empire. You're right. Keith nodded before looking at his teammates. when you have someone you care deeply about in your team while doing a dangerous business, you'll be more occupied with their safety instead of focusing on the mission. Especially when one of them is weak, like me and Caleb. The group continued to talk and debate until they were done eating, but just as they were about to leave, Clara grabbed Keith's hand sleeve. "I have something to talk to you about," she said, and then smiled at the others. "We'll join you soon." A/N, this chapter will be longer than usual since I'm a bit too busy today and wanted to finish the tarot reading scene in one chapter. GT crossed 10 yesterday, so look forward to an extra chapter. I'm taking things slow for a while, so it'll probably come out in the next 3 to 4 days. A little more than 4 months ago. Norn got off his mule carriage and looked around before heading over to an inn. His goal was clear, and that was to kill the man who was responsible for his sister's disappearance. As he walked towards an inn that was nearby, he saw an old man waving at him. He squinted his eyes and looked at the man who was standing in front of a very shabby tent. The first thing he wanted to do was to ignore him and simply walk away, but he felt something tug him toward the man. In just a second, the thought of ignoring the old man had completely disappeared from his mind. He stood a few meters away from him and asked, "Do you need something?" "No, my child. It's you who needs my help," the old man said, his eyes twinkling as he smiled. "I see a mysterious red fog behind you. It smells like blood and, it looks like a shadow. If you come inside, I'll read your tarots for free." Norn clenched his fist as he looked at the old man, wanting to punch him in the face for trying to waste his time, but a part of him wanted to know. It wanted a form of hope, and also answers. "Okay," he said, and followed the old man into the tent. There wasn't much inside, just a small table, 3 chairs and an oil lamp. The fortune-teller old man took out a deck of tarot cards and shuffled them before spreading them neatly on the table. "Please pick 3 of them." Norn nodded and lifted his hand up. He slowly pushed his finger onto one of the cards and dragged it out of the neat pile before doing the same with the second card and the third. He then looked up at the old man in front of him, waiting for instructions, but he got none. Instead, the fortune-teller placed his hand on the first card and flipped it before nodding silently. The reversed lover as your past. It means that you were in a relationship or bond that isn't healthy, mutual, or in other words, a forced relationship. It also means that you experienced separation, or lost from someone close to you, he said as he stared at the card and then slowly raised his gaze to meet Norn's eyes. Norn shifted uncomfortably. "Sister, no, this could just be a fluke." "Continue," he said as he frowned, feeling both excited and anxious. Sure, the old man said as he flipped the second card, "The tower as your present, huh?" Norn silently waited for him to continue, but the man slightly frowned instead of speaking. Just as Norn was about to ask what was wrong, he apologized. "Oh, sorry about that, I got lost in my thoughts." "Okay, so where were we?" "Oh yeah, the tower, it represents destruction, and chaos. Right now, it probably feels like everything you know is crumbling. Something drastic may have happened recently or is about to." Hearing this, Norn couldn't help but clench his jaw. He had lost his sister and it indeed felt like everything was crumbling. The rage in his heart did feel chaotic and unquenchable. He didn't say anything and nodded as he pushed the last card towards the old man. With a slight smile, he took the card and flipped it before nodding. "Okay, so future is the moon. It symbolizes uncertainty, secrets and the unknown. Whatever you plan on doing or you might do in the future, though there really is no answer to how things will end. It's a mix of both good and bad, which means anything can happen." As he said this, the old man looked up, his gaze landing on the empty space behind Norn as he frowned. "I've never seen a case like yours. Maybe I should help you out a little and of course, for free," he said as he fished around in his pockets trying to find something. "Found it," he said as he took out a small piece of wood. It was rectangular and was around 1 centimeter thick, with a simple human carved into the wood surface. It was basically a stickman, but with thicker sticks. He then glanced at Norn as he pushed the wooden piece towards him. "Here, pluck some of your hairs and put them into the space where the man is carved in," he said before looking around. Norn didn't want to do it, but he felt a strange push mentally. Looking slightly dazed, he plucked a few strands of his hair and put them onto the wooden piece. The old man, on the other hand, took out a beeswax candle and melted it before letting it drip into the hair. Once he managed to cover all the hair strands, he stopped and gave Norn a small knife. "Blood next." "Just a few drops are fine," he said, his voice calm and hypnotic. He watched Norn nod silently as he grabbed the knife and did as he was told. Droplets of blood fell onto the wax and it didn't stop until the carved human indent was completely filled up. "Okay, that's enough," the old man said before taking the knife from Norn's hand and used it to pierce his own thumb. He then pressed it against Norn's forehead before pulling back. "Use the blood that's still dripping and press it against the place I just pressed." Norn immediately did as he was told and the old man smiled. "Good, now think about the goal. The one thing you wish to do at the moment." "My sister. I want to get her back. But if I can't do that, I'll kill the person who made this happen. I'll kill the leader of the gang no matter what." His rage boiled and so did his fears. The old man grinned as he saw the liquid on the wooden piece solidify, transforming into a jelly-like substance. "Great, now pick the cards again, young man," he said as he shuffled all the cards and placed them on the table, looking hopeful. "Lovers, Tower and the World." Continue reading at Empire. This was the set that Norn picked up this time. The old man nodded and smiled. "The world, this means that everything will end once you've achieved your goal. It's a good sign, and you may leave now." Norn silently stared at the 3 cards in front of him and nodded. Once he left, the old man smiled as he grabbed all of his cards and stuffed them into his pocket. He turned around and looked at his shadow, which grinned at him before waving its hands. "To think that there's someone out there who can send weird creatures to follow behind others, this is interesting. Maybe I'll watch and see if I can play around a little," he thought as he walked out of his tent and kept his eye on the red mist that was behind Norn. He then glanced at his shadow and pointed at Norn. "Follow him. If this kid dies, then the person towards whom his anger is directed towards, will also die. My lovely art of soul bind is just amazing." As the shadow slithered towards Norn, the old man's appearance changed almost immediately, making him look like a young teenage girl. In a dark underground room, there were 4 men who were sitting in front of a table. They stared at the crude plan that their leader had written on the paper, a plan to expand their slave trading business. "TCH, why do we even need all this damn businesses, brother? Can't we just loot the entire place? We're gangsters, not businessmen. We should be spreading our name, making people fear us, but just look at this garbage," a white-haired guy said as he stabbed a knife on the table. Another man who looked similar, spoke. "You wouldn't understand, so just shut up. The only reason you're here is because you're my brother, you dumb shit. These 2 here are stronger than you and they also know how to use their brains." "Tui," he said and spit on his brother's face, as he scowled. The other 2 snickered and were just about to make fun of him, but to their surprise, the leader began to cough. "Kook, kiak." Dark red liquid splattered onto the paper as he struggled to breathe and then a hole appeared on his neck, which began to spurt blood like a fountain. The leader's brother watched this and the shock on his face suddenly turned into a grin. He ran his fingers through his hair, soaking them with blood. "Heh, you played things safe and someone targeted you. I've always been right, brother. Always. Warning, there will be some deep depiction of gore in this chapter. Basically human bodies' insides." As these thoughts appeared in his mind, he turned to look at the other 2. One of them had a calculative look on his face while the other was shouting the leader's name as he watched life leave the leader's body. "Kek, look at this bastard," he screamed as he pulled out the knife in his pant and immediately stabbed it through the guy who had a calculating look on his face. "Oh Otto." "Why?" the last guy cried out as he looked at the 2 men bleeding in front of him while the leader's brother was grinning from ear to ear. Why you say? Because it's time for me to take over, you dumb mutt, he said and let out an evil cackle before using the same knife to attack the last guy. The two of them struggled, but since one of them had a weapon ready and the other was still recovering from a shock, the results were tilted in Otto's favor. Ha, ha he chuckled as he knelt on the floor in a pool of blood. Now, it's time to take hold of the gang and start a rebellion. I'll make my gang so big that even the Empire's army would be small. His dreams were far-fetched and unrealistic. The shadow of his brother opened its eyes and looked at Otto. Soul binding worked. Both of them are dead and I found a new toy to play with. Lovely. The shadow moved from Otto's brother to the table and then connected to Otto's shadow. Let's see, not a long life but with my help, he should be able to last pretty long. Though, what's this feeling? Experience more content on Empire. Inside an inn, a young girl opened her eyes and immediately took out a stack of cards from her bag. She then took a deep breath and her body began to transform, slowly growing in size, and after she was done, she looked into the mirror. Otto looked back with a playful smile on his face. Nice. Now as Otto, I'll pick my cards. Please give me an answer. 3 cards floated out from the deck and showed themselves to him. Emperor, Devil and Justice. Oh well, it'll be fun for sure. And should I get involved this time? Maybe I'll help this Otto with an awakening, and I'm sure that he'll need it since his goals are grand, he thought, and immediately turned back into a young girl. The little girl punched herself in the stomach and coughed out a small wooden token, the one that had Norn's blood on it. The requirements have been completed. Now all I gotta do is use those 3 lives as fuel for my ritual, she thought as she took off her clothes. Using the reflection on the mirror, she took the wooden token and pushed it against her tender belly, which got pushed in. Not sharp enough. She muttered and grabbed a tarot card. The card effortlessly sliced through the skin, and once she was done making a circle, she pushed her fingernail into the cut that was made by the knife. Then she pinched the skin and ripped it off, exposing her insides and organs. All of them were going on and there was no blood loss. She silently stared at her body. I want to see the insides of others though, ripped to shreds and bleeding while they stare into my eyes with despair. Cool, just imagining it makes me so excited, but I gotta stay focused. She grabbed the wooden token and shoved it down her throat, her hand seemingly working like a boneless tentacle as it slithered down her throat and pushed the token into the intestines without letting it stay in the stomach. The hand was then pulled back out, and then she made her intestines transparent so she could watch what was going on inside. Blood that Norn had given was separated from the token, and there was also a lot of dark smoke that was being emitted by the blood. Oof, so much anger and rage. He died in the end, but I'll make use of his awakened ability and amplify it for Otto. Oh gosh, it's going to be so much fun. All the blood condensed into a dark red ball and quickly moved through the overly clean intestine before coming out of her back hole. The pill is ready, and now the only thing that's left is to give this to Otto as soon as possible. Before he leaves the room, she muttered, and the red ball in her hand disappeared. She didn't with the skin that was on the floor, nor the open stomach. Instead, she closed her eyes and found himself under Otto's shadow. She immediately saw the red ball that was hiding on the pool of blood, but this was the thing that she wanted most. The blood of the 3 men began to flow into the red pill. Its color became darker, getting close to a rusty brown. The change wasn't subtle at all, and Otto didn't fail to notice it. He was just in disbelief as he stared at the dark ball. It suddenly looked extremely tempting. It didn't have any smell, and it didn't really look great either. It was simply a ball. But even then, he felt a strange sense of pull. His legs moved on their own as he crawled towards the ball, picked it up and tossed it into his mouth. The shadow under him let out a secretive smirk and chuckled to itself, what an idiot. Anyways, danger sense Looks like it transformed into survival instinct, and I can't really tell what the difference is. Otto suddenly felt a surge of information, the influx almost frying his brain as he stumbled forward, ugh, I gotta go and announce that there was an infighting. Then I gotta make up a lie for why I managed to escape with almost no injuries. Captain, we have no clues on this, gang. Based on what we gathered until now, they used to be active for quite a while and suddenly disappeared. There are new drugs being sold and people being threatened, but we're always too late to the scene. It's like someone already knows what we're doing. Caleb said as he walked alongside Keith as they roamed the market. Keith nodded, frowning slightly. Yeah, and the two guys whom we caught, they don't even know who their superiors are. Our torture methods did not work either. He knew that they really did not know who their superiors were as he could dive into their thoughts using his system seed. It's been almost 3 months since I've started shooting my system seeds at everyone I saw, but I've been unsuccessful in finding anyone important in the gang, meh. Caleb silently walked beside Keith until he voiced out his thoughts. It's like, there's someone who is always following us. The big things only happen when we're asleep, be it night time or daytime. 2 gangs from the neighboring towns were massacred at the borders and it was too late by the time we found out. Keith did feel this way, but his danger sense had never acted up, which meant that they weren't in any danger. But for some reason, he did not feel great. Let's go back, we need to change our strategy, he said and rushed back home. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. There was no one inside, but Keith knew that it was only a matter of time for the other 3 to get home, which they did. Caleb saw them dragging a man and looked at Laura. Was it Lady Clara again? Yeah, ever since Keith told us to split up, we've been able to catch people with relative ease even though it takes a lot of time and luck. The first time was a fluke, but the second and third time, Clara managed to capture 2 more. Keith ignored the lack of prefix on his name as he didn't really like it. His attention was focused on Clara. Looks like my theory came true. Yes, and I've only been able to catch them when my armor is on. Which means that the cause isn't something external, but instead, it's internal, he muttered as this fit the description for his own system seed. He mostly used it to spy on others and it looked like the person who was keeping an eye on them, was doing the same. But can they look into the minds like me? Or is it just like regular spying where they can only see our actions? Oh well, let's first get the experiment done, he thought as he looked at the others. He pointed at Clara and said, form a circle all of you. Clara will give you her divine armor, which is just like Nathan's but has a few extra features. Fast. The trio nodded and formed a circle in front of Clara, who got herself an armor first and then gave an armor to the other 3. Right at this moment, Keith saw 3 black strands shoot out of the shadows of the trio before merging into his shadow. Shadows huh? Troublesome. He thought as he looked at Clara, now me. He immediately felt a sense of warmth, but he didn't get distracted. His eyes were focused on his shadow and he saw a thin but longer strand shoot out and merge into the shadow of the couch nearby. Keith then looked at the other 4 looking slightly confused. For system screens popped up he read the stuff that was going on in their heads. No one saw the black thread huh? Interesting, but this also gave me an idea. It's troublesome, but I gotta thank the person behind this. Alright, feel free to roam the district however you want, but only when you have armors on. I have something to do so I'll be focusing on those preparations. Also Caleb, go get the weekly salaries for us from the church will ya? Caleb nodded and ran off to get the money while Keith silently headed to his bedroom. Splitting up shadows and making them move sneakily, for some reason only I'm able to see them. Anyways, let's use this to make my system seed better. Immediately, he willed for his system seeds to get a new feature where they can produce more and more system seeds automatically and spread to new people without his interference. Unlike before when he didn't have any problems, this time a system error popped up in front of him. Error. The base system seed cannot be changed. The feature you wish to add should be included when you created the system seed and now it's too late to add. Explain how it works and also, will it work if I just create a new system seed instead, he asked. As someone from Earth, he had seen people fail multiple times and the failures had to be discarded while also learning from them. If he simply latched onto the first system seed he had created, then there won't be much hope for improvements. Currently, your system seeds work linearly. When you first created it, you wanted to be able to give system seeds to others whenever you wanted and take information from them. So in simpler words, it works like very basic spy app. It has no ability to spread and multiply. If you want to automate the spreading process, you must make changes to the base. To set up a new system and make it share the actions and thoughts of the people, you'll need a lot more divine energy compared to what you have at the moment. Based on my estimations, you'll have to wait for slightly more than 5 months to reach this level. Well, it's going to be a battle of information since we both have similar powers. 5 months is fine, I can wait this much. The war will start soon and I don't want to see internal chaos happen in the Empire. Keith glanced at Clara, who just walked into the room and scooted over to the side of the bed to give her some room. "What are you thinking about?" she asked as she sat down and looked at him. "About opening a new business. I'll need a lot of money in the future," he said, and then thought, "and I don't want to continue stealing since it'll increase the risk of losing my system users. I also don't really want to make them pay me money for upgrades, so I gotta be self-sufficient." Clara placed her hand on his thigh and gently rubbed it. "So, what kind of business?" "You know about my, put on your armor. And go stand there," he said, and watched her do as he said. Her shadow did not make contact with anything other than the floor. The white armor covered her body immediately and a black thread shot under the table. "Damn, so annoying," he grumbled as he punched the mattress. He knew that he couldn't harm a shadow since it was intangible and sighed, "Let's go." Clara gave him a confused look, but Keith simply placed his hand on her and took her to his spatial dimension. "This is the first time I brought you here, didn't I?" he asked as he looked around with a smile. She silently nodded, but her expression soon turned into awe. "Wow, this is just so much more compared to my small space." Keith nodded, "Yeah, and since it's technically a product of my awakened ability, I can get access to your spatial dimension too." "Wait, you called it spatial storage, right?" "Yeah, but is there even a reason for you to control my small space when you have so much here?" "Well, it's for communication and transport," he said, and grabbed a random axe that was on the ground. It instantly vanished and appeared inside Clara's spatial storage. "You get it now?" She said and nodded before going back to the main topic. "So, what about this business?" Keith sighed and pointed at the large empty space in front of him. "Just look at this. I have so much space and I'm doing nothing with it. I feel like the best way to make use of it is to make something that a lot of people will absolutely love. It has to be something that can be consumed, be sold in various price ranges for both rich and poor. Experience exclusive tales on Empire. Originally, I thought of meat, but it's just too much time and effort. I'd rather go with something related to plants, but I don't know what to pick. I don't want to sell a basic vegetable or fruit. I want to sell something more." Clara let out a sound as she began to think. "Wheat is consumed by almost everyone, but you said that you didn't want to sell something simple." Keith nodded. "Yeah, and something that I can sell in bulk too. Why don't you make beer or whiskey? You have enough land and all that's needed is some manpower and knowledge." Keith stared at Clara as the gears in his mind turned in full speed. There was silence for a few seconds until Keith screamed, "Vodka. Or maybe rum." Vodka and rum weren't really available on this continent as people only knew about grain-based drinks. While vodka could also be made by grains, people clearly didn't bother with mass production since Keith had never heard of vodka being drunk in this place. Clara gave him a confused look, but she felt slightly happy that he was content with the answer. Though she wanted to celebrate with him, the curious part of her won. "What's a vodka and rum?" she asked, and Keith hugged her tight instead of giving her an answer. "You're amazing, Clara," he exclaimed. "I was thinking about growing poppy plants to sell drugs, but this is better. I don't have to feel too guilty." He then pulled away from her and began to explain. "Well, it's just something I read in a book. They're just different kinds of alcohols, with vodka being a concentrated version of whiskey in a way but without too much of a taste. As for rum, it's a kind of alcohol that's made from sugarcane. I have some plans for both of them, and before I start with that, I got other important things to do. Keith raised his hand and both him and Clara began to fly into the air. Once he reached a decent height, he looked down at the land in front of him. System, split it into parts based on my requirements. A square plot with a side of 700 meters for farming first, then 2 equal squares for both bees and goats. Leave a small amount of land behind for my personal needs. The 1000m x 1000m square split into multiple parts, while also changing the shape of each part. The creatures didn't feel a thing and just went on with their daily lives. They were divided into 4 parts, all of them squares. First was the largest plot of land, which was 700m x 700m. This one was purely just land and did not have any water on it. Then there were 2 squares and both of them were of the same size, which was 500m x 500m. These 2 had water, as one of them housed the bees while the other had goats, both of which needed water. As for the last one, which was the smallest, it was just a 100m x 100m square, and this also did not have any water, just like the first one. 700m x 700m for farming equals 490,000 square meters. 500m x 500m for bees and flowers equals 250,000 square meters. 500m x 500m for goats equals 250,000 square meters. 100m x 100m for personal space equals 10,000 square meters. 1000m x 1000m of total space equals 1 million square meters. Okay, perfect. Keith thought as he changed the terrain of the bees' side a little. The honeycomb went in the center of the cube and flowers surrounded it, while also leaving a lot of free space. What next? He mused as he looked at the large piece of land. The next day, Keith woke up with Clara stuck to him and he instinctively patted her head. I've sent a messenger to Timothy's house, so by the time he gets back home, the messenger will be there with the letter. If he wants the money, he'll have to come here. There's no way I'm going to meet him on my own. He silently rolled Clara away from him and went into his spatial dimension. Like a routine, he spent most of his mental energy to create bullets. Unlike Adam, who could only make around 30 per day, Keith's maximum number was in the thousands. This was because he had a lot of mental energy, and on top of that, Adam's efficiency was higher than 90, which meant that Keith could use the ability with an efficiency of around 45%. While this was less, thanks to the white system, Keith didn't really care too much, as creation of one bullet didn't take too much mental energy. Thanks to this, even though his efficiency was low, he could make up to it with his capacity. He then looked at the large pile of bullets and couldn't help smiling. 6 of them floated towards him along with a gun that had a longer barrel compared to his old revolver, which was currently with Amelia. It's been a while, hasn't it? He asked as he looked at it, and the hammer went back and forth, as if agreeing with him. Keith nodded. Yeah, but today I want to check something out. As soon as he said that, he gave out a mental command. Bullets inside the revolver, come out, he thought, and instantly, 6 bullets appeared in front of him. He then checked the cylinder and saw that it was empty. Great, he said to himself, and with another similar mental command, the cylinder was now filled with bullets. With a nod, he got out of his spatial dimension and repeated the steps. This time, he sent the bullets into his spatial dimension and then put a new batch into the revolver. Switching to a second gun is faster than reloading, and this is almost instantaneous, so it's faster. I just need a little bit of practice to make it a muscle memory, he thought as he stared at his revolver. He knew that it wasn't too useful against people like Nathan and Clara, who had really amazing awakened abilities. Well, people like these 2 are hard to find. I guess I just got lucky. He thought as he looked at Clara's sleeping form. So adorable. He immediately got rid of the distracting thoughts and focused on important things. His gaze moved to the bed below him and he couldn't help but sigh lightly. Damn shadow. I probably won't be able to do much in the next 5 months, but if all of us have the armors on, I feel like we'll make some progress. Even then, it'll be impossible to do spy work with attention-drawing armors. There was a solution to the problem of the weird tracking shadow, but it also raised other issues, which was not a good thing. Something is better than nothing, but I guess I should go and ask Brandon for help with intel. On top of that, I'll try and see if Seraphina's blessings can push this shitty shadow away. As his thoughts wandered, he headed to the bathroom to take a bath, and by the time he was done, he saw Clara wake. "Oh, morning," he greeted her with a wide smile and pointed towards the door. "I'm going to buy some materials for the farm, so if the others ask, just tell them that I went out for a morning walk." Clara nodded silently, looking slightly sleepy as she gave him a hug. "Do you really have to go so soon?" she asked, and suddenly, he felt her tongue on his collarbone. "I'm a little thirsty." Experience more on Empire. Keith smirked, and with one simple motion, his towel dropped to the floor. "And I'm starving." Along the bustling morning streets, Keith walked silently with a newspaper in one hand. Following his daily routine, he greeted multiple vendors on the way and walked towards the cart of a small-time merchant whom he knew. He was a healthy-looking young man around the same age as Keith, but he had a physical build similar to Brandon. He was in fact, bigger than Brandon, but his voice was high-pitched and very soft. "Good morning, sir, what would you like to buy today?" he asked, smiling as he saw Keith, who was a regular customer at this point. Keith gave him a nod of acknowledgement before smiling back. "Well, I'm here to propose a deal. You told me that you get all your vegetables from the neighboring county, right?" Technically we're a part of the county, sir. All of our taxes go to the count, and yeah, I do buy all my vegetables directly from the count. His mansion is located in the neighboring town, so the journey usually takes half a day to get there. I spend the night there and buy everything I need the next morning before coming back. Usually, the grains and vegetables last around a week, but most of the times, the goods are all sold out in 2 to 3 days. Keith nodded, and he didn't really care too much about which noble the district belonged to, but since he got some free knowledge, he decided to keep it in mind. "Understood. Anyways, I wanted to ask if you're willing to take on a transportation job for me. I need hundreds of kilograms of potatoes." "No, wait, I'd need it in tens of thousands actually." The vendor stared at Keith with his mouth wide open. Once he recovered from the shock, he nodded. "Well, I guess you're lucky. The Count recently got his farms harvested, but I don't think he'll be able to meet your requirements by his own. You'll have to ask various other nobles if you want tens of thousands of kilograms." Keith spent the next 5 weeks traveling just for the sake of potatoes. On the way, he did forge some connections with some important people, and thanks to his performance in the training camp, some people from the churches recognized him. But that was where the good things ended. During his travel, he didn't waste any time or energy and shot out his system seeds at everyone he saw. Thanks to this, he realized something important. From the areas that belonged to 3 different nobles, there were 2 gangs that wanted to get their hands on Auburg district, but were unable to. Seeing this, Keith had both negative and positive thoughts. "It's a good thing that Auburg isn't getting affected, but I have a feeling that this shadow guy is the one behind it all," he thought, and shook his head as he got out of his carriage. "Welp, I think he's too busy with the other gangs, so I can just relax until I get my new system created. Just 4 months more." He paid the driver and walked over to his house, feeling tired since the journey was pretty uncomfortable. He silently opened the door with the key that he had, but to his surprise, he heard multiple familiar voices from the living room. "Aren't you guys supposed to be working right now?" he asked loudly as he closed the door before adding, "I'm back by the way." Clara immediately rushed out and latched onto him, and Keith just hugged her back. "It's Amelia's birthday today, so we all decided to come home early. I promised that all of us roamed the streets like you asked us to, but lately we haven't been able to catch anyone. It's like the armors have lost their effects," she said, giving Keith the info that she thought was important. Keith panicked slightly, but still nodded. He had the ability to look at what people were doing, but he had his limits. He was merely a human and he couldn't keep an eye on everyone at the same time while also doing other things, like talking, which was a simple thing to do. Amelia's birthday, huh? I still have to repay her for the gun she gave me, so I guess this is the best timing, he said as he pulled away from Clara before he walked over to the living room with her. The trio were in the kitchen, using the oil stove that Keith had created. It would have been better if there was an outdoor kitchen since there wasn't any active ventilation in the room. Amelia still wasn't home, but he knew that she'd be there in an hour or two. "What are you guys doing?" he asked as he walked over and saw them boiling some meat along with wheat flour. Caleb used a long spatula to pick up some of the brownish-red stew and everyone saw the meat falling off of it, tender and mostly broken down. "Sir, this is a dish that our orphanage used to make for us once in 6 months. They didn't put in a lot of meat like we did in this pot, but it was very tasty. As for the name, I think they called it the mutton pottage." Keith heard this and nodded before pointing at the pot. "Is it done? I want a taste." "Yes, of course. We're just heating it up since the more it cooks, the better it becomes," Laura said as she grabbed a bowl for him, but Keith shook his head and took a small spoon instead. "This is fine," he said and scooped up some of the thick stew before blowing on it to cool it down a little. He then put the spoon in his mouth and he instantly knew that the thing in front of him is a flavor bomb. It was almost perfect and Keith's mind went straight to find out what the small imperfection was, and it didn't take him long to figure it out. The texture of the stew looked extremely dull, and Keith smiled as he looked at Caleb who was stirring the pot. "This looks similar to the dish my friend used to send photos of, so let's try adding oil a little," he thought and grabbed a ladle along with a small pot. He filled the pot halfway with the stew and added in a generous amount of groundnut oil before he began to stir it. The fire below the pot was decent since it was an oil stove and it wasn't fluctuating too much. Discover hidden stories at Empire. Minutes passed by. Keith continued to stir until the look of the stew had become shiny. It now had an oily sheen, but it also looked more palatable instead of looking like dark brown dung. The meat and wheat were not easier to differentiate, and he was also able to see the small pieces of dried chilies in the stew, unlike before where the dullness made it hard to spot the smaller things. Keith then took a spoonful and tasted it before sharing it with the others, all of whom gave him a nod of approval. "Great! Let's add some butter into it and the flavor will get even better than groundnut oil. I'll make something else on the side for her," he said and then looked at Clara. He knew that cake cutting wasn't a tradition in the world. Instead, people had different ways of celebrating birthdays based on their financial standing. The people who earned less than 3 bracks a week would just go on with their daily life. To them, birthday had no meaning and celebrating it was the same as getting some well wishes from others. Then there were people who earned from 4 to 8 bracks, and these people had some extra money to spare. This was because small houses cost only 1 brack a week as rent, and 1 brack had the power to purchase around 5 to 6 long loaves of bread. With the other spends such as various food ingredients like vegetables and meat, coal, firewood, savings for clothes, etc., the total weekly spends would be around 5 to 6 bracks. The rest of the money would go into savings, which these people used for special occasions. Then came the group that was paid well, and this group got a lot of respect from the people. This was the group that made 9 bracks to 2 zen per week. Usually, a regular family would have both parents working to feed themselves and their kids. While most of these families with well-paid members still continued the tradition, it did not change the fact that just one person would be able to support an entire family on their own. Even if things went south and they had just their jobs left, they could keep their family well fed. The second group usually celebrated their birthdays with a slightly loftier and meatier meal compared to regular days, while the third group, the one that made money over 8 bracks, added in alcohol and invited others to celebrate along with them. Your journey continues on Empire. This was also done due to the influence of parties that the nobility threw, but unlike the nobles that had guests in huge numbers while also having extremely lavish parties, the common working class just invited their neighbors, colleagues or close ones who lived nearby. Keith decided to go with inviting others to the party since there wasn't really a lack of money. The second reason was that Caleb had made too much stew. He looked at Clara. We should probably invite Brandon and Edward too. Is there anyone else? The owner of the inn where the office is located. She's a nun of the church and she's a sweetheart, so I'm sure that Amelia would love to see her here. Then maybe the priest. We're not exactly close, so maybe we shouldn't, but having his blessings would help too. Keith nodded. Yeah, the nun is very sweet. I'll leave the inviting to you, but no need for the priest, he said, his expression hardening as a frown formed on his face, showing his displeasure. He didn't really hate the priest. Instead, he respected Priest Pascal a lot after he found out what was going on behind the scenes, but he had to put on an act since he knew that the shadow person was keeping an eye on him. To think that these gangsters have abducted the kids from the orphanage that was run by Pascal. I now understand why he isn't opening his mouth, and I also don't want to force him, he thought as he saw Clara nod and leave. He then looked at multiple loaves of bread that were placed in a basket and spoke, we have enough bread, but we might need more. I'll take care of the stirring, so two of you go and buy more bread along with some bottles of wine. We also ran out of butter, so get some of that too. Caleb and Laura immediately left, following behind Clara. Keith then looked at Nathan and gave him the ladle. Here, do the stirring while I go get a few things ready. He grabbed the barrel that was partly filled with groundnut oil, and took it with him to his room. In an instant, he was inside his spatial dimension along with the oil, and the first thing he did was to look at the large pile of potatoes that were left over after plantation. A rough estimate was that he had around 8,000 kilograms left over, which meant that he had spent a bit too much money on potatoes. He had expected some of them to be spoiled, but contrary to his expectations, the number of spoiled potatoes he had received were close to none. Due to this, he had a lot of potatoes left over, and now that he got a chance to use them, he didn't hesitate. Almost 10 kilograms of potatoes flew out of the pile and were shot with water, cleaning them efficiently. Keith then used his power of absolute control inside the dimension to slice the potatoes into thin pieces. The oil that was inside the barrel shot into the air and took the form of a 10 centimeters thick slab. Keith then heated it up and sent the potatoes into the oil, making them move inside from one end to the other. It needs more time. He thought as he saw half-cooked potato slices come out from the other end and decided to make 3 trips. It did take some time, but Keith used his time boost around himself and the oil slab, which was very less area compared to the 1 km x 1 km land that he used to boost the time for in the past. With a 5x boost, he got to work, and by the time he was done, almost an hour had passed. Which meant that in the outside world, only 12 minutes had passed. Keith immediately got out of his spatial dimension and rushed to the kitchen to get some salt before rushing back to his room. He didn't go back into his dimension this time, and instead, he simply sent the salt in. The salt acted like wing, flying towards the warm chips and sticking onto their surface. The salt sprinkling took Keith around a minute before he put the oil back into the barrel and brought it out before taking it to the kitchen. He glanced at Nathan, who was diligently stirring the pot, and placed the barrel where it originally was. Next, he took the biggest container that he had in the house, which was a large clay pot, and filled it up with chips before placing it on the kitchen counter. Stew and bread done, snacks done, drinks they'll bring, so that's done too. Is there anything else? He asked as he looked at Nathan, whose eyes were fixated on the pot. Did you just make something appear out of nowhere? You can create food from nothing. Inside a small makeshift shed in the slums of Auburn district, a relatively short man sat on a chair as he stared at 2 people who were kneeling in front of him. "Boss, 4 of our people died while they fought the posse group, and we lost all our goods. There really wasn't much we could do to stop them. They had more than 50 people, boss," one of them said as he banged his head onto the floor, shaking in fear and pain. As for the other guy, he lifted up his head and looked at the man in front of him who had taken over the entire gang. There had been a lot of resistance from multiple people, but all of them had been massacred. Instead of fear, he looked at the boss with reverence as he growled angrily, "Boss Otto. We were outnumbered this time, but they shouldn't have gone too far. Just give me one chance and I'll capture all those kids again. I'll also bring you the heads of all the posse members." Hee hee ha, Otto chuckled as he took a knife that was on the small table beside him and threw it at the guy who was shivering on the floor. It didn't hit him right and instead, bounced off his head. Otto didn't mind it and looked at the other guy, kill H dash. Even before he could finish his order, the guy had grabbed the knife and pierced the other guy's back. I'm. Chak 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 krck chak. One stab after the other assaulted the first guy, and before he could hit back or recover, he lost his life as he took his last gasp. With a bloodied hand, face and clothes, the guy looked up at Otto and grinned, "What next, boss?" Otto grinned back and clapped the armrest on his chair happily. "I like this one," he roared and pointed at him, "I'll take care of Posse. You go and harass that Clangson." He then paused for a second before grabbing a metallic stamp with a handle that was around 40 centimeters long. "Here, take this and put the seal on that bastard's wife. I'm done playing with her and waiting for that rich bastard to apologize. It's time to end it all and also for people to learn about us. Stamp her head, back, front, hands, legs, and everything before you kill her. After that, use a long stick and hang her for everyone to see. It should be done right before sunrise tomorrow." The guy in front of him nodded as he took the branding seal and pointed towards his right. "She's in the hut beside us, right? Can I play with her for a bit before I get things done, boss?" "Do whatever you want, but don't miss the timing," Otto said and pointed at the door. "Now get out of this place, you dumb mutt." As the goon scurried out of the shed, Otto clicked his tongue with an annoyed expression on his face. He got up from his chair, slowly walked towards the door. "No goosebumps or fear, looks like the path is clear. Time to act," he thought as he walked out of his shed. A few kilometers away, in an inn. A young girl sat on a bed, humming as she had her eyes closed. Her eyes were indeed closed, but she was able to see things, and at the moment, she watched Otto leave the shed and rush out. "This shadow will stay inside to keep watch, but I don't think I can hold it in anymore," she thought as she opened her eyes with a flushed face. "My shadows can't interfere or manipulate the thought processes of your group. On top of that, your lover Clara's armor can repel my shadows too. Ah, I love this game. I love hard things." She slowly lifted up her skirt, and looked at the reflection of her bare skin. Her hand moved to the place between her thighs as she giggled with a giddy look on her face. "Oh, this will be fun. How should we play this game, Keith? How? Should I show you my face or should I play from the darkness before surprising you at the end?" Just as she was planning and fantasizing about the so-called game, she heard a knock on the door. "Sir, your dinner is ready. Would you like to eat in the dining area or should I bring your food here?" The girl clicked her tongue and her throat immediately thickened. Its color changed while the structure of the face also changed at the same time. In just 1 second, her neck and face had transformed. She looked at her reflection that had a gruff manly face that was rectangular while also having a thick slice mark on the right cheek. Then, she snapped her fingers and an almost transparent bubble appeared that was invisible before. It shattered almost a fraction of a second after the bubble showed itself. "I'll come down in a minute, thank you," she said, her voice slightly deep and throaty unlike the sweet and youthful voice from a few seconds ago. "Okay, sir, we'll get the food ready for you." The sound of footsteps slowly faded away and the body also began to change. She became taller, muscular and slightly tanned. Short black hair replaced the long blonde and once she was done, she looked down at place between her thighs. "I'll let it be. It's not like people are going peep when I'm wearing trousers." The man moved out of the room and his thoughts went back to Keith. I guess we'll play to our strengths. You have some mysterious defensive abilities, so I'll stay true to my specialty and move in the dark. Or should I appear in front of you and act like your friend while you search all over the district for me?" Yeah, this is more fun compared to hiding. Ah, I want to see you cry and scream in despair. Amelia silently stood in the living room where Clankson and his kids were, doing her job of keeping an eye on them and their surroundings. If only Brandon listened to me and asked Keith for help. Our team only has 3 members now, so it's harder to protect these people if things go overwhelmingly wrong. She glanced at the 5 kids, 3 of whom were in their teens and 2 who were younger than 10. Her eyes slowly moved to the 2 concubines who, based on her observations, looked pretty happy with the current situation where Clankson's wife had been abducted. Amelia pushed away her negative thoughts, and just as she was about to check the time, she heard a familiar voice. "I'm here, time for shift change." She turned to look at Edward and smiled, "Thank you for not being late." Have I ever been late?" "No, but Brandon was supposed to come today for the night shift and he always comes 1 or 2 hours late just to antagonize me. If only he wasn't my boss, I'd have punched his face in." Edward chuckled when he heard her words and shook his head slightly. "Even if you punched him, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. Anyways, he's never late when it's me, so I guess he's simply doing this to get your attention. Pissing me off isn't going to help him in any way, Uncle. I mean, sir." Edward patted her shoulder. "Well, go back home. I'm sure you feel like partying tonight." Of course. I did tell Clara that it's my birthday, but I have a feeling that she forgot," she said, her expression crumbling for a moment as a hint of sadness escaped through her expression, but she was quick to hide it. "Explore stories on Empire. It doesn't matter though. I'll grab the whole group with me and announce that it's a special day." I've been saving up money for a special occasion like this," she said and smirked, making Edward grin in response. He pointed at the main door and jerked his head towards the same direction. "What are you waiting for then? Get going. Or do you want to do some overtime?" "No thanks," Amelia said happily as she rushed towards the main door. "Have a nice night." Clankson, who was still doing his best to deal with the abduction of his wife, felt anger rising inside him, but he kept his emotions under control. He looked at Edward and gave him a curt nod before he went back to reading the few papers that had information regarding his few businesses. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to focus as he knew that in a few minutes he'd get a threat in one form or another. Yesterday, it was a dead pig. "If things keep going this way, then all my servants will quit. These dumb detectives are just acting like bodyguards instead of finding the person who's doing this to me. Ugh, I hired a bunch of trash." The food was great, but Edward and Brandon left early since they had to go back to the Clanksons. Keith followed them until the doorway, but the moment they opened the door to walk out, Keith felt his pink twitch. "It's been weeks since I've felt this," he thought as he looked at the 2. "You're going back to Clankson's mansion, right?" Edward turned around and nodded. "Yeah, the danger increases during the night time, so we both have to go. Today, I'll stay inside the mansion while Brandon will keep an eye outside, but usually it's the opposite that happens." Keith stared at them for a few seconds as he thought about his danger sense. "Okay, I have a weird feeling that something might go wrong tonight," he said, and saw their expressions change. "So, give me a second. I'll bring the others with me." Saying that, he rushed back to the living room and looked at the group before sighing. "Everyone, I need your attention please. I have a feeling that something bad might happen around Brandon and Edward, so I'll be going with them. And before you ask how, it's thanks to my danger sense," he said, and looked at the trio and Amelia, all of whom had glasses of wine in their hands. Laura, Nathan and Caleb looked absolutely drunk while Amelia was slightly flushed. "She has a good resistance, but I don't think I should be taking her," he thought, and turned to look at Clara. "Stay here with them just in case." Clara nodded and stood up quickly before she walked up to him. "Wait," she said, and placed her hand on his chest as she summoned a creamy white armor. It was sleek and good-looking, unlike Nathan's bulky plate armor. Keith looked similar to a iron-armored flying superhero from a certain franchise that started with M in his old world. The armor didn't have any core or reactors, and it also didn't have a cool unmasking helmet either. Instead of the moving parts, it had tinted glass that let him see the outside while keeping the inside hidden. How much of a boost does this one have? Keith asked, and Clara winked. 400% on top of your original strength, so a 5 times boost. I'll go and give one to Brandon and Edward too, she said, and groped his trench coat. Where's your revolver? Keith instantly made it appear in his hand and handed it over to her. Great, she said, and placed her hand on the revolver before a pale white light enveloped the weapon. A few seconds passed and the layer or light slowly dissipated, revealing a creamy white revolver instead. Keith took it from her and asked curiously, what boost did this one get? Range. As for how much, I don't really know. Keith nodded and walked towards the 2 men who were standing at the main door. Clara gave both of them an armor each before nodding to herself, great, now your powers are doubled. I'll need the rest in case of an emergency. She did say that the maximum boost she can do is an additional 1000%. She gave me 400 and these 2 got 100 each, which means that she has 400 more. Yep, she's got enough to protect the other 4, he thought, and gave her a hug before leaving. He rushed over to Clangson's mansion and felt his pinky twitch at a higher frequency compared to before, but he didn't let it bother him much. Instead, he looked at the other 2. I'll stay outside, so you guys should head inside instead. I'll give you a signal if I spot something. Just as he said that, he saw a flaming glass bottle fly towards one of the windows of the mansion. The bottle crashed into it, and while the window did not break, the bottle did. The contents splashed and burned as the liquid stuck to the window and the walls. Most of it fell onto the garden below and began to burn the green plants. Keith raised his hand and with a single snap of his fingers, the fire was doused. He then walked toward the place where the liquid splashed and slid his fingers on the liquid before bringing it towards his face. The helmet prevented people from seeing from outside, and it also wasn't possible to remove it, but Keith was still able to smell the thing on his hand. Alcohol, he said, and turned to look at the other 2, and it's very concentrated. Brandon nodded before pointing at a certain direction. It flew from there, so maybe we should check it out. Keith looked at the direction before nodding, I'll do it. Before the other 2 could respond, Keith rushed towards the direction where Brandon had pointed and felt his pinky twitching slow down. Wait, the true danger lies near the mansion, he thought, and immediately skidded to a halt before rushing back. You 2 should go check it out. This mansion is giving me a bad feeling, so I'll stay back instead, he said, and his ex-colleagues nodded. He silently watched them run, and yet again, he felt his finger twitching slow down. He frowned and looked at his hand before his gaze shifted to the mansion beside him. Just what in the hell is going on? It didn't take him too long to come to a conclusion. My finger twitching reduced the further I got from Brandon and Edward, which means that they're the ones in danger right now. Should I really leave this place and rush towards those 2? He thought, but even though he wanted to leave the place, a certain part of him felt like there was something missing. Read latest stories on Empire. TCH, he clicked his tongue, feeling frustrated as he rushed into the mansion and then to the living room where the whole family had gathered. You guys, go and hide somewhere safe. Close the doors and don't make any sounds, he said, but at the exact same time, his left arm began to sting like it had received a strong electric shock. Keith didn't have to wait for even a minute as he suddenly heard and saw one of the windows break into pieces. Each window had 116 sections of glass that were separated and kept in place by the help of wood. One main plus design with the wood, and in each of these sections, there was another plus sign. Pieces of wood and shards of glass fell into the room, and Keith saw a man climb in with a silvery white mask. The guy turned his head to look in Keith's direction before multiple strands of hair uncoiled and revealed his face. Keith squinted his eyes and immediately shot out a system seed at the guy. Silver hair, handsome and also having feminine looks, slender yet slightly muscular, is this Silver Thread? I don't really want to fight that menace, but I didn't expect him to come out in the open. Usually he likes operating in the shadows, so did something go wrong, he thought, and immediately, an error message popped up in front of him. Stay tuned for updates on Empire. System error. System seed could not be activated as the target is not a human being. This message made Keith feel a sense of fear as this was something he had never expected. Silver Thread was barely given screen time in the novel, and whenever he was mentioned, it was from other characters, rumors, riddles or other indirect ways. He didn't pay too much attention to Clark at the start of the novel, so Clark grew pretty strong. But even then, Silver managed to stay alive and play with Clark like he was playing with a toy. It's so hard to forget the things he did to cause trouble to Clark, and I'd rather not have someone like this as my enemy. I originally thought that he was human, but this is so unexpected. Keith's thoughts did wander, but he kept his eye on Silver, who silently stood amidst the broken glass shards. Keith. Zenister. He said as he stared at Keith before smiling, I request you to hand over the family you wish to protect. They've done things that they shouldn't have, and their existence is something that is annoying. Clangson angrily glared at Ken. Who gave you the right to declare that I did wrong things? Huh? Ken shifted his gaze to look at Clangson before smirking. Let's start from when you were 14 years old, shall we? You studied in the Royal Academy and passed with average scores, but you managed to earn a lot of money during the 5 years at the Academy by selling aphrodisiac drugs to your peers. You used that money to start your own textile business, and in a few years, you expanded to making wine. Though, that's all on the surface. Away from everyone's gazes, you continued your drug business and began selling different drugs and poisons too. Then you married your wife, whose father partook in slave trading, and you took over that business too, which is illegal. As for your beautiful concubines, you forced their fathers into debt and got them to hand over their daughters to you. I'll give you one chance, trash. Will you give away your life for your family, or will you drag them with you by resisting? Keith turned to look at Clangson with a surprised expression on his face. The women beside him glared at him with hatred as they placed their hands on their kids' shoulders. Clangson, on the other hand, looked absolutely afraid as he heard Ken's words. He thought desperately for a few seconds before proposing a request. I'll give you whatever you want, please let me live, and please don't tell people about this. I'll lose my title. I'll lose everything. Keith squinted his eyes as he watched him trying to negotiate, and to his surprise, Ken chuckled playfully instead of pushing forward. Do you really think that you'll be safe even after I left you alone? You literally confessed in front of an inquisitor, and he's not a normal inquisitor either. He's a captain of a team who has the power to set up a manhunt for your head, he said and shook his head. You're such an idiot, but you should know that you still have an exit. After all, you've worked in the shadows for so long. Clangson grinned as he nodded repeatedly, of course. What's the price for this inquisitor's head and my safety? You can take these 2 commoners along with their kids, but just leave one for succession. Keith silently watched as the 2 concubines panicked, and so did their kids. Ken laughed loudly when he heard Clangson's proposal and shook his head. Nope, I'll give you another offer instead. You'll sponsor a certain group, and on top of that, you'll have to pay us protection fees every week. As for how much, that'll depend on your profits. Before Clangson could react, Keith took out his revolver and pointed it directly at the baronet's head. Move an inch and I'll pull the trigger. Clangson froze in fear while Ken chuckled. You're forgetting about me, aren't you? Not really. You need money, and it looks like you're the one who's controlling the gangs in this district. I'm just curious about how you managed to evade my group so efficiently, but I guess that's related to the person who has a power related to shadows. I just have one question. What is your goal? If it's something that doesn't directly clash with mine, then we can come to an understanding and maybe we can have a partnership. Though, I have another question about Clangson. Did he involve innocent kids in his shady businesses? Ken looked at Keith with an amused expression on his face. Looks like you don't want direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary, he said, and then glanced at Clangson before smiling amicably. Children, huh? While he didn't sell child slaves, he did gather them and kept them for himself. He taught them how to create his drugs, taught them how to trick people to drop their guard so that he could scam them into poverty before he gave them loans with absorbent interest rates, he said and paused for a second. Oh wait, he also used them to test his drugs, which resulted in deaths of more than 100 kids. Extra chapters left, 1. Current GT, 27. Oh wait, there is more, but if you need that information, you'll have to let me have this man. Keith kept his eyes on Ken and shook his head. There's no need, I've heard enough. The trigger was pulled backwards and with a loud bang, the weapon went off. At such a point-blank range, Clangson's fate had been decided as he fell to the floor with 2 holes on his skull. You're so hasty. Ken said, and Keith shrugged. I hate people like him, but we can still come to an understanding if you want. Tell me what you need and we can talk things through. I'd love to play, but you just killed someone whom I really wanted to. I'm very angry. Ken said as he smiled and the egg-like mask appeared on his face once again. Keith grit his teeth and silently moved his gun to aim at the guy in front of him as he tilted his head slightly to the side. You guys, both adults and the kids, please move out. It'll get dangerous if you stay here. Heh, you think I'll let them leave when I can use them as my meat shields? Ken chuckled and rushed towards them. Keith immediately fired his weapon, but Ken didn't flinch one bit as the bullets passed through his body, leaving holes. With a frown on his face, Keith dashed forward to intercept Ken, but found himself stuck and unable to move. Damn strings, they're strong, he thought as he saw Ken close the distance between himself and Clangson's family, but to his surprise, the eldest daughter raised her hand and screamed. Get away from us. And right at that moment, as if something invisible had popped up, Ken was stopped in his tracks just like Keith, and before he could do a thing, he flew towards the broken window, exiting mansion like a broken doll. The near-invisible strings that kept Keith locked in one place also seemed to have vanished as he regained his movement. Good job, try to leave from the other side now. I'll go fight him, he said and immediately rushed out, but this time, he saw a huge mass of silvery strings fly from the outside. Not waiting for miracles, Keith used his flame abilities and coated his entire body with fire. Everything happened almost instantly. The fire that formed around him flew outwards and immediately caught onto the hair, burning it as it grew. The result of this burning was an undesirable stench of burnt hair, and Keith rushed out of the mansion to face Ken, who was standing in one place while the hair extended out from his egg helmet. Keith dashed forward, using all of his strength along with the boost that the armor gave to quickly close the distance. As he skidded to a halt right in front of Ken, he made the fire around him explode outwards, burning every single strand of hair along with the mask and his clothes. His open palm flew to Ken's face and grabbed it, and sensitivity was increased to the limits, but to Keith's surprise, Ken didn't show any reaction. Not having a concrete reason for this phenomenon, Keith slowed down his assault with his flames to take a look at his opponent's situation. His hand was still on Ken's neck as the fire that blocked his sight went out. In front of him was a human-shaped flesh mound that looked like well-cooked meat with a great crust. Before Keith could do anything else, the burnt bits fell off and fresh bubbles of reddish-pink flesh began to grow out. Keith kicked him away and silently watched, studying the way the flesh regrew. He grinned behind his helmet as he saw Ken's face form once again along with his limbs. The hair coated his entire body, making him look like a certain white-celled creature in a ninja world. Cool, you said you wanted to play, right? Let's play. What should I call you? Silver Thread. Keith nodded and let him stand up before he rushed forward as the armor covering his fists went bright red. Hundreds of strands of hair flew towards him, but all of them shriveled up as they got into the 1-meter radius around his hands. Having no other choice, Ken went for Kidia's legs. The hair made multiple turned around his calves and ankles before digging into the ground, but a single burst of fire that erupted from Keith's leg burnt it all away. The smell was still as bad as before, but the red-hot fists landed on Ken's handsome face perfectly. The force of the punch blew away the head, but Keith silently waited as the head formed again. You're too weak. Tell me, do you think it's fun to play when everything gets easy? Nah, it's boring. I was expecting a bit too much from you, but I guess fire is a great weakness. Also, it doesn't look like you're a living person, which means you're just a puppet that's being controlled by someone else, he said as he grabbed Ken's neck. Go back to them and give them my message. I'll wait for you right here, so come and we'll have a talk. Keith then let him go before taking a few steps backwards as he waited for a reply. And unlike his expectations, Ken simply went for an attack instead of backing down. A huge mass of silvery hair shot towards him, making him shake his head as he created a barrier of flames. But to his surprise, the hair didn't try to hit him and instead flew past him. Even without looking behind, Keith shot out flames in all directions as a tall pillar of orange flames hit the skies. Every single strand of hair was burnt while leaving a stinky smell. Keith scrunched his nose and decided to end it right that instant as Ken wasn't listening to him anymore. Stay tuned with Empire. Bright orange flames covered Ken's body and burned for 10 whole minutes until the entire body had turned dry. Let's see how this jerky comes back to life, if it's even puh. Like Keith had expected, the mass of flesh did not come back to life and nor did it regenerate. He thought for a bit and sent the burnt body to Clara's spatial dimension instead of his own as he could not tell whether Ken was trying to fake his death or not. Her dimension is empty, so it's better to send him there. I can still keep an eye on him, so it's not much of a problem, he thought as he turned around and looked at the family that was standing behind the cover of a thick tree. His gaze then moved towards the direction in which Brandon and Edward and rushed to as he got their systems popped up in front him. All the information lay bare for him as he read through the contents. They're cleaning things up, so I'll stay here and see what to do with these people. The 2 system screens disappeared and in their place appeared 7. 2 for the concubines and 5 for the kids. Keith silently gave a command to his partially sentient system, compile all the information regarding their involvement in illegal things with Klangson. Affirmative, information compiled. Time taken, 1.45 seconds. The 7 screens in front of him disappeared and only one large screen appeared instead. As he walked towards the family, he silently read through the contents and a frown appeared on his face. Both the concubines were involved and so was Klangson's eldest son. The 4 kids are innocent, but with their dead father's history, there's no way they'll be able to keep the title of baronet anymore. Well, not like it matters to me, he thought as he halted in front of them. I'll take you guys for interrogation, so I hope you answer truthfully. Just so you know, I have an artifact that can tell if someone is lying or not, and if you do lie, then your punishment will just become more severe. If you want proof, let me ask you something, he said and glanced at the eldest daughter. You slept around with a count's son, didn't you? The girl frowned and shook her head. No way, I didn't. He tried to force himself on me in one of his parties and I ran away. I didn't let him touch me. Truth. Keith said before leaning closer to her, and this time, he asked with a dangerous tone, now tell me, you slept with his father that same night, didn't you? She stared at him with her eyes wide and immediately shook her head, no. I just rushed back home. Lies. I'm sure that your whole family knows about this, so there's no need for me to do anything else. After all, Klangson told you to do it for the sake of political power, and even though you went along with your father's wishes, the Count just tossed you and your family away like rags after that night. Anyways, just keep in mind that I'll know if you lie to me. As for these young kids, they deserve better parents, he commented as he glanced at the youngest child, who was an 8-year-old girl. With a sigh, he took a few steps back, but he didn't take his eyes away from them. He didn't have to wait for long as Brandon and Edwards came back with multiple people tied up behind them, and to Keith's surprise, he saw a familiar face. Robert. He thought and let out a heavy sigh as he took in his ragtag, scrawny look. He looks like he has been malnourished for months, but even though I'm his brother, I can't give him special treatment. It doesn't change the fact that he joined a gang and caused trouble to innocent people. He felt slightly complicated as a part of him wanted to help Robert as a brother, but another part of him simply did not care as he had no attachment to the guy. He knew that he was not the Keith from this earth, but from another. Take them to the church's prisons and I'll come to question them. Let's just say that I have an artifact that can tell apart truths from lies, he said, and then pointed at the family beside him. Take them under custody too and get some letters to the royal family ready since Clankson has been involved in drugs and human trafficking. Brandon nodded and looked at Edward. Will you go and buy some rope? Sure. Keith silently watched Edward leave before he sat down on the ground and let out a soft groan. Ugh. Your instincts. I wish you were still a part of our team, Keith. Brandon said as he stood tall, keeping an eye on the Clankson family. You guys, kneel and keep your hands behind your back until we get the ropes. We can always work together. You know, like before. Amelia told me that you guys barely have any manpower and as Inquisitors, we have perks that you guys don't. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. Which means that we are allowed to kill people who cause trouble instead of having to subdue them like you guys. I also want Caleb, Laura and Nolan to get some experience in these things and also Dash. He stopped abruptly as an arrow lodged into the ground right in front of him. It had a letter tied to it, so Keith took it off and unfolded it so he could read. I'm Silver Thread's master. You killed my creation, but I'll give you the win this time. I don't want to meet you, but I do have a proposal. I'm having too much fun playing this game with you, so I don't want to stop. You won, so I'll do one thing you ask me to. I can hear your words from where you're currently at, so don't worry about anything and just say it out loud. As long as it isn't the disbanding of the gang or anything that might bring me a loss, I'll accept almost anything. Keith returned back home and went straight to bed. A few kilometers away, there were a lot of people getting ready to move out of Alberg district. Inside and in nearby, Juliet lay on her bed with a dejected look on her face. I wanted to play more, but you send me to Baroma Kingdom. Well, you didn't exactly tell me to dismiss the group, so I guess I can't really blame you. She then sat up and grinned, but you promised me that something nice will happen in the next few months, so I'll look forward to that. As long as I can have fun, I'll happily go to that place. In the next few days, the gangs in Alberg district moved out, and even though most people did not see a difference, the ones who had been affected in the past few days felt a sense of relief. Even Keith relaxed, but he too realized something important. And that was the fact that Alberg district didn't need him anymore. There were still petty crimes being committed, but this didn't require Inquisitors to get involved. The sheriff's group took care of such matters, which meant that staying in Alberg district was a waste of time. He had a few things to do, but apart from those, there really was no need for him to stay here anymore. A part of him wanted to laze around in Alberg district, but he also knew that he was getting paid for a reason. At first, he joined for the money. But now he wanted the role of the Inquisitor for one thing along, and that was the license to kill. There were conditions, yes. But he never had any plans to kill innocent people, so it was the perfect thing for him to have. Keith silently stared at the timer in front of him, and once it reached 0, he took his taxes from Vincent and Fabian. From Vincent it was the war god's inheritance, and when it came to Fabian, the guy really did not have much to offer since he was still focusing on skin hardening. Due to this, Keith decided to give him a mission instead. Special mission. Move to Morose Kingdom's capital and become a permanent resident there. Sub-quest, take over the gangs, bandit groups, mercenary groups and unify them under your name. Sub-quest, make a name for the group. Rewards. Main quest is mandatory, with no rewards. Each sub-quest's completion will give you one free skill upgrade. Punishment for failure. Main quest, withdrawal of cultivation system. Sub-quests, no punishments. Keith then headed over to the church and stood in front of the priest in his office. I've taken care of the gang, so your orphanage should be safe. I suggest hiring or transferring at least one person for the detective department, he said as he took a seat in front of Pascal, who let out a sigh of relief. So you knew her. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Inquisitor Keith, he said as he smiled. If there's anything you need, please do tell me about it. Keith nodded and spoke out. Just need a letter from you that the Inquisitors are needed to make sure that the stability in Alberg district stays intact. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just 5 months. Of course. But if you don't mind me asking, what do you plan on doing for these 5 months here? I have a few personal things that I want to take care of. Other than that, I also want my team to focus on training since some of my team members don't have strong awakened abilities. I actually planned on setting up my own orphanage, but since you already have one, I'll sponsor it. I just want you to treat the kids well and teach them good things. Since the gangs are currently gone and this place is empty, the groups from neighboring places will come here, so I'll also have to keep those in check. Aalborg district will be protected by my team for the next 5 months, and after that, I'll easily get reasons to hunt for such groups in the neighboring places too. Hearing this, Pascal nodded and immediately began to write a letter for Keith. As he did that, Keith continued to speak. I plan on getting into the liquor business. Do you have any ideas or suggestions? Pascal continued to write, but when he heard Keith's question, he hummed. I know a viscount who sells beer to this area of the empire. He already has an established distribution network, so you can start from there. I've also heard of a few big players, but they're all from the central area, so traveling itself might take a lot of time. Pascal's answer got Keith thinking. What I need right now is a good distribution network. There's only so much I can do on my own, and expecting people to come to Aalborg district just to taste some vodka or whiskey is just wishful thinking. There isn't any hype around properly aged whiskeys or other kinds of liquor, so even that will fail. The only way I have is to compete with others, but since everyone sells their liquor without branding, I guess I can make a change to that. Enjoy new adventures from Empire. A distribution network. I think I have some ideas. He then looked at Pascal and spoke. I do need a distribution network, but I don't want the people to buy my things for an extremely low price, only to sell it at a high cost. I plan on setting up a fixed selling price, but I'll also need people who are willing to take up the job. And if I go to the Viscount with this plan, I don't think he'll like that. Pascal nodded and paused what he was doing so he could think. Well, you could always approach the baronets or well-established merchants. There's a merchant group in the capital and they have a network that's better than any nobles I've seen. But they also have their own problems. Keith then left to the police station and went directly to the prison area where all the people who were caught were there. Keith, a familiar voice came out, but Keith simply gave him a knowing gaze before shaking his head. I told you long ago, to not join a gang, but you still did it. Don't try to ask for help, cause I don't think I can or will. The workers at the station silently watched as Keith took a good look at the prisoners. He then turned to look at the new sheriff who was sitting on Adam's previous chair and gave him a curt nod. I wish to know your take on their punishments, Sheriff. The middle-aged man nodded and pointed at 6 people. Those 6 have multiple charges of assault, robbery and public disturbance. We've arrested him a lot of times, but it looks like they never change. We don't really have any power to punish them seriously, as the only thing we can do is to keep them in the prison and get them fed. It's infuriating, but I will be really glad if you take care of them. As for the others, it's their first or second time here, so I have some hope for them. Keith nodded and looked at the 6 people. All of them were smirking, but Keith didn't bother with their facial expressions and simply placed his hand on one of their heads. The next instant, he had disappeared. People gasped in shock as Keith moved on to the next person. I will erase them from this world. They will get neither a cremation or a burial, he declared as he placed his hand on the second guy, and even he disappeared. This continued until he got all the 6, and once he was done, he looked at his brother. Father gave you his 3 acres of land. Sister got married off, and luckily, he was a good guy. I had to get a scholarship to the academy and work hard while you sold off all the land and threw the money away on alcohol. I'm disappointed in you, and I also feel anger towards both you and father. But the old man is dead, so I hope that you change after you're released. Just keep in mind that if I find you in a similar situation, I will treat you as my worst enemy. Rebecca still cares about you, but I'll make sure that you disappear. She'll never know what happened to you, so take this seriously. Keith. I'm your elder brother. Is this how you respect M-? A resounding slap echoed in the room. Keith looked down on his brother who was shaking from rage. You dare. Seeing Robert in such a state, Keith crouched down and made eye contact with him. You have no one left in your life, Robert, and you lost the right to call me your brother the moment you joined the gangs. Both me and Rebecca tried to stop you, but you literally spit on us for not being of much use in the name of family when all you wanted was money so you could throw it away on gambling. One more word and I will kill. Robert stared into Keith's eyes and he instantly knew that the person in front of him wasn't his brother. Keith never was a strong person emotionally and he also never spoke against him. This kind of change in such a short amount of time was something Robert found hard to believe. He wanted to open his mouth and blame Keith for not stopping him in the past, for not giving him money as that was the sole reason for his decision to join a gang. Read New Adventures at Empire. But as he stared into Keith's eyes, he just knew that if he did speak, he might not live to see another day. Keith silently stared at Robert and once he made sure that his brother was not going to talk, he stood back up before he moved to the sheriff. Don't give him any special treatment. We don't consider him a part of the Zenister family anymore, he said and pointed at his brother. In fact, I'll be happier if you teach that bastard an unforgettable lesson instead. The sheriff nodded and Keith left the place before he mentally dived into his spatial dimension. The 6 guys were on his 100M x 100M plot and there was nothing but gold, silver and weapons there. He silently watched them jump around and celebrate as they played with all the gold. He silently smiled and shook his head. Let's see if those things will feed you or quench your thirst. I'll wait until you guys reach a state of despair first. He then left his spatial dimension and headed straight to the church's library. In there, he grabbed the books that promised information on the current baronets, the trading organization and the books that might have information on businesses. It was still early in the morning, so he used this time to silently read these books. It consumed a lot of time and the reading wasn't really done in just a day. Instead, Keith spent almost 2 weeks to finish reading all the books he had picked. He had learned about the baronets and the trading organization a lot, but the knowledge about business and trading was exceptionally lacking and didn't really show much promise. He placed the last book on the table and leaned back on his chair. The things I learned in my previous life is way more practical and useful than the business ideas here. But all in all, it doesn't change the fact that I need a strong distribution network. His thoughts slowly wandered as he thought of various strategies and ideas until he settled on one. The trading organization is corrupt and they do a lot of scams against new merchants, so going to them is a bad idea. I guess I'll talk with the baronets who are barely able to pay the taxes, and since they're in need of money and already have a decent distribution network, they can be more trustworthy. 2 months later, Keith sat on one end of the table in his office, which was supposed to be used for meetings. There were 5 chairs on both his sides while there were 2 opposite to him, totaling at 12 chairs. All of them were occupied by baronets who had received his letter 4 to 6 weeks ago. All of them lived at different distances from Auburn district and Keith knew that they'd need time to travel. Due to this, he set up a time for when he expected better attendance. He didn't expect a 100% attendance, but it had happened nonetheless, so he was pretty happy with the current outcome. As I mentioned in the letter, we'll be discussing about the distribution of liquor. I have a new kind and I plan to call it vodka. The plan is to sell different variants of it with 3 concentration levels. One will be extremely diluted and will have the same effect as a beer, but it'll be flavored with lime and mint. Second one will have a concentration that'll be double of the first one, and this one will have no flavoring. As for the third and last kind, it'll have the same concentration of a whiskey. It'll taste different, but it'll have the same outcome when it comes to the buzz. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. One of the guys on the left raised his hand. You said that there will be a fixed price and that you will only sell one version to us. What did you mean by that? The one version that I'll be selling to you will be the third one, which has the highest concentration. I'll tell you the steps to manufacture the first and second kind so that you can do it on your own. This way, it'll be easier to transport the goods since the initial quantity will be low. You guys will then dilute it, and based on what you want to make, even adding flavors will be counted. This way, we'll be able to make better use of our money instead of spending too much on transportation. I'll sell you the equipment that's needed for the base price, which means that I'll give them to you at the same price of the material costs. All you have to do is follow the instructions perfectly when you make the products and to price them according to the rules. Another person, who was younger than most people in the room, leaned forward slightly as he spoke. Yes, you did talk about the fixed pricing, so what is the exact numbers? And before we decide on whether we want to join hands with you, we'll need a sample so that we can judge if it's worth the efforts or not. Keith nodded calmly as he passed a sheet of paper to the guy on his left. Read the contents and pass it to the others. The pricing will be very simple. The first type, which is the flavored one, will be priced at half a brack per bottle. Which means that they'll be sold in pairs. This is technically the pricier version of all three based on the alcohol content to money ratio. When it comes to the second one, which has a 10% alcohol content, it'll be priced at 1 brack per bottle but with a special offer. If they buy 5 bottles, they'll get 1 bottle for free. This is for the bars and pubs in your locality, since even they'll have to make money through the business. As for the last one, which has a 50% alcohol content, you'll be selling each one for 10 bracks each. You'll make the containers look fancy and tell people that it's a premium product. I'll invest 50% of the money that's needed to set up a glass bottle manufacturing facility. Now, coming to the topic of bottles themselves, set up a recycling facility in your locality and pay people for giving you guys used glass bottles. This way, you won't have to import too much sand or glass from other territories, and in the long run, you'll be able to make more profit. As for how you sell the first and second types, is dependent on you. You can sell them in both glass bottle versions or wooden barrels, but I feel like it'll be the bars and pubs that'll buy the barrels instead of common folks. You'll also set up a separate stall that only sells my products, and this will be directed towards common folks. You'll only sell alcohol in glass bottles to them, and this will also be the place where the extremely poor will come to sell empty or broken bottles to you. As for the price at which you buy the bottles, I suggest keeping it low but not too low that people wouldn't find it worth their time. Your next journey awaits at Empire. And when it comes to samples, I knew that you guys will ask for it, so I did prepare a small batch just for this scenario, he said, and a second later a small glass bottle appeared in front of him. He grabbed it and looked at the door. Caleb, bring in the glasses please. As if everything was planned, Caleb immediately pushed the door open and walked in with a bunch of drinking glasses. He placed one each in front of the baronets and left as soon as he was done with his work. Keith then got up from his chair and began to pour the drink into everyone's glasses. The amount poured wasn't much, but it was more than enough for them to taste a sample. Everyone took a sip and they were pleasantly surprised with the refreshing taste that hit their tongues. The cool, minty flavor chilled their throats as it counteracted the burn of the vodka. Compared to the various drinks they had in the past, they could all tell that the one in their hands was a unique one. Almost everyone loved the taste, but before they could voice their opinions, Keith took out another bottle and began to pour the contents into their glasses. This is the second one and it has no added flavors. The group took a sip and Keith could immediately tell that more than half of them didn't like the taste. 2 of them even coughed like they were about to puke, and this was enough for Keith to tell that the people would need some time to get used to. Looks like some of you don't really like the way it tastes, he said as he glanced at these people, and all of them gave him a bitter look. We're just not used to something like this. Almost all alcohols taste bad, so this one will take some getting used to. Same goes with the people who'll buy this, so if you want this drink to become popular, you'll need to take some drastic measures. Keith grinned, you're right. We really should take some drastic measures, and the answer for that is to dilute this to 4% alcohol content before selling it to the people. Which means that you'll have to use 2 of these bottles to make 5 diluted ones. Then you can sell them at the same cost as a bottle of beer, at 5 bottles for 1 brack. The profit margins on this one won't be high, but this low pricing will make people have only 2 options. The beer or my vodka. Beer is extremely bitter, especially the cheap one. But when it comes to this, even though it slightly burns, it's almost tasteless, he said, and took out another bottle and filled up their glasses once again. Everyone drank it, and this time, their reactions weren't as exaggerated as before. One of them frowned as he stared at the glass that he was holding. This might work, but it doesn't have the fizz that beer has, and some people like the bitterness too. This one tastes like water, but it does have a faint taste of something else. Though, it mostly tastes flat. Keith nodded in response and pointed out the advantages, and this will cater to those people who don't like the bitterness, he said, and took out the last bottle that had 50% alcohol concentration and gave it out. Instead of taking a sip, gulp it all down in one go. Just trust me on this one, he said, and the others nodded before doing the exact thing that Keith had said. This time, the reactions were even more exaggerated. One of them spit the liquid back into the glass while 2 of them tried their best to swallow until the vodka shot out of their nostrils. Keith expected this, but he stayed silently as he watched the other 9 who were recovering from the hit. Find adventures at Empire. Once again, the same guy who commented a minute ago, spoke. Okay, this one has promise. Those hardcore liquor people will absolutely love this one, but the pricing is a little. Keith nodded as he understood the problem, but he grinned and pointed at the glass that the man was holding. That's the reason why we'll sell this one in a different way compared to others. We'll sell these in glasses as well as bottles. We'll make more profit from the glasses, but there will be people who'll still want to buy the strong version instead of the weak ones. Do you know why? Stomach capacity, one of them replied, and Keith nodded with a smile on his face. Right. The main goal of alcoholics is to get drunk, and if they can't get drunk by the time their stomachs are full, then they'll feel like they've wasted their money. That's where this comes in. You'll sell 2 glasses for 1 brack, and each glass will only contain 30 milliliters of vodka. And unlike bottles, the customers are not allowed to take the glasses with them. So this way, you'll be saving money too. Just tell the bartenders to give you back the bottles once they're empty and you're good to go. You'll just have to pay them 1 or 2 bracks for 10 bottles, and this way, there won't be a need for recycling. All you'll have to do is clean the bottles well and use them again. The discussions continued, and Keith promised to deliver the goods on time. He also gave each of them 50 crowns as an investment to set up the glass manufacturing facility in their locality. Once they left, he let out a soft sigh and dived into his spatial dimension. His potatoes were still growing, but to make samples for his distributors, he had to resort to using the leftover potatoes to make vodka. The one he currently planned on selling was unfiltered vodka, but in the future, he had plans to use filtering. This way, the vodka would be smooth and softer on the throat. Right now, let's just make the brand known to people. That's the first priority, he thought as he used his mental energy to boost the time flow by 2. Currently, he could keep the time boost up for approximately 9 hours straight, but that was mostly because the plot he was boosting the time for had an area that was less than half of the maximum. Accurate answer for the whole 1 million square meters of land is 267 minutes. And while these 9 hours passed, his mental energy also recovered during this time. Originally, he needed around 18 hours to recover his mental energy to full capacity, and due to this, he could easily recover 50% of his mental energy in those 9 hours. This meant that he could continue the time boost for even more hours. His natural recovery could keep the time boost active for 17 hours and 50 plus minutes, but as long as Keith got his SNU time with Clara, he could easily extend the duration to 24 hours. Though he could extend it over 24 hours, he would still need to recover his mental energy after that, as there wasn't any function that would reset his mental energy back to full once a day was done. Keith only had to wait for 15 more days before it was time to harvest his potatoes. He didn't have to do any physical labor, as this place could be controlled at will. All the plants shot out of the ground and the soil that was attached to the potatoes fell back down. All of them were then piled up at the center as Keith decided to ask for his system's help. "Hey system, give me an accurate calculation of how the plantation went and about the current yield." Affirmative. Here is the data. Length of plot sides equals 700 m each. Number of rows equals 778. Spacing between each row equals 0.9 m. Number of plants in each row equals 1750. Spacing between each plant in a row, 0.4 m. Total number of plants is equal to 778 times 1750. Total number of plants equals 1,361,500 plants. The plants have grown ideally and have an average output of 4 kilograms per plant. The final yield is 5,446,000 kilograms of healthy potatoes. Okay, wow, that's a bit too much. He muttered as he turned to look at the barrels that he had purchased for the sake of fermentation. But now that he saw the output, he knew that he'd need more. Well, it's fine. I can do it in batches. The potatoes were peeled and boiled in a large bubble of extremely hot water that floated in front of Keith. Then the potatoes were crushed inside the water and the boiling continued. This was done to break down the starch content in the potatoes and make it easily accessible for fermentation. Once everything was done, Keith then cooled down the mixture and filled up the 10,000 barrels that he had managed to acquire. Once they were filled, he then poured some yeast-infested water that he purchased from breweries nearby. He had been doing this for the past few months, so he had more than enough yeast to get the fermentation going. He then cut off a 30x 30m area and began to place the barrels in a pyramid structure to minimize the area occupied. Once done, he checked the limits of time boost for such a small area with the system's help and decided to go for a 7x boost. It'll last for 777 minutes, huh? That's almost 13 hours, which means that I can keep it going for 18 hours with my natural recovery and stop the boost while I sleep. This way, I can get things going smoothly. Damn, too many numbers in this chapter and this is taking way too long. I'll do the calculations behind the scenes instead of writing here. After all, there aren't many people who are interested in numbers. Once he was done with his preparations and the time boost had started, he flew towards his goat farm and saw 6 men working out with sheer dedication and discipline. Playing God really worked, didn't it? All I had to do was promise them a place in heaven and they got to work. Yikes, he thought, and got 6 chickens to fly from his small 100m x 100m plot. Enjoy new tales from Empire. The group cheered when they saw the chickens as this signified their rest day, but that wouldn't start unless they caught the agile things. Keith silently watched them chase the chickens for a few minutes until he got bored and then left the place. He opened his eyes, slid away from Clara's sleeping form before walking out of the room. He repeated the routine he had been doing since the past 10 days and headed towards the main entrance. Unlike before where he didn't get anything, this time he spotted a small envelope. It's finally here, he thought as he picked it up and tore open the envelope to get to the contents inside. The letter was small and as he read the contents, he smiled. Once he was done, he stuffed the letter into his pocket and walked back to his room. You guys can complain all you want, but she's already gotten the stamp of approval since she's paid the loan. No matter what you do, you guys can't force her into a marriage anymore, he thought. The money, approved documents and a letter written by Clara herself had been delivered to the protection church that was close to Timothy's estate. While the letter itself was given directly to them after quite a lot of trouble, they would have to go to the church if they wanted the money or documents. On top of that, the interests would have to stop at the moment as the documents were stamped by the church. Due to this, if they purposefully decide to stall for time, their plans wouldn't work. With everything important settled, Keith expected no more problems, but as luck may have it, he received a letter directed towards him a few weeks later. The envelope had multiple silver engravings along with a special stamp. He frowned as he glanced at Caleb, who had brought him the letter, and took it from him. Amelia, who was sitting beside him, spoke, that's the stamp of Kazakh royal family. Did you mess up with something? I don't think I messed up, but I sure am surprised," he said as he opened the envelope and pulled out a letter before reading it out loud. "Inquisitor Keith Zenister, as the third prince of the Kazakh royal family, I would like to invite you to the palace for my youngest sister's coming-of-age ceremony. You and your entire team is invited, and I request you to follow the dress code that is written at the back of this letter. The banquet will be held on February 21st, but I hope that we can have a personal meeting before that. Feel free to ask for me once you reach the capital and I will free up some time for you. I won't hide my intentions. There have been multiple skirmishes at our borders with Baroma and Morose kingdoms. I know that you have dedicated yourself to the Church of Protection, but I would be glad if you decide to take our side and help us. I promise you on the name of the great Kazakh family that you will be rewarded handsomely for every contribution." Keith continued to read the letter, and once he was done, he put it back into the envelope. "So, are you going?" Amelia asked as she looked at him, and Keith nodded. "Yeah, but I don't really want to join him. I'll need some time to think things through, but before that, I'd rather listen to everyone's opinion on this." He then looked at his teammates, and one by one, they began to share their thoughts. "I want to go just because I've never been to a grand banquet," Nathan said as he gave Keith a leisurely look. Laura looked at Caleb instead of answering, and he did the talking. "I feel like it'll be a good experience. As for taking sides, I feel like we will benefit a lot from this, as we are originally from the Church of Protection. We are inquisitors, and usually, there's a lot of respect and fear when it comes to our job." Clara nodded and continued after Caleb, "We can also use this chance to get information about the corruption and crime that's happening in the Empire. There is no need for us to directly get involved in the borders, and we can always change the conditions. Read latest chapters at Empire. By using the information network of the royal family, we should be able to get into a stable give and take relationship. The royal family cannot act against nobles without concrete evidence, and this is where we come into play since we operate outside the rules of the Empire." Amelia, on the other end, let out a soft sigh. The royal family is a bit too late when it comes to hiring inquisitors from churches. Almost every single noble family from the Marquis have already hired a lot of them. It's been decades since this has been happening, and this is the first time I've seen the royal family take a step like this. I have a feeling that this isn't about the royal family and instead a personal thing to the third prince. And what would be the reason? Keith asked, even though he knew the answer, and Amelia smirked before answering. It's almost time for succession. The youngest princess is the 10th official child of the emperor, and once the 10th child comes of age, the emperor will announce succession wars. It won't have too much bloodshed, but it works more like a tournament. This is probably why the third prince wants you guys to support him. Your team has 3 people with exceptional awakened abilities, and even though Laura and Caleb don't have such abilities, they're way stronger than an average knight at this point. Having your team on his side will boost his chances by a huge margin. He will probably ask you to join the tournament too, but I suggest that you leave the place right after the banquet ends. If you ever take sides, I suggest the second princess or the 8th prince. Everyone else is not worth the trouble. I'm not invited, so I don't think I'll be able to help you when you're out there, but I'll tell you everything you need to know right now. So feel free to ask me anything." Keith nodded. "I heard that the second princess is an absolute beauty." Hearing his words, both Amelia and Clara squinted their eyes. Before he knew it, he felt a sudden pain on his sides and saw Clara pinching him ruthlessly. "Ow, ow, 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 stop. I was joking." "Humph, you're an asshole," Clara said, and grabbed his ear before dragging him to their room. He silently waited for her to speak, and instead of screaming at him, she let out a sigh. "You still didn't tell me what your decision is when it comes to Amelia. Why are you saying things like that in front of her when you clearly know that she has feelings for you?" "I just said what came to my mind, but I just have one question. Why do you want me to get into a polygamic relationship? Like, don't you think that you might get jealous?" "No, I'll be happy to have someone who's like a sister to me being in a lovely relationship with someone she likes." But I do understand that if you don't find her attractive, it'll be hard to be happy for you, she said before hugging him. I just want her to be happy, but I also don't want to force you to do something you don't want. Keith held her as he gave her pats on the back. I don't have a problem with Amelia if I'm being honest. I do have a certain type that I prefer, but that doesn't mean that I'll say no to others. She's extremely pretty and I agree with the fact that she's one of the top beauties too. But you see, I feel like it'll be better for her to take a step forward instead of me. Feel free to give her some nudges, but don't directly tell her to go for it. She's extremely confident when it comes to her beauty, but it seems like the words I've said in the past affect her a lot. She has to love herself first for who she is. She thinks that I'd never date slim or lithe girls who don't have frontal development, so I want her to have some confidence in herself first. If she impulsively tells me that she has feelings for me, and if I accept in such a situation, the lack of confidence will still stay inside her, and that alone can cause multitude of problems. Even small things might trigger negative emotions like jealousy. I've already started doing my best, you know. I stopped calling her my bro since the past 3 months and it looks like she likes the change. Though, sometimes it's hard not to give her snarky answers because that's just how my friendship with her goes. Clara smirked as she looked up at him. Snarky my ass. The way you speak to her is way too saucy and provocative. No wonder she fell for you, TCH. Keith and Clara walked out of their room and saw the trio grinning from ear to ear. Looks like the beast has been tamed by the lioness. Laura teased with a playful grin on her face while the others laughed. Keith shook his head and just plopped himself onto the couch before looking at Amelia. I'll add you to the team as a temporary support member. This way, you'll be able to attend the banquet with us and it'll be nice having you there since none of us here have any experience with grand banquets. So, wanna come with us or not? He asked and waited for a response as he kept his eyes fixed on her. But Brandon. Keith shrugged, you guys barely have any serious cases anymore, and you also told me that there was a new face in the team too. Amelia nodded and sighed, yeah, her name is Juliet and she acts like a damn child. It's a good thing that Edward is the one who's in charge of her and I'm so glad that it isn't me. Heh, but how does it feel to have your junior become a head inquisitor? He asked and smirked, only to get a tisk in response. She dodged the question and instead gave him a nod. Fine, I'll join you guys. It's December now and if we wish to reach the capital before the birthday ends, we'll have to use the water route instead of horse carriages. It'll be an uncomfortable journey, but that's our only choice. The best thing to do right now is to get things packed and leave by tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'll go get permission from Brandon, but I'll need an official letter from you too, she said and looked at the group. What are you all looking at? Start packing, she commanded and the trio rushed towards their rooms while Keith stopped Clara from leaving. Once he saw that they were gone, he spoke, it's fine, there's no need to hurry. I'll write the letter for Amelia and then we can go buy some food for our travels. He then paused and gave both of them a sheepish smile. I need a paper. He said and headed to his room at the end. Clara stayed back with Amelia while Keith wrote his letter and once he was done, he gave it to the girl. I have to do some preparations for the business that I planned, so I'll leave the shopping to you, he said and took out 2 Zen notes that had the number 10 printed on them along with a leather pouch filled with brack coins. Okay. Clara said and took the money before the 3 of them left to take care of their responsibilities. Since the meeting with the baronets, slightly more than 4 weeks had passed and Keith had a lot of vodka ready at this point in time. I planned on sending everything to them after another week, but this should also be fine, he thought and headed towards an inn that was close to the edge of Auberg district. He listed out the names of 12 people and the owner of the inn helped him with calling those people out of their rooms. The product is ready. Did you guys get the containers prepared? He asked as he looked at the people in front of him who were all trusted aides of the baronets. All of them nodded and then looked at each other. One of them took up the responsibility to talk for everyone. We all talked to each other and decided to buy 200 barrels, with each one of them having a capacity of 100 liters. They're all stored in a warehouse, so as long as you're ready, we'll take you there. Keith nodded as he did some calculations in his head before frowning slightly. Well, I only have 200,000 liters of the product. So you guys will have to split them among yourself depending on the amount of reach your baronets have. That's doable, shall we go? One of them said, and once Keith nodded, they set off to the warehouse. On the way, they discussed about their quota, and Keith kept an eye on the system screens in front of him to make sure that they weren't hiding information from him or lying, which they didn't. While they did try to get an advantage over the others by telling Keith about the advantages of giving higher quota to their baronets, this was something that Keith didn't mind. Getting nice deals was a part of a merchant's skill set, so he decided to give them the goods based on their efforts in indirect bragging. Keith first made them line up their barrels and keep them in groups to separate them from each other's. Once the preparations were done, he sent them all out and closed the doors before he took the barrels into this spatial dimension so he could fill them up. A large ball of liquid floated in the air, and once a group of barrels popped up inside the dimension, the vodka would fly in and fill up the barrels. The cycle continued 12 times, and once everything was done, Keith opened the doors and told them to take their quota. I'll be heading over to the capital since I got an invitation to attend the 10th princess's coming-of-age banquet. Due to this, I'll be absent for 4 to 5 months, but rest assured, once I come back, you'll receive more vodka from me, he said, and talked to them for a few more minutes before leaving. As he walked back home, his thoughts wandered to the events that happened in the novel and sighed. The succession wars are going to get brutal, so I originally didn't want to get involved, but now that I have some amount of power in my hands, I guess it won't be so bad. I don't really like the royal family though. Keith walked into the house and saw everyone ready to an extent. The trio had their suitcases ready while Amelia and Clara were both taking a look at the things that Clara had gotten from the market. There were a few large bags of beef jerky, pickled cabbages that looked more like kimchi, a few cartons of beer, some spices, and a bag of salt. Seeing this, he took out a small ring that he had bought on the way back home and put it on his finger before looking at everyone. I rented this artifact for a few months so that we won't have to struggle with luggage. After saying that, he placed his hand on all the items that Clara had brought and made them disappear. The reason he did this was to keep his ability a secret, and even though Clara had the same ability, he didn't want people to find out about it. With the ring, if anyone wanted to get their hands on the artifact that can store objects, then he could easily just throw it away for distraction and run. He wouldn't have to endanger Clara or himself in the worst-case scenario. Though, I'll probably be hunted down once they find out that the ring is just a normal one, it'll still give me a layer of security, he thought, and looked at the trio. Then he glanced at Amelia and began to give them a false explanation. This thing can store objects inside it, and it only works when it's on me since the owner did some kind of ritual on the ring. He got it to bind with me with my blood, so yeah, just tell me if you want something and I'll take it out of the ring. Caleb and the others nodded in response before they all sat down on the couch to talk about the future journey. Keith, on the other hand, simply walked back to his room and lied down on his bed before shifting his consciousness to his spatial dimension. He got to work with making potato chips and fries before placing them all in a small 1m×1m area that was separated from the 100m×100m plot. The time was then frozen to keep them fresh, hot and crispy. Unlike time boost that required him to continuously expend his mental energy, time freeze was a one-time payment thing. He would have to spend his mental energy to keep the time in a stasis, and the amount would depend on the area. Since the area was just 1 meter square, he didn't have to spend much. If he wanted to get the time flow back to normal, then he would have to spend the same amount of mental energy that he used to bring the time to a state of stasis. Once he was done with the basic preparations, he took a look at the plot where the bees were still continuing to increase their population, but this time, he could see a small problem. Almost 99% of the plot was covered in flower plants, and in a few more days, it would reach a stage where the bees would need even more flowers for their nectar source. I don't want to spend too much land on just flowers. I'll have to find a more efficient plant for these damn bees. Once they reach their max population, I can start harvesting honey from them, he thought as he watched the bees do their work. He silently thought for a while before coming up with a solution to his problem. It was to simply increase the surface area on which he can do the planting while not having to increase the plot's area. On one corner of the plot, he erected a tall 10-meter soil tower which was a meter in diameter and grinned. All I have to do right now is to erect such towers all over this plot and I'll be able to exponentially increase the output. But for this, I'll have to pick the flower plants that have shallow roots so that I won't have to increase the diameter of these towers. Then I'll also need to pick the flowers that produce a lot of nectar while the plants also produce a lot of these flowers. It's always better to have a plant that gives me 10 flowers instead of 1. Hey system, help me out with this one. Give me a list of flowers that grow in high density. Compiling data. Keith took his sweet time to read through the list and asked his system for more information whenever needed until he finally settled on one answer. Green thyme. It was a human-made plant that was created a few hundred years ago and was now being used as a main ingredient to create concoctions that help with the recovery of wounds. It was a plant that the Church of Medicine had a monopoly over and they absolutely refused to sell them to anyone. The only product sold was the medicine and not the plants or any raw ingredient. Knowing this, Keith decided to put his tower plan on hold for a few more days as he wanted to get his hands on these flowers first. I'll get those two to infiltrate and steal these plants for me, he thought, and immediately began to create a quest for both of them. Vincent was currently in Baroma Kingdom while Fabian had already managed to establish his mercenary group in Morose Kingdom. One of them operated with a group while the other moved alone and did a lot of secretive operations as a part of an assassination group. As he made their quests, his thoughts wandered towards a few people that he knew from the novel. That girl's name was never mentioned, but she should currently be in the slums of Baroma Kingdom. She dies in the novel like a helpless side character, but she did have an interesting ability. Maybe I should take her in. Fabian was sitting on a chair when he saw a familiar screen that he had been missing for quite some time. It had been months since he had gotten any quest and until now, he had only managed to finish one of the sub-quests. Assistance mission. You have managed to unify all the small groups into one and the only thing remaining is to make a name for yourself. Reputation is reputation, it doesn't matter whether it is good or bad. Main quest, steal or rob the plant known as green thyme from God of Medicine, Galen's Church. Optional quest, the first prince of Morose Kingdom is a scholar and is trying to create an aphrodisiac that does not have a smell or color. One of the main ingredients to achieve this is the green thyme petals. Make a deal with the prince and get hired by him so that you can have a reason. System message, you are just a mercenary, so you simply work for money. With a client, the blame can easily be diverted. Fabian quietly read the contents of the quest and then his gaze fell on the rewards, which was basically 2 free upgrades. He already had one saved up, but now that he got an opportunity to get more, he didn't hesitate. I'll go request for a meeting with the prince first. Maybe I should write a letter and give him a small clue that I know one item that can help him achieve a breakthrough, he thought and got up from the chair. He barely took any break or rest and he absolutely loved his 1 hour worth of daily rest. This was because he spent most of his time doing the physical tempering that the system had advised him to do. And now that his rest time was done, he had to get back to training. This was the difference between Vincent and Fabian. One of them had an extremely strong system, but barely put in the work while the other had a weaker system and worked to the bone. Fabian's discipline was something that managed to inspire even Keith a few times and he was the sole reason for Keith's decision to give his team a 2-month intense physical training. Fabian did his daily routine, but by the time he was done, the sky had turned dark. His group worked and brought him money, so he didn't have to worry too much. But there was one thing that they couldn't bring him and that was quests and the free skill upgrade rewards. In his eyes, these were invaluable. He sat down in front of the small table in his room and began to write a letter to the prince. Once he was done, he got one of his men to deliver it to the palace. Here, take this and give it to the knights that are around the royal palace. Tell them that the leader of Black Boar sect wants the prince to read this letter and that it is extremely important. Give them some money too, he said and slid a few noted into his subordinate's palms. The subordinate nodded enthusiastically, as you wish, boss. I'll go give it right now. Fabian silently watched the guy leave and then headed back to his house to get some well-needed rest after all the training. In a small city that neighbored the capital in Baroma Kingdom, Vincent silently stared at the ceiling as he caressed the bare back of the prostitute with whom he had slept with a few minutes ago. He felt absolutely unmotivated and in a way, he felt like no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to beat Fabian. Every time he closed his eyes, the twitching muscles and flesh on Fabian's body replayed over and over. Sometimes he felt rage, sometimes sadness and despair, and sometimes, he felt like there was no purpose in life other than waiting for death to take him away from all his suffering. And that is exactly what he was feeling at the moment. The only thing that gave him some semblance of feeling was sex, and right now, he didn't even know that he was partially addicted. Keith's new approach of indifference wasn't helping him in any way, and he was moving closer and closer to depravity. His savings had been slowly going down, and at this moment, he barely had any money. Even then, he splurged money on prostitutes for only a few hours of pleasure while he could have used the same money to keep himself well fed for a week. As he stared at the ceiling, a system screen suddenly popped up in front of him. He sighed and began to read the contents, making up his mind to skip the quest as long as it wasn't compulsory. Regular quest. Scour through the streets and slums in the capital of Baroma to find a child that has an awakened ability. She has the ability to control plants, and she also has bright green eyes. Rewards: Cursed Artifact, 2 hours usage, 1 free War God inheritance unlock. Punishment for failure: intense physical torture. System note: trash. Vincent read the contents, and the message from the system stung him hard. It hurt, but he knew that he had no excuse. Even now, he did not want to get up from the bed. With a groan, he pulled his arm from under one of the girls and got up from the bed. He then turned around to look at them with tired, dead eyes. I already paid, so I'll take my leave. Today wasn't that good, you guys did better last week. Maybe I should find a different place. Before any of the girls could say anything, he left the room and closed the door behind him before he walked out of the building. The capital, it's been a while since I went there, but I guess I don't have a choice right now. Ugh, I don't like pain. The first prince of Morose Kingdom sat in his room as he read the letter that he had received from one of the royal knights. He can help me get my hands on the miracle flower of the medicine church. Why would I ever say no to that? He said out loud and stood up before he summoned his servant. Go and invite the leader of this mercenary group and tell him to come meet me. The servant nodded and quietly left the place. Once he was gone, the prince grinned. Even though I'm the first child, father clearly likes that slut's son more. If I have to get my hands on the throne, I'll have to do something that everyone can see and acknowledge. This way, even father can't openly show favoritism. The petals of the flower do have the properties of an aphrodisiac, but they are just the side effects. Why would I waste such an amazing plant on making aphrodisiacs when I can make God's nectar with it? He walked over to the bookshelf that was in his room and took out a book from there before smiling. I really was lucky to be able to find this in the black market. Thanks to this book, I know that I can use the leaves and the petals of the flowers to help with faster wound and fatigue recovery. It was dark outside, and even though he knew that Fabian would come the next day, he was unable to sleep due to the excitement. I even resorted to begging those church bastards, and they still refused to give those plants to me. And now I can get it at a cheaper price thanks to this foolish mercenary. He struggled to fall asleep, but at the end, he did manage to get it done. Experience new stories on Empire. The next day, he talked to Fabian, and after quite a bit of bargaining, they finally decided to stop at a huge amount of money. Fabian walked out of the palace with a wide grin on his face, 1 bronze coin for a single petal, He said that each flower has 5 petals, which means that I'll get 5 bronze coins per flower. He had gotten his official commission from the first prince of the kingdom, and as a leader of a well-known mercenary group, he knew that he had to make use of his resources. For the first time in centuries, there was a group that was preparing to steal and rob from a church. There were people who were arranging horse carriages, bullock carts, boats, and they were even renting warehouses. Multiple awakened people were picked for specific tasks, and everyone agreed to take part in this secretive mission. The prince had promised a lot of money, and Fabian had already received an advance of 50 gold coins. Everything was being put to use, and Fabian himself had decided to stop training temporarily. He used this time to scout multiple churches of medicine, taking in the info so he could tell his people about it all. The church also had its own farms, warehouses, and apothecaries. Fabian noted everything down, and in just a week's time, he managed to gather a good amount of information on 2 churches, 3 warehouses, and 2 farms. Apothecaries didn't matter as they were protected a lot more than other places while also not having enough of the things that Fabian needed. Due to this, the apothecaries weren't worth the risk. The other members of the Black Boar sect had also managed to gather enough information for the final heist. In total, they had intel on 12 churches, 27 warehouses, and more than 200 farms. Out of these 200 farms, Fabian decided to target only 15 of them, as the others either had plants that were in their infancy stage, or they simply did not have the green time plants. A few days later, during the night, cannon shots were heard in multiple places at the same time, and Fabian silently watched barrels of gunpowder were being emptied at a fast pace. Bombs similar to dynamites were being thrown at churches and also the farms, along with Molotovs that used extremely concentrated alcohol as fuel. The sudden attack against the medicine church caused a lot of chaos. Multiple knights moved from apothecaries and warehouses to provide manpower, but this was exactly what Fabian wanted. A few minutes after the knights left the apothecaries, Fabian and his men launched an attack on these extremely important places, forcing the knights to rush back. The chaos was at an all-time high while Fabian and his men sneaked into the warehouses that were unguarded at the moment and looted the places clean. With excessive manpower, they got everything done in under 2 hours. The knights caught the people who were attacking their facilities, only to find out that they were all malnourished slaves who had nothing in their lives. At first, when they found out that they were being attacked by slaves, but they had no choice but to defend their facilities. This was because, even if they tried to check what was going on in other places, the attacks here wouldn't stop. They were already having trouble with manpower, and with so much chaos, they decided to stop the threat in front of them first. While there were people who went with the straightforward approach, there were also a few that decided to go check out the other facilities. Unfortunately for them, all the strong people were concentrated at these locations, and the only result of this was the deaths of the knights. Fabian silently watched the mule and ox-drawn carts move away. His plan had worked, but now he had one last thing to do, and that was to kill the people in his own mercenary group. I can't give everything to the prince. The main reason I'm doing this is for the mission, and as long as I complete it, I'll be able to get free upgrades. Those guys work for money, so if I tell them that I'll take most of the plants for personal reasons, it'll just cause chaos. They've outlived their usefulness, he muttered as he silently stared at the retreating carts. Multiple carts headed into the forest, and the drivers stopped once they saw a large hole in the ground. It was man-made, and it looked like a crater. 2 men walked over to the carts while the drivers detached the carts from their animals. One of them grew bigger, reaching 4 meters in height before he grabbed the cart and emptied the contents into the crater. This process continued for all the carts that came to this place, and by the time they had received most of the plants, they saw a familiar face. "Boss, there's still 2 carts that have to get here, and once we're done with them, we're good to go," they said, and Fabian nodded as he walked closer to the crater where both of them stood. Once he was close enough, his hand immediately stabbed into the guy who could turn into a giant. 2 fingers went into his eye socket and pierced the brain, killing him instantly. Fabian then turned to look at the other guy. "Is everything ready?" "Yes, boss." Please don't forget about the 20% share. Hearing this, Fabian nodded, sure. You'll get 20 and the rest will be given to the others. I've decided to keep nothing for myself. Is the person behind you really that miraculous? The guy asked as he watched Fabian walk closer to the crater. Fabian nodded and answered, yes. It's my master and I'm willing to do anything he asks me to since he's the only one who can help me get stronger. He then placed his hand on the huge pile of plants and mentally communicated with his system. I've got all the plants that I could collect. Please take them. A moment later the whole pile vanished, which made Fabian smile as he got a notification that he had finished the quest. The rewards were delivered and now, he had a total of 3 free upgrades which he decided to save for later. He then turned to look at the other guy who had his mouth slightly open. He smirked and then pointed at the dagger that was on his waist. Experience tales at Empire. Use that dagger to cut me, he said and walked back out of the crater. His subordinate hesitated at first but when he saw that Fabian was confident, he nodded and did as he was told. He slashed with half strength as he was still skeptical, but to his surprise, the dagger only left a white scratch mark. Full strength. Fabian said and this time, he slashed with all his might. The dagger went in and pierced the skin but he could feel extreme resistance. He felt like he was trying to cut into hard leather. While he did feel resistance at first, things changed once his dagger went deep enough. The flesh was the same as a normal human's and he didn't feel too much of a resistance. It was only when he was trying to go through the skin. He then pulled the dagger out, only to witness the godly level of regeneration that Fabian was known for. This was the sole reason he had given up on his ambitions and brought his small-time mercenary group under Fabian. See? This is the reason why I don't care about money too much. I can make more in the future and I don't really require too much money. Increasing my personal strength has way more value compared to even 100 kilos of gold, he said and patted the guy's shoulder. Fill this crater up and then we'll forge a believable scene. The guy nodded and took out a small leather pouch before opening it. There was some pepper powder inside and he took a sniff before instantly inhaling. With extreme force, he sneezed and a bunch of dried up plants, weeds, leaves and bottles shot out of his nostrils. In just a second, the entire crater was filled and he then took out a small match. He then walked over to a nearby tree and grabbed a Molotov before lighting it up. The match was tossed into the pile of dry leaves, but his eyes also moved to spot multiple open bottles that were currently spilling alcohol into the dry pile. Multiple matches were tossed into the place where alcohol was at and then, even the Molotov was tossed in. The pile quickly caught fire and once he was done, he turned to look at Fabian. Boss, I'm done. Fabian nodded and ran over to him before punching him right in the face, knocking him out cold. He then took out a small vial of liquid and forced it down his throat. He left him there and rushed back to the city to see how the situation was going on. There were still 2 carts that would reach the crater in the next hour or 2. This was because the location from where these carts were coming from, were very far. The contents in these carts were the ones he planned to give to the prince, but he didn't care whether the church found the group or not. If the 2 carts were caught, then so be it. It was technically a commission from the prince so he could always pin the blame. He had an official commission letter from the prince while he also managed to get a hold of the letter that he had sent to the prince, which was now just some scattered ashes. He wanted to spread rumors that the prince had hired him early on, but since it could heavily impact the operation, he decided to not go with the rumors plan. Now the only thing he had to do was to go into hiding, which was exactly what he did once he made sure that the situation in the capital was going according to his expectations. Multiple horses were seized as they helped in faster transportation of the carts for a short distance before the animals were switched. The investment that went into this operation was huge, but Fabian didn't care too much about it as it helped him get 2 free upgrades. And that was all that mattered to him. Vincent spent almost an entire month scouring the streets of the capital and he still hadn't found the girl that fit the description on the quest. At this point, he was extremely close to giving up. He stopped walking in the middle of an alleyway and leaned against one of the walls before groaning. What's the point of doing this when I'm unable to find her? This is just a waste of time. This wasn't the first time he was having these thoughts, and every single time he called the quest a waste of time, the system would come out to threaten him. Fuck, just come out and say it. I don't even want to live anymore. Keith had been keeping an eye on Vincent all this while, and seeing him this way, he couldn't help but sigh. I really picked the wrong person. But if threats don't work. System administrator, the other system administrators are making fun of me because of a useless dog like you. You gave up just because you saw that Fabian guy recover. What's so great about that? His system administrator is so weak compared to me, and yet, you're sitting here and crying like a bitch instead of training. That bastard keeps boasting that his user trains every single day without a break, and then I have you. A dog who just wants to sleep around. I made a mistake picking you, but I can't change my decision. I'll give you one last chance. If you find the girl, I'll give you a free unlock along with the upgrade. I'm talking about skills and not your war god's inheritance items. Vincent stared at the system screen, feeling unmoved as his mind was still at the same place. He didn't feel like listening to the system anymore. Fuck off, he said, and began to walk out of the alleyway. He didn't continue searching, and instead, he walked into an inn and got a room. Keith silently watched him go to sleep as he felt a tinge of rage inside him. This bastard pisses me off, but I should also understand his situation, he thought as he stared at his system screen. That encounter with Fabian has impacted him deeply, and I don't really know how to help him. While Vincent slept, Keith silently tried to come up with a solution to his problem. It didn't take him long to come up with a way to get things done, even if it had a chance of failure. He dived into his spatial dimension and created a small 2m times 2m times 2m cube. Using his connection with Vincent thanks to the battle god system, he brought him into his spatial dimension. Vincent was inside the box, and Keith used his mental energy to keep the oxygen levels even inside. All the carbon dioxide that was being exhaled was magically transformed into oxygen. This went against the scientific laws, and due to this, he had to expend a bit more mental energy per second. Overall, it wasn't much, as the change was only being done in a small space. The dimension was his world, and he was like a god of this place. Using this ability, he tried to induce a dream within Vincent, and to his surprise, it worked. The system helped him see what was going on in Vincent's mind, and using this, he controlled the dream to go the way he wanted it to. I'm not really great at this. System, can you do it for me instead? Show him a dream in such a way that it'll give him a spark. Motivation, drive, or even desperation. It does not matter as long as he isn't lazing around. Affirmative. Showing user Vincent a dream that'll trigger his past trauma, targeting his rage. Keith silently watched the dream play on the screen in front of him. Vincent's father, who was just a regular farmer, did his daily routine of going to his farms with his son. But what greeted them weren't their crops, which they had been taking care of for 4 months. It was Fabian's son and multiple bullock carts filled with their crops. You still haven't paid the loan, so I'll be taking these from you. This barely covers the interest, heh. It was blatant stealing, and due to their harvest getting stolen multiple times, Vincent's father had no choice but to continue taking loans to keep his family fed. Until one day, he was introduced to gambling. He won big, putting in just a brack and winning 3 Zen in return. The wins and losses were random, and at first, he was making a profit overall. This continued for 1 whole year until suddenly, Fabian himself came to get the loan money from the family. Find exclusive content at Empire. After begging for a few days' time, Vincent's father decided to go all in on one single bet. It was a loss, and he went back to zero. The interests from his loans racked up, and at the end of the day, Fabian was done with him. He let his son do whatever he wanted as long as he could get his money back, and that was when hell began for their family. Vincent's father was sent to work in others' fields while his mother was sold to a nearby brothel that did not have a good reputation. Vincent saw his family fall right in front of his eyes. He squirmed in his sleep as he watched his younger self getting lied to by his mother whenever he asked her where she went. She always gave him a smile before telling him that she was working at a small restaurant. Things unfortunately changed when Fabian's son learned about Vincent's fiancée, an orphan girl who was living in an orphanage. It was in the same town where Vincent's mother worked, and it didn't take him too long to drag the girl out of the orphanage. Once she found out what was going on, he promptly grabbed a sharp object and pierced her own neck right in front of Vincent, ending her own life as she stared at him. Those eyes screaming just one thing. "You're the reason for my death." He had a fiancée. Keith muttered and a message showed up in front of him. No. User Vincent had a crush on that girl since childhood. He did have a fiancée, but he liked this girl more. Both the girls weren't affected in reality. This is just a dream to trigger his emotions. Keith nodded and silently watched Vincent struggle in his sleep. He knew that the system had its own way of gathering info thanks to Emma's help. Time slowly passed, and right when Vincent was about to wake up, Keith sent him back to his room in the inn. He opened his eyes, sat up, groaned a little as he drank some water and then went back to sleep. Keith knew that it would take some time to get Vincent on track and didn't try forcing things. Instead, he floated over to the B-plot and smiled as he saw the 10-meter-tall towers completely covered densely with green thyme. Unlike before, most of the plot was now bare. There were soil towers with 1 meter diameter while having a space of 2 meters between each other. Due to this, there were less flowers compared to before since he didn't really have as many thyme plants. But he knew that the numbers would grow in time. Until then, the bees would manage with the old flower plants that were still there just to keep up with the nectar intake of the bees. A little bit more and I'll be able to start harvesting honey without having to worry about impacting their population. As for where to use it, I guess I'll just add it along with the potatoes for fermentation. This way, I'll probably be able to make some unique drink out of it. It has a numbing property, so maybe it'll help with numbing the tongue or something. I'll have to try it out myself before selling it. Keith then spent 2 more weeks actively trying to help with the propagation of the green thyme, and his efforts weren't futile. Small baby plants had begun to grow on the towers, and he also received another good news. Vincent was back on track with renewed vigor. He didn't really pay attention to what kind of dreams his system made Vincent see, but he was just glad that the guy wasn't just wasting his time. A little bit more and I'll have enough divine energy to create a new system with properly planned base. Once I get my hands on that, I wouldn't have to depend on Vincent and Fabian as much. As a reward for coming back on track, Keith decided to give Vincent a reward that will help him with his quest. System Administrator, you're finally doing something without me forcing you to, is the run rising from the west. System Reward, 1,000 moros. Note, exchange it to Barom's and use the money to hire people to get the job done faster. Make sure that the girl doesn't get harassed. Vincent looked at the 3 new messages with a surprised look on his face. The only reason he had decided to get this mission done was due to the recent dreams that he had been getting. A small girl who fit the description perfectly, was working for a small gang. Her job was simple, to steal money from unsuspecting people in the market. She was terrible at the job and got caught almost every time she tried to steal. After this he saw 2 dreams. In one of them, she continued working for this gang until one day, she got killed. He was unable to see who it was as the only thing in front of him was a sword that pierced straight into her neck. The second dream showed him a scene where she was freed from a gang and taken in by a mysterious faceless man. Here, she happily played in a garden full of flowers, and he also saw some bees flying around her while not attacking her. This was when he realized that if he did not find her, she would die, and for some reason he felt that the reason for her death was himself. Just imagining that he had a chance to save a child, but didn't do it because of his laziness weighed down on him a lot, and this was the reason why he had decided to force himself to work hard. He stared at the system screen for a few seconds before nodding, "Thank you. I thought I had no one and lost you due to my previous actions, but to think that you'd help me when I decided to change. I'll live up to your expectations, but if I don't, please give me a wake-up call. Keith raised his eyebrow when he saw this, but even though he was happy with the result, he didn't reply. Instead, he closed all his system screens and focused on Amelia's lesson. She had taught them all the etiquette and the way they had to talk and behave in front of other nobles for more than a month. Even though Keith and Caleb had managed to learn faster than others, she refused to teach them more until the others caught up. Explore new worlds at Empire. But now, everyone had some practice when it came to mannerisms, especially the annoying table manners. Okay, I've taught you all the annoying things that all the nobles would pay close attention to, but since all of that is done, we can start with the common knowledge, she said and looked at Keith and Clara. You're both from Kazakh Empire from birth, so give me the list of all nobility titles in order from the least important to most important. You first. Clara nodded and gave her a short, but straight answer. Baronet, Knight, Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke, Grand Duke, and Emperor. Amelia smiled before turning to look at Keith. She's mostly correct, but point out the mistake she made. Baronets and knights aren't true nobles. They both have a right to be called as sirs or ladies, but the empire doesn't give them any land to govern. Baronets get the title by donating a large sum of money to the empire while the knights take a different approach. They are technically offering their life to the empire by accepting the title of a knight. Or should I say a royal knight? Most of the so-called knights aren't exactly official like the ones at our church. Anyways, let's move on to the others, he said and turned to look at the trio before he began explaining. He knew that the reason Amelia asked this question was to both test the two of them while also wanting the trio to learn from their answers. The lowest noble title is Baron or Baroness. These nobles have a small land to govern like a small district like a small town. Their territory is called the barony. Next is the Viscount and Viscountess. They are stronger nobility titles compared to the first. They usually have enough land that can occupy 3 medium-sized towns and their land is called the Viscounty. Count and Countess are the next. They control land that holds up to 5 towns and their land is called the county. Marquis and Marchioness are a higher level than a count and they have control over 7 towns or cities. The land under them is called a marquisate. Things take a leap from the next one, which is the dukedom. The ones in control of a dukedom is either a duke or a duchess and they can have control over 10 to 12 towns or cities. Grand Duke and Grand Duchess are a level above but there's only 3 in our empire. They have control over 15 to 25 towns, cities and villages. And lastly, the Emperor, he's basically the one who owns everything in the empire. Amelia heard his answer and nodded before she began to speak. You got everything right but there's a huge line that differentiates the dukes, grand dukes and the emperor from the other nobles. It's the ability to have others' territory under them. Just like how the emperor owns everything in the empire, this is the same for Grand Duke and the dukes. They can have marquises, counts, viscounts and barons in their territory and this is what usually happens. It's like the empire has 3 levels. First is the nobles below the duke. They collect taxes from the people in their land and give it to the dukes or grand dukes who are above them as long as their own territory is a part of the dukedoms. The dukes and grand dukes on the other hand, pay taxes to the emperor. The way the taxes are paid depends on the owner of the land. Some of them just buy the grains and other produce from the farmers directly for a lower price. The discount can be considered as tax in this situation. Usually, this is done by the lower 4 nobles and they then use these grains to make money. This money is then used to pay taxes to the dukedoms while they also keep a part of the profits for themselves. The dukes keep a part of this money before sending the remaining to the emperor. So the farmers are basically getting ripped off. Dukes and the other nobles keep a part of the money and this happens twice before it goes to the emperor. This is blatant corruption. Keith said as he did not really know how the system worked until now. This was because the novel never mentioned about it, and this was due to Clark originally being from Morose Kingdom. There was a lot of info on Morose, but not much on Kazakh. Amelia shrugged. They need this money though. They have to feed their soldiers, their horses, they have to buy weapons, and there are a lot of other things to consider. Also, it's not just the farmers who pay money. The regular workers also do the same, but instead of grains and produce, they just directly give money. We're just exempted from all taxes since we're official members of one of the churches. Looking at Keith's unsatisfied expression, she sighed and continued. Stay tuned for updates on Empire. If a war pops up, the ones who are supposed to fight in the war isn't the common people, but the nobles and their soldiers. Morose Kingdom uses their civilians as soldiers, but we have rules. We don't force civilians to go into a war unless it's absolutely needed, which happens if a lot of soldiers are losing their lives while not being able to give much returns. When this happens, the Empire sends out a messenger who tells everyone about the situation at the borders, and the people will voluntarily join as soldiers. This is the second stage, and if the situation worsens, that's the only time when the Empire will force people to fight. Though, it's only able-bodied men who are sent into war. 200 years ago, we had 4 times the women compared to men, and now, the difference has reduced. Out of 100, there are 35 men and 65 women now. This is all because the men are sent to war and most of them lose their lives there. And a few hundred years back, we got into a war with a bunch of kingdoms and it was very brutal. One of my ancestor, the one who managed to get the title of a duke from the past emperor, was a commoner at first and he was forced into the war. He returned with just one hand, but he was one of the exceptional soldiers back then and the emperor noticed his contributions. So yeah, don't blame the nobles too much for keeping some money for themselves. In the long run, it'll only help us in case a war springs upon us, but there are also a few nobles who splurge this money on useless things. I personally have no respect for them, but I also can't do much about it. Keith nodded and continued learning more while Vincent used the money to get more manpower for his search. He expected that it would take him more than a month to find the girl, but to his surprise, it only took 2 days. All of the money he had saved up was now used, and even though he was broke, he did not stop with the mission as he was so close. In his dream, he had seen the girl in a gang, but in reality, she was currently living with her uncle. The men that he had hired gave him all the information he needed. Thanks to this, he knew a little bit of her backstory. Her parents used to have a large plot of land and were living well until the girl was born. Her mother died due to complications during birth and her father irresponsibly took his own life due to his wife's death. The child was then handed over to a relative, who was her father's elder brother. All the land that went to him was sold to fuel his addiction to cockfighting, a sport where black-feathered cocks fight against each other. Gambling was a huge part of this, and in just a few years, he lost all the money he had gotten from selling his brother's properties. Vincent could tell that it was just a matter of time for him to make use of the child for money. On one end, he was glad that he was about to save her life, but on the other end, he wanted to know how his system found out about people like her. He knew that he was going through something similar in the past, and in a way, the system had helped him change. As he stared at the small house from the safety of a narrow alley, he sighed, and then I went around brooding and wasting time. I changed a lot, didn't I? He recalled the time when his family wasn't in a dire state and he remembered how daring and brave he was as a child. He had never feared going out with his father to hunt for animals and he had actively tried to help with the farm work. Even he couldn't explain how he had changed so much in such a short time. Discover more content at Empire. As if the system had been peering into his thoughts, a notification appeared. System, it was due to the lack of motivation and being content with your current situation. You are strong enough to fight against most people, but you gave up on the one person whom you really wanted to get a revenge on. I am a better system compared to Fabian, so I hope you don't give up again. I am connected to you. This means that if you die, I will also die. I'm not some inanimate thing and I also have the will to stay alive. Do you really think that Fabian will just sit back and watch while you waste your time? The answer is no. You killed his son. His system can sense me, so it can easily point out a direction for him to move at. So when he is confident that he has enough power to kill you, he will come for you no matter what. So please don't laze around now and die later. Vincent nodded. Got it. Now how do I get this girl away from her uncle though? He mostly ignores her, but there have been rumors that he's been trying to talk to people about selling her away for some quick buck. System administrator, money solves everything. But you're a broke bitch, so I'll help you out once again. TCH. System, congratulations on receiving a gift. 1 silver ring. A small silver ring appeared in front of him and he immediately grabbed it before silently looking at it. It was a small ring that looked pretty simple. He didn't have too much of a design, but it did have a small gemstone at the top. He took the ring with him and didn't think too much about the outcome as he walked towards the small house in front of him. Knock knock knock. He knocked the door a few times and waited for an answer which did not come. He then knocked a few more times until he heard a small voice. Uncle, is that you? Vincent paused and looked down at the door. He couldn't see her, but he could tell that she was right behind the thin wooden thing in front of him. No, but I'm here to talk to your uncle. Looks like he isn't here right now, so can you let me in? I'll wait for him inside. There was no response, but just as Vincent was about to turn around and leave, he heard her voice again. I can't open the door, she said, and Vincent heard the sounds of something hitting the door at an uneven interval. His gaze then moved to the small lock system that was built into the door inside. It's fine. It looks like your uncle locked the door from the outside. I'll just come back another time. Oh, okay. Her voice came out and Vincent headed back to the alleyway to wait for her uncle. It was afternoon, so he knew that the guy would be back by night, and just as he had expected, he saw him walk back to his house. But what he hadn't expected was to see 2 other men with him. He was known to be a lonely guy who only cared about money, and due to this, he didn't have any friends. The alleyway was pretty far from the house, so Vincent couldn't hear what they were talking. I guess I'll wait for those 2 guys to leave before I go and talk to him. I'll first figure out the situation first and confirm whether the rumors are true or not before I decide whether it's a good idea to leave her with him or not. Though, I don't have too much confidence that it'll turn out well. After all, there's no way my system would give me this mission if everything was going well. He didn't expect her uncle to be a good guy, but to his surprise, he saw the 2 guys walk out with a small girl with them. She silently followed them while they held her hand while her uncle stood by the door as he counted the notes from the stack he was holding. He really sold her off. It's not even legal in Baroma Kingdom. He thought as he cursed the man, but he knew that he was dealing with gangs that operated gambling dens, which was also not legal. Not wanting to cause a scene, he silently followed the 2 men. As he walked, he silently glanced at the red glove that was on his hand and sighed. It's been a while since I used you, hasn't it? There was no response, but Vincent smiled and shifted his gaze back to the girl and the 2 men. While Vincent was far from them and was unable to hear what they were talking, this was not the same with Keith. He could easily see what was going on in text format, and to help Vincent out, he let him hear it all. System administrator, here's a temporary gift. The moment this message appeared, Vincent was able to listen to what the 2 of them were talking. RK. That's the rule you'll have to follow when you're in our house, okay? All you have to do is to act cute and cry whenever we tell you. Do you understand? But why, uncle? Are you going to hurt me? I'm a big girl, I won't cry, she said, a hint of stubbornness pretty apparent to Vincent. But then, he heard one of them scoff, we'll see about that. We'll make sure that you'll be a part of our big family, so don't worry. Soon, they moved from busy roads to the ones that barely had people, and then, they began to use alleyways. Vincent silently followed until he took a turn and saw them staring at him. So you're the kid who's been following us? "Do you want to get killed?" one of them asked, and Vincent glanced at the girl. She was still unharmed, and this made him feel slightly better. He then shifted his gaze to the two men and shrugged, "I don't know. I just want answers to some questions, that's all. Did that bastard really sell this child away? He walked into his house with empty hands, but when you left, he had a thick stack of Baroms in his hands. And what of it? You got a problem?" No, not really. If I had a problem, I would have gone to him instead of following you." "So, what's your plan with her?" "She's just a child. We'll get back the money we spent to get her. She might be a child, but she'll serve as a nice distraction to our gang's plans," one of them said, and the other grinned widely. He took out a stack of cash before waving it in front of Vincent. "If you bring us more kids, we'll gladly pay you. We don't mind their condition. Broken or amputated limbs. We'll take them. Blind, deaf or any disabilities, we'll take those too. You see all those beggars in this city? All of them are a part of our gang. We make a lot of profits each day, so why not join us? You can start off with kidnapping some kids and selling them to us, and if you do a good job, we'll promote you to something better." Vincent silently listened, and once they were done, he pointed at the girl, "Give her to me and I'll pay you double of what you paid her uncle." "Ha, and why should we do that? Someone like her can easily fulfill the role of a spoiled child as long as we train her a little. She will be of great use to us, so just fuck off if you don't want to sell us some slaves." "Well, thank you for saving me some money." "Huh." They gave him confused looks, but he silently began to walk forward. Seeing this, one of them took out a knife and rushed forward. "Damn bastard. You dare to try funny things with us," he cried as he thrust the knife forward. Vincent sidestepped before pulling his fist back. Orangish red flames coated his arms in a mere instant, and he let his fist shoot forward, hitting the guy with an uppercut. His fist made contact with the chin, and while his fist was slowed down due to hitting something solid, the flames continued moving forward. They flew upwards and instantly burning his hair, both nose hairs, facial hair, and also some of the hair on his head. Experience tales with Empire. Usually these flames would have just disappeared, but that did not happen with Vincent. He controlled the flames in such a way that they kept on burning. Thanks to this, in just 2 seconds, all the hair on his head had just disappeared, melted away. The guy screamed violently, as it wasn't just his hair burning but also his skin. In just a few seconds, his face was unrecognizable, and due to the pain, he passed out. The other guy kicked the girl hard, making her fall on the hard ground. Vincent watched as she rolled a few times and bruised her knees, but his eyes did not leave the guy's back. "Run all you want, bastard. You're lucky that my first priority is this child," he thought, and shifted his attention back to the girl before rushing towards her. "Are you alright? What's your name?" he asked as he kneeled down to get a better look on her wounds. She sniffled as she stared at the tiny wound on her knee and then looked up at Vincent before answering. "Mia, uncle, are you the one who talked to me today? You said you wanted to talk to my uncle." Vincent's lips twitched as he looked at her teary eyes. "I'm only 18, he screamed mentally. "System, take the child out of the city as soon as possible. The gangs will come after you at any moment, and it's better to not scar the child anymore." Vincent saw this message and then looked at Mia. Her gaze was fixed on the guy that he had burnt. "Your next read awaits at Empire." He was still alive, and while Vincent couldn't understand why it would have mattered, he still decided to listen to his system. "Let's get out from this place first, okay? You can call me Vincent, and there's no need for uncle." Mia nodded and held his hand before leaving him, but a few seconds of walking later, Vincent just decided to carry her as she was walking pretty slow. He then ran through the alleyways to reduce the chances of people spotting him, and after an hour, he found himself at the borders of the small town. He immediately hired a carriage and got in. The moment the carriage left the town, Vincent saw a notification pop up. "Congratulations on completing the quest. The rewards will be delivered once you're along with Mia. Vincent smiled when he saw this and nodded before he took out some pork jerky from one of his inner pockets. Want some? Yes, she said as she stared at the strip of meat, and Vincent happily gave it to her before chewing on his own share. He silently watched her take small bites, but there were multiple questions on his mind. After hesitating for a while, he decided to try and quench his curiosity. Hey Mia, did your uncle not teach you to listen or go with strangers? Mia looked up at him and shook her head. No, uncle never told me anything like that. He simply told me to not open the door when he's gone. I never went out of the house. Hee. What are those big things? Those are trees. Vincent then became a very detailed guide as he blabbered on and on for hours as he pointed out at the things while the carriage moved. Seeing this, Keith's opinion on Vincent became better as he grew a soft spot for the guy instantly. It's a good thing I picked him for this instead of Fabian, he thought as he kept the screen on the side while he silently listened to Amelia lecturing about how to drink wine properly. Now what should I do with Mia though? I originally wanted her to help me with speeding up the harvest, but now I don't really feel like doing it. Fuck, why do I have such a soft spot for kids, damn it? Even though he cursed himself, he wasn't really that distressed about it. Kids aren't that great at keeping secrets, and I can't just keep her in my spatial dimension to use her for farming purposes. She's just a child, and if I try to give her freedom by bringing her to the real world, then there's a chance of my secrets leaking. I also can't just give her away to some random person now that I got her snatched from the hands of that gang. Should I just adopt her? I always wanted kids, but it would also bring me quite a few problems. I guess I'll talk to Clara about this first and then make a decision. If she doesn't want it, then I'll get Vincent to take care of her like a little sister, and since he already has a good rapport with her, I feel like it will be fine. But then there's the problem of Fabian too. Ugh. Such a pain. He felt like no matter which path he took, he was meeting a dead end. So after a few minutes of wasting his time on thinking about the solutions, he decided to just talk to Clara about it and hope that things will go well. This is life. I can't have everything under control, and there is no author out there writing my story with me as the protagonist. I'll have to act based on my current situation, and that's exactly what I'll do. That lucky bastard Clark had Emma, who gave him a lot of trouble, but at the end of the day, he had that annoying plot armor which I don't. As soon as he thought about Clark, he felt annoyed. I wonder what he's doing though. I haven't paid much attention to him recently, he thought as he got another system screen pop up in front of him, and what he saw made him feel like he had underestimated Clark a lot. Inside a large warehouse, Clark and the twins silently placed bricks on each other and filled the gaps with mortar. The project seemed to be in its initial stages, but thanks to the system's help, he could tell that they were building a place that resembled the one at the Protection Church. So he plans to get a second awakening, huh? Come to think of it, he never got a second awakening in the novel because his ability was a growth type. And it looks like he's figured out the disadvantage his regression is causing. Even though he has all the knowledge and gotten into multiple fights, he was unable to get as strong as he was in the novel thanks to his previous life's experience. And looks like this was the main trigger that pushed him into getting a second awakening, but I wonder which god he'll choose. He's a part of the war church, so maybe he'll pick Baroma. As Keith watched Clark do the preparations, he realized another thing, and this was about himself. The so-called second awakening that he undertook with Maria watching had only served to awaken him. It wasn't a secondary awakening, and instead, it was a primary awakening. I can do it one more time, but I'm not sure if it'll work or not. I should probably talk to Maria about this. Now wait. Hey system, tell me if I can undergo a secondary awakening or if it already happened. You have only undergone a primary awakening. You have only undergone a primary awakening. Secondary awakening is possible, but your body will need some time to properly adapt to the strong primary awakening that you were subjected to. If you undergo a secondary awakening while your body hasn't adapted, the results will not be optimal. In other words, the secondary awakening will be weak. How long will it take for my body to adapt to the awakening? Scanning body. Analyzing. 3 years for your body to adapt. 4 years to get the best results from the secondary awakening. Didn't you say that I'll get better results if my body adapts to the awakening? Why would I need more? He asked mentally, and a new message popped up. Better than not adapting, but it's not the most optimal. Keith understood and nodded to himself. He waited silently for a few hours until Vincent got into an inn with Mia. He looked at everyone around him who were sleeping peacefully and rested his head on Clara's, which was resting on his shoulder. With his eyes closed, he dragged her into his spatial dimension. It wasn't just her but the entire carriage. We'll switch back to boats tomorrow, so it'll be easier to do this at that time, but this matter is of high importance, he thought as he looked at the horses that were completely oblivious to their surroundings. He had made sure that they would all stay sleeping as long as they were in this place with his powers. Absolute control really was very convenient when it came to matters like these. Keith then teleported Clara out of the carriage and took her a few hundred meters away so he could talk to her alone. Clara, who was sleeping peacefully, was suddenly woken up with a slight jerk. She opened her eyes and saw Keith sitting right beside her. You brought me here while everyone is sleeping? Something important? She asked, and Keith nodded. He then pointed towards the carriage that was a few hundred meters away. I brought them all here, but they won't notice, so it's fine. And yes, it's something important. Keith hesitated for a second and then tried to come up with a proper way of telling her what was on his mind. Well, there's this child that I want to adopt. Her parents passed away and her uncle sold her off to a few people, but I got someone to save her. I know that you have a lot of questions and I'll answer them all, but some things. I'll need some time. Once the time comes, I'll tell you everything, and I hope you understand that I'm not trying to deceive you. As long as your questions aren't related to my powers, I'll answer you. Clara silently stared at him for a few seconds before nodding. Are you lying about this child? What I mean to ask is she your daughter? If she is, then I want to know who the mother is. Keith shook his head. No. Her parents are different people and they're both dead. She's from Baroma Kingdom, and you know that we only went there recently. I've lived in Kazakh Empire my whole life, and that child is just 4 years old. I'm so glad, she said as she put her hand on her chest before letting out a soft sigh. How did you find out about her, and who is this person that helped you save her? I'm not against adopting, but how are we going to explain this to the others? I can't answer the first 2 questions, he said, and gave her a wry smile before glancing at the carriage. As for explaining things to them, I'll just say that Goddess Seraphina asked us to take care of her. They'll accept this easily since I haven't hidden the fact that I talked to her during my second awakening. Clara gently put her hand on top of his and nodded. Since you've planned everything. I just want to know why you wanted to tell me about this. Read new chapters at Empire. Well, it's more of me asking you if we can adopt her. I'm not the only one who's going to be her parent. I want her to have a mother too, but I understand if you don't want to take care of a child that's not yours. You wanted to ask for my permission, she asked and frowned before nodding. Usually if the husband wants something, he'll just do it and the wife simply has to accept the changes. What will you do if I say no? Keith shrugged. It's a pity, but she'll have to grow up with a guardian who'll be like a big brother to her instead of parents. I don't know how it'll turn out since he's pretty immature at times, but yeah. It was just a hypothetical question. I have no problems when it comes to adopting a child, but you must promise me. I want one that shares our blood too, she said as she crawled closer to him and pushed him down onto the ground. Keith smirked as he grabbed her wrist and pulled her onto him. Just wait until our official marriage. 2 hours later, he got into the carriage along with Clara and took it back outside. He then dived into his spatial dimension and took a look at his system screen to see what Vincent was doing. Looks like she's hungry, but it's too late to ask for food now, he thought as he looked at them and immediately sent out a system message. System administrator, I'll bring you to my other system user. I want you to hand over the child to this person and he will take care of her. Is this person trustworthy? Vincent thought, and as a reply, he got another notification. System Administrator, you decide. And the moment he finished reading it, he found himself in a small 5x5 land. He was still holding on to Mia's hand, and the moment he saw the person in front of him, he was surprised. Sir Keith. You were also blessed by the System Administrator, he asked. The shock was still present, but the time when he was rescued from the hell hole became a fresh memory as he recalled it almost instantly when he saw Keith's face. He wanted to hug him and thank him for all his help, but he stopped himself as he knew that they weren't exactly close. He saved me just because of a coincidence, nothing more, he thought, and turned to look at Mia. I was told that you'll be taking care of Mia. Keith nodded, yes. I plan on adopting her, but that decision is in her hands. If she doesn't want it, she can just go with you, but I'm worried that it won't be as safe. Don't you get dangerous missions from that bastard administrator? Vincent asked as he frowned, but Keith gave him an awkward nod. He does give me dangerous missions, but I have the means to keep her safe. This place is something I got from the system and I can keep Mia safe inside. On top of that, I don't think I get too many dangerous missions. The administrator told me that you're way stronger than me, so he gives you all the heavy work, heh. Mia just stood there as she looked at Keith with a confused look on her face. Vincent chuckled and gave Keith a wry smile before shrugging, I don't have a choice, do I? I either do it or die. Anyways. He said and turned to look at Mia. Mia, this person here will take care of you from now on. Let me explain. Keith said and walked towards them before he crouched down in front of the girl. Your name is Mia, right? Mia nodded, yes, my name is Mia. Why are you taking me? Because, I think you're a good child and you need someone to take care of you. Are you a good child? Yes. Mia is a good girl. Keith smiled and patted her head before getting to the main point. Do you know what adoption means? No, she said and shook her head. It means that if you say okay, I'll be your father from now on and I'll take you to your mother too. You'll be my daughter and I'll treat you nicely. Do you want that? He asked. He did not know how to approach the situation, so he just went with his feeling. Mia knew that Keith wasn't her father and she didn't really understand how he would become her father if she said yes. She looked up at Vincent and saw him nod with a smile on his face, encouraging her. Even though she was confused, she nodded, okay. What should I do after I become your daughter? Those two uncles told me that if I become their daughter, I'll have to go into shops and cry. Keith smiled and patted her head before shaking his head. You don't have to do anything. Just be a good girl, listen to me and your mother, and go to school with other kids. If you want anything, you should tell me, and if you want to talk, you should come to me and talk. I won't ask you to go to shops and cry. If I want something. She muttered before her face lit up, I want that long thing that Vincent uncle gave me. Keith turned to look at Vincent, who looked absolutely devastated as he took out a small jerky strip from one of his inner pockets. She meant this. Vincent found himself back in the inn after a few minutes and smiled. At least she's in good hands, he muttered and covered himself with a blanket before he went to bed. Keith, on the other hand, decided to spend some time with Mia so that they could both familiarize themselves with each other. He showed her the small 5x5m land and said, this place is a secret, okay? You should not tell anyone about this. Okay, she said as she chewed on the jerky. I'll take you to a friend's place, okay? Close your eyes, he said, and she did exactly that. Keith then went ahead and covered her eyes just to make sure that she saw nothing. A second later, he teleported the two of them to his goat farm. At the same time, the gang members that he had imprisoned inside his dimension were all sent over to the plot where the bees were. As they were sent there, a voice echoes in their heads. Continue training and do what you were doing. While they went back to their training, Keith, on the other hand, still had his hand covering Mia's eyes. He looked at the goats in front of him and whispered in her ear, have you seen goats? No, she said and grabbed his pinky, can I see now? Sure. Keith replied and took off his hand. The lush green fields and the lazily grazing goats were registered by Mia's eyes. As she looked at them, she smiled subconsciously as she held on to Keith's trousers with one hand. "Can I touch them?" she said, and recalled what he had told her a few minutes ago before adding one word, "Papa." Keith froze in his place, almost forgetting what he was about to say. Seeing this, Mia's face turned red in embarrassment as she raised her voice, "Can I touch them, Papa?" Yeah. "Sure," he said, and watched her run towards the nearest goat that was 100 meters away. He was in a slight daze, and the only thing in his mind was, if only I got to hear my own kids call me that. My past life really was miserable, wasn't it? Even though it was a question to himself, he had no answer. He silently stared at Mia, and suddenly, his brain activity shot up as he ran behind her. Damn, those goats are not domesticated. If they attack her, she'll probably die. It was a panicked response, and only when he was midway through his run, did he realize that there was need to worry, since he can easily just stop a goat in its tracks if it tried to harm Mia. He slowed down, but he still caught up with her and placed his hand on her small head. "Come on, let Papa carry you." Mia looked up at him and nodded before lifting up her arms. Keith grabbed her and put her on top of his shoulders. The girl hugged his head for support and giggled, "I'm so tall." Find exclusive stories on Empire. Keith chuckled with her as he interlocked his fingers together and put his hands on her back so that she didn't lean backwards and fall. With his hand supporting her back, he didn't have to worry about her doing dangerous things. He could have held her ankles, but ever since he was a teenager, he had been giving his younger cousins shoulder rides and had experienced them leaning backwards. This wasn't a good thing, so he learned from his experience and went with supporting their backs instead of grabbing their legs. Mia happily giggled when he kneeled down in front of a goat. It looked up at the two of them and went back to chewing on grass. "Let me pet you," Mia said, and extended her hand forward. The goat took a step forward as if understanding her words, while Keith silently watched. Did she awaken already? He thought as he watched her pet the goat, but a few seconds later, he saw two kids zoom in towards their mother. Right in front of their eyes, the two baby goats latched onto their mother's udders and started sucking. "Bah!" the goat cried out before going back to chewing on some grass, while Mia pointed at the two kids. "Papa, I want to touch them." Keith hesitated for a second before rejecting her. "No. I'll let you pet them later, okay?" He expected her to complain and cry, since that was how half of the kids were in his previous life, but she didn't, and instead, just rested her chin on his head. Okay. Kids are unpredictable, and they're also fast and playful, so if they attack her, it'll be hard for me to react in time, he thought as he looked at the kids that were drinking milk. He patted the goat roughly before getting back up. "You guys have fun. I'll go for a walk." The two of them got into a small talk, with Keith mostly asking her small questions while she did the answering. He then took her to the pond and showed her some fishes. Time slowly passed and Keith saw the others waking up beside him in the carriage. He felt tired and sleepy, so he bid Mia a temporary farewell before leaving his spatial dimension. Originally, his plan was to stay with Mia the whole time, but he had seen the goats and even the kids behaving extremely amicable towards her, so he felt like it would be fine. He opened his eyes and looked at Clara, who was awake, but was still resting her head on his shoulder. The others were awake too and had gotten out of the carriage so that they can prepare breakfast, so he had the privacy he needed. "She's in my dimension, but I didn't sleep the whole night, so I'm pretty tired," he said and sighed. Clara patted his thigh and nodded. "It's fine. Just have some food and go to sleep. You can tell them that you kept an eye out at night because you sense danger." "That could work, yes. I'll nap for a while, just call me once the food is ready." With just a week or two left in their journey, Keith didn't feel like it would be that big of a deal, and like he had expected, everyone accepted his reasons and let him sleep in peace. The next day, they switched to a nice, spacious boat and began traveling by water. The journey would just be faster this way, and it was the most dependable way to get to the capital before the youngest princess coming of age ceremony. During the morning, he slept for a few hours and then spent some time with his team in the afternoon before going into this spatial dimension to spend some time with Mia at night. During this time, he taught her a lot of things, especially on the topic of secrets. He taught her how dangerous it could become if she told others secrets and used multiple stories as examples. On top of that, he patiently taught her the letters so that she could read in the future, and she was a great student, learning everything pretty quickly. Knowing that he would reach the capital in a few hours, he bid farewell to his daughter and got some good sleep until he was woken up. They had to hire a carriage from the neighboring port town because the river didn't pass through the capital. Thanks to this, he could sleep better compared to the boats. He opened his eyes with a pleading groan, but when he saw that everyone was outside the carriage except him and Clara, he forced himself to not go back to sleep. He could hear the hustle and bustle outside and knew that he was at the capital. With a sigh, he crawled out of the carriage and paid the driver his fee before he looked at his team. "Let's just go to an inn and rest there for a few days," he said, and looked at Amelia. "Any recommendations?" "Well, if I still had my surname, I could have just taken you guys to my home, but I don't think that's possible anymore, so, let's see," she said, and thought for a while before nodding. "There's a place called Blue Snow Inn. It's very luxurious, but a single day's stay costs 2 bracks. There's another one called the Empire's Den, and it is better than most cheap inns while only costing 1 brack a day. The only difference is that the other inns give you free meals while Empire Den doesn't. Their rooms are great, but the food is not to my liking. They make cheap food and say that they're giving you an experience of what the Emperor eats. Well, they're not exactly wrong, but they just use low-quality ingredients and their chefs aren't as good as the royal chefs. Blue Snow has better rooms comparatively, and it also offers free food. It's like a buffet system, but they have a set time for food. 7 to 9 in the morning for breakfast, 1 to 3 in the afternoon for lunch, and 6 to 8 in the night for dinner. And I guarantee you that their food is top-notch. It's even better than what the cooks in my house used to make for my family, so once in a while, I used to go to this place just for their food." Keith shrugged. "2 per room, I'll pay for everyone, so let's go to Blue Snow." In a large room that was filled with paintings and other decorative objects, a handsome man sat in front of the mirror as he admired his looks. He turned to glance at his maid and pointed at a small pot in front of him. "Rub that thing on my face and tell me everything you learned from the letter you read." "As you wish, my prince," the maid said, and walked over to him before grabbing the small pot that was placed in front of the mirror. Inside, there was thick, condensed milk, and she took some in her hand before applying it on his face. As she rubbed it onto this skin, she spoke. "Both the Grand Dukes have arrived and are currently living inside our palace's guest quarters. They have brought their eligible sons along with them, and it looks like they wish to extend a marriage proposal for the youngest princesses. As for the dukes, other than the ones who came here a few days ago, there isn't any new news about recent arrivals. Apart from this, there isn't anyone important that would concern you." The prince hummed as he felt the cold condensed milk getting rubbed on his face. Tell me if any inquisitors or church officials come here. I've extended an invitation to a lot of them. Also, tell me about the movements of my siblings." As he mentioned his siblings, his expression turned serious, and the maid paused for a fraction of a second before going back to what she was doing. "I understand. One team of inquisitors did enter the capital, and based on our information network's letter, the leader of this group is Keith Zenister, and they're currently residing in the Blue Snow Inn. They came here last night, and they don't look like they have any plans to come out of that place for the time being. Though, they also have Lady Amelia with them, and it looks like her presence will cause some disturbance during the banquet. Should I send a letter to them stating that she's not allowed? There's no rule that warrants a ban. Just because my brother is a donkey and was rejected by her in the past, it doesn't mean that she'll get banned from all events," he said, and chuckled before pointing at another pot in front of him. "Use that one next." The maid nodded and did as she was told while she continued to speak. "As you wish, my prince. When it comes to your siblings, the first prince has almost no support from the nobles, but the royal army is very loyal to him as he's their commander. Fourth princess has been making progress with both the Grand Duke's sons, so I'm assuming that she'll get some support from these men. On the other hand, if there's anyone who's been making the huge movements, then that would be the youngest princess. She's been making connections left and right, using her status as the youngest princess. A lot of nobles have agreed to support her as long as she allows their sons into her harem. What an idiot she is. She's reducing her own chances by doing this. Doesn't she know that father will give more importance to the one who picks a partner that has a similar awakened ability to them? While he didn't explicitly say it, it should be common knowledge since all of our mothers have similar awakened abilities to father in one way or the other. He then chuckled before smirking, one down, but looks like my sister is going a good job by picking those two losers. They were bred specifically to get married into the royal family, so I won't say that the Grand Dukes are dumb. Those dogs know how to get their hands on the things they want, but that won't be enough. I'll have to keep my eldest brother in mind, but other than him, maybe I should keep my second brother in mind too. While his methods aren't righteous, the results speak for themselves. But Prince, do you really wish to take part in this succession? There is a chance of you losing your life. That won't happen, he said and took out a small badge from his pocket before showing it to her. The War Church has begun to make their move and it looks like their target is the Baroma kingdom. We'll easily get dragged into this war based on the information I received, so my main goal at his point is to wait until my sister's birthday. That will be the day when the fight for succession starts, and that will also be the day when I'll be able to make a decision on whether I should take a side or fight for the throne. On top of that, you know about the rumors that have been spreading about Keith, that inquisitor. He's the one who got his team to win the training program 1 month prior to the day they planned to end the program. He was the one who won after everyone was disqualified, but almost no one has anything bad to say about him. Instead, most of them praise him for all the help he provided them during the whole thing, and it's very intriguing. Based on his official documents, it said that he has an awakened ability that lets him sense danger. But there have been some rumors about him being able to shoot fire from his hands, and this means that there is a high probability of a second awakening. Before the training program, no one saw or heard about him being able to shoot fire from his hands. Your journey continues on Empire. These rumors began after the training program was done, and based on the scorch marks left at Baronet Clangson's estate, we can tell that there was some form of fire usage in a wide area. And guess what? Keith was said to have helped the detectives of the Church of Protection. While the reason for my invitation was his victory in the training program, the rumors make him more interesting. Send him a letter and ask him to come meet me. While Keith was lazing around on his bed with Clara, he heard a knock on the door and went to check out who it was. Once he opened the door, he saw a petite woman holding a letter in her hands. Continue your journey with Empire. Sir, there's a letter for a man named Keith Zenister, and it is from the third prince, she said, and waited for a response instead of just handing the letter over to Keith. I'm Keith, thank you, he said and extended his hand forward as he looked at her, waiting for her to give him the letter, and she did, albeit a little flustered. She bowed slightly. I'm sorry for not being able to tell, sir, I apologize for my actions earlier. Keith waved his hand. It's fine, have a nice day, he said, and closed the door before he tore the envelope open and unfolded the letter that was inside. What's it about? Clara asked from the bed while she looked at him. Keith looked away from the letter and glanced at Clara, who was tangled up in the blankets like a worm. He shook his head with a slight smile and sat down beside her before showing her the letter. Both of them read the letter together, and while Clara was excited, Keith just didn't share the same excitement. He invited you for a private meeting. We're going to have a dinner with the third prince. Wait, why aren't you excited? She asked, and Keith shrugged. He's just human like us. And I don't feel like going because the people from the royal family can be pretty tiring. But well, it's not like I can just reject him, but damn, why in the hell does he want to meet me? Isn't it better to invite those big nobles instead? He complained and tossed the letter away before looking at Clara. She smirked and slowly pulled the blanket down. Let's have some fun before we go out to buy some clothes. We've been postponing this and Amelia doesn't look happy. She's just grumpy nowadays, nothing we do is going to please her but, yes, he said and yanked the blanket away from her. Her bare form was extremely stimulating and his little brother immediately woke up from his slumber, ready to fight even the biggest enemies as long as he could reach nirvana. Pick your poison, Keith said as he placed his hand on her leg and looked at her. She gulped down her saliva before she sat up and placed her hand on his chest. Let me serve you this time. Almost an hour later, Keith and Clara walked out of their room before they headed over and knocked on everyone else's doors. Caleb and Laura came out from one room, looking absolutely flustered while Amelia and Nathan walked out from the third room, looking completely different. Amelia looked absolutely grumpy while Nathan had dark circles under his eyes, indicating a lack of sleep, and even the whites of his eyes had a tinge of red. On the other hand, Caleb and Laura barely had their clothes on, and with just one look, Keith could tell that there had nothing under that one layer of clothing and that they had hurriedly put them on so they could answer the door. He didn't pay much attention to the couple as him and Clara had just indulged themselves in carnal pleasures. But this wasn't the same with the other two. Why in the hell do you two look like that? He asked as he looked at Nathan, who sighed. Captain, the bed is too soft and I can't sleep. I tried to sleep on the floor but the floor is too cold. Miss Amelia isn't letting me take the blanket and because of this, I couldn't sleep. Selfish bastard, why are you omitting the things you did? Amelia grumbled before she looked at Keith and pointed at Nathan. He couldn't sleep so he didn't let me sleep either. At the end of the day, I had to kick him to shut him up. And why should I give him the blanket? I'll feel cold too. If he wants a blanket, he should just sleep on the bed and share the blanket with me instead of crying like a bitch. Keith listened to them silently and then placed his hands on Amelia's shoulders, instantly silencing her. He stared into her eyes silently as he watched her hold her breath in and then patted her shoulder before smiling. Why didn't you tell him that he could just ask the staff for a new blanket? Amelia hesitated for a second before steeling herself, because I held a grudge. This idiot flashed me his small peanut. It felt like I was looking at Brandon for a second and my impression of him took an absolute nosedive. He was just trying to take advantage of the situation since we were sharing the room, this horny pig. Captain. She's lying. Nathan pleaded before he gave his 2 cents. I just came out of the bath and my towel slipped. I didn't do it intentionally. Please believe my words. Keith silently looked at the 2 system screens in front of him and based on the things going on in both their heads, he could tell that it was a misunderstanding. The towel had indeed slipped, but Nathan had paused from shock for a second before he hurriedly covered himself, but this worked against him instead. Due to this, Amelia's trust in him had been shattered and this would not go well if they continued to share a room. Keith sighed and shook his head. Amelia will share a bed with Clara for the next few days. I'll move in with you instead. He then got the both of them to agree before he moved on to the main topic. The prince invited us for a dinner and he asked me to bring every single one of you, so we'll have to go buy some clothes. I'll leave the selections to Amelia because who's better than her when it comes to the customs of Kazakh Empire's nobles and royalty? No one. A/N, WE Chapter 200. Let's go. I got 4 extra chapters pending and I've procrastinated enough, so I'll try to get them done in the next few days. Oh yeah, Merry Christmas. Keith and his team followed Amelia into a small shop, but in contrast to their expectations, the inside of the shop was extremely clean. Inside, there was a short middle-aged woman with a bob cut and Amelia immediately waved at her with a wide smile on her face. The two of them got into a small talk until Amelia decided to introduce her friends. Okay, so auntie, these people here are all my friends as we were invited to the youngest princess's coming-of-age ceremony. We all need an outfit that works well for the occasion. The woman nodded and looked at all of them, checking them out slowly with just her eyes before nodding. You all have good looks, she said and nodded before tapping on the counter with her finger a few times. Let me think, 3 gorgeous dresses for the girls and 3 sets of suits for the handsome men here. Though, I have one question. Do you guys want to break the rules a little and wear something that'll draw the eyes of people towards you? The clothes will still be luxurious ones, but just not suits or a simple dress. What do you guys say? Keith shrugged before placing his hand on Amelia's head, who was in front of him. We'll just go with what Amelia says. She knows best. The lady focused her gaze on Amelia and saw her nod. Seeing this, she smiled and pointed towards the door. Let's go to the Gold Royale fabric store that's a few meters away from here. We'll have to pick proper clothes with which we can make you guys something. Just as she said that, she took out a small rectangular piece of cloth, and in front of everyone, the strands of the cloth began to come undone. In just 2 seconds, the cloth had become a bunch of threads. Controlling threads with such efficiency, really cool. Keith commented, and the woman smiled. Thank you, now let's go. The group followed her out, and after she locked the door of her store, they left for the fabric store. It didn't take them long to find this place, and compared to the small shop they had visited earlier, this one was vastly different. It was huge, and that wasn't all. It had 4 floors, and all the floors had rolls upon rolls of fabric for people to buy. One by one, the woman bought different kinds of fabrics of varying lengths. Red for Amelia, creamy white for Clara, and black for Laura. When it came to the guys, she took a bit more time as she tried to decide what would go well on them. And due to this, she asked them to take their shirts off, and they did. A few months ago, Keith was a scrawny guy who was no different than a skeleton. But now, he had a good amount of muscle on himself and looked pretty athletic. Nathan, on the other hand, had gained some muscle compared to before thanks to the training and diet that Keith had planned for the team, but his genetics did not help him much with aesthetics. He had 2-pack abs and was very slim, even though the muscles could be seen. Caleb, on the other hand, was extremely blessed by genetics, as his 6-packs had a slight definition. Even though they weren't as pronounced as Keith's, they showed promise. Nice arms, but we have to do something about this guy, she said, and looked at Nathan before choosing a high-quality cotton fabric for him. She picked 2 different colors, with one of the fabrics being thicker than the other. You guys have anything to say? I'll keep your words in mind when selecting colors or the types of fabric. Caleb hesitated for a second, but after he glanced at Laura, he spoke up. I want black. I want to match with her. She accepted Caleb's suggestion and bought some black cloth before she faced Keith. What about you? I'm fine with anything. Just make me look presentable. Nah, he's the face of our group, so he should stand out. Amelia interjected before glaring at him. Take this seriously, will you? Those dumb dogs will try to find anything to put others down, and since you have great looks, they'll get jealous. You'll be their prime target, so it's better to not give them a target to hit. Keith looked at her with a confused expression on his face. Isn't it better to look like an idiot then? This way, they won't get jealous of me. They will get jealous of your face and make fun of your dressing sense. You should show your dominance, and to do this, you'll have to appear perfect, she said stubbornly before shifting her gaze to the woman. Auntie, make him something that'll make him stand out a lot. No one should be able to talk bad about his clothes in any way. The woman nodded and glanced at Clara before smiling at Keith. Okay then, we'll go with a red shirt and black trousers for you. I'll switch Clara's dress to red so she can match you too. 3 members in your team have black clothes and 2 have red, so black and red will represent your team well, and I will make sure that your outfit will send a strong message to the nobles in the banquet. Keith shrugged. Anything you say. Though, how much will everything cost, by the way? I'll get a discount for you guys at this place, but it will still cost you quite a lot. I plan on picking silk for your shirt, so the cost of it will be higher than the other ones I picked. Let's see. It will cost you around 30 zen just for the fabric. Oh. Keith said, looking quite surprised, as he had expected the costs to go in crons instead of zens. The woman smiled and added, I kept the budget in mind, but if you want me to pick better materials, then as long as you give me the yes, I will. Keith looked at the others in his team and thought for a bit, but before he could answer, Amelia did. It's fine. We'll probably only wear this once and maybe a few more times in the future, so the quality of the fabric won't matter. The one that will give our clothes more value is your stamp, Auntie. Ha ha ha, that's true, she said, but still waited for Keith's answer. Keith looked at Amelia and nodded. Amelia is right, it's not like we're going to wear these clothes every day. The group then headed over to the counter and Keith settled the payment before leaving with the others. He didn't mind spending a little on his team since this was an important event, and he didn't feel like telling them to pitch in some money of their own. This was mostly due to Laura and Caleb being trainees, which earned them less compared to the others, so asking them to spend 5 to 6 yen on their clothes did not feel right. He walked back to the woman's shop, and once inside, she got to work in front of everyone. Strands from the fabric flew out and quickly weaved themselves back together, forming perfectly fitting dress for Laura. Things went same for everyone, and once she was done, she handed over the clothes to everyone and pointed at the door behind her. Go inside and change. Let's see how you look. One by one, everyone walked in and came out with their new clothes on. While Keith didn't really care about his clothes, he couldn't help but admire the way everyone looked. Especially Clara. While he was ogling his girl, Amelia walked out, and yet again, he couldn't help but agree that she was gorgeous. Stay updated through Empire. No wonder the guys want her so bad, he thought, and grabbed his clothes before heading into the changing room. The trousers were a perfect fit, but his red shirt was pretty loose and didn't even have the first 2 buttons. He tucked it in and didn't feel like he looked great when he looked at his reflection in the mirror. I think a suit would fit better, he muttered and walked out. The woman chuckled when she saw him and simply let Caleb go in before she pointed at Keith. You come here. That's not how you're supposed to wear that. She grabbed his shirt and pulled up the part that he had tucked it. She didn't completely pull it all out and still made sure that it was tucked. The loose part that was out was carefully padded so it sat snug. Keith saw her take a few steps back, and after she looked at him, she shook her head and went back to work. By the time she was done, both Caleb and Nathan had put on their clothes. Keith went ahead and looked at his reflection. The front of the shirt was tucked in completely, but that was only the center, and the part that was tucked in was around 15 centimeters. The rest was pulled out slightly while some of it was still tucked, and this gave out a unique look. Her fashion sense is different from most people here, he thought as he recalled a few people who wore their clothes this way in his previous life. Buy a nice belt and you're good to go, kid, she said, and grabbed the sleeves of his shirt before using her power to reduce the length. Keith silently watched as she did her thing, and once she was done, she gave him a satisfied smile. Now, people can see those muscles of yours. Good luck at the banquet. Thanks, he said, and glanced at everyone before focusing on her. How much for your services? Since Amelia brought you guys here, I'll just take 1 kron total. Keith took out the money and gave it to her before him and his team changed back to their normal clothes. They then left, and on the way, Keith scooted closer to Amelia. How much does she usually charge, by the way? 10 to hundreds of krons. The clothes she makes have some sort of magical resistance to cuts, and they can heal, or in other words, repair themselves to a certain extent. She's made a name for herself, and having that stamp on your things will easily raise its value. She's the first one I've seen who has managed to put a value on her name. Very impressive, he thought, as he glanced at the small bag in his hands. 2 more days for the banquet. As for tonight's dinner with the prince, I have a feeling that it's going to be slightly annoying, but let's see how it unfolds. I gave that Vincent free unlock, but he's saving it for what? Damn idiot. I'll somehow get him to use it so that I can collect some tax next month. At least Fabian will reach rank A with his skin hardening in a few days, so he'll get a free unlock for one of the other skills. After months, I'll finally be able to collect something meaningful. I just have to get Vincent to unlock another one of his skills so that I can get 2 meaningful taxes next month. He got back home and took a nice bath before he went ahead and shifted his belongings to Nathan's room and helped Amelia move her things to Clara's room. Once that was done, the group simply gathered in Caleb's room and gossiped for a while until it was close to evening. Alright guys, let's get ready and leave. We don't need to risk pissing off a prince just cause we were late now, should we? The others nodded and rushed to their rooms so they could change. Keith did the same and put on his clothes the way he was advised to before walking out of his room. He didn't have a belt, so he looked at Nathan who was still putting on his suit. I'll go buy a belt and get to the palace as soon as I'm done, so just wait for me with the others, he said and left the room before knocking on Clara's door. I need some help. The door opened a few seconds later and he was dragged inside. Clara was standing with just her innerwear on and Amelia was nowhere to be seen. Discover more stories at Empire. I just wanted to ask Amelia for a place where I can buy a good belt fast, that's all. There's this place called Felix's Accessories and it's pretty close to the palace. It on the way and very easy to spot. Amelia's voice came from the bathroom. Keith nodded, thanks, he said and waved at Clara before leaving. It didn't take him too long to buy the belt and put it on, but it sure was pricey. The good one cost him 25 Zen, and even though it was a lot of money, Keith still bought it since first impressions mattered a lot. The belt had a plate buckle with an intricate design of 2 daggers placed in an X shape. There were carvings of 1 drop of blood attacked to the tip of each dagger, looking like it was about to drip. It went well with his bright red shirt, so he just bought it and rushed towards the palace. He expected his team to be waiting for him, but there was only Nathan. Amelia asked me to bring you home. We still have an hour until the scheduled time, so she wants everyone to look perfect. And her brother is also at the inn and he said he'll help us with a few things. Keith sighed and nodded. This was one of the reasons why he wasn't enthusiastic to meet the prince or any noble. It just felt like too much work. Even though he didn't like it, he didn't want to offend someone in power. This was because he did not have a stable foundation or backing. The church could serve as a good backing, but they wouldn't be able to protect him forever. On top of that, he also had a few goals that he wanted to achieve and the prince could help him speed up the process. He left the place with Nathan and rushed back home, only to see Amelia's brother jumping around Caleb like an idiot. Caleb looked different compared to before, and most of it was due to the rings on his fingers, the shoes, and lastly, the 2 gold chains that were around his neck. While Keith couldn't tell if it made him look better or not, he was sure that he looked different. You're finally here. Amelia said as she handed a small box to Clara, put these on and I'll get you some of Adrian's bracelets and maybe one of 2 rings should go well. Keith watched as Clara opened the box and grabbed a small stud earring before looking at Amelia, both. Well. Amelia replied and looked at Keith as she puckered her lips, going into deep thought, one is fine. I'll tell Adrian to help Keith with his hair. Clara moved closer to Keith and muttered, this might hurt, but I can imagine you looking good. You like seeing me with an earring? Keith asked, slightly surprised, and Clara blushed. I like you the way you are right now, but dash. Extra chapters done, 2. Extra chapters left, 3. Current GT, 59. One more GT for 60 and I'll write another extra chapter. I like you the way you are right now, but I don't think I'll dislike you with earrings on. Let's just say that it'll give you more of a, assertive, or in other words, a wild look. And I think it has its own charm, she said, and seeing her blushing so much, Keith decided to go with what she wanted. Who cared about the prince as long as his girl liked to see him wearing earrings? Adrian left Caleb and beamed at Keith, oh look at that natural handsomeness. The young men will glare while the ladies drool at you in the banquet, ha 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 ha. It'll be fun to watch, but since you're going to meet the 3rd prince, let's get you the perfect look. Keith nodded and let the guy do his thing. He felt a prick on his ear and simply withstood the pain for a second. The wound healed almost instantly thanks to his supernatural regeneration. A few minutes passed and once Adrian was done, Keith took a look at himself in the mirror. I look like a gangster. But that aside, I should be glad that I got transmigrated into a body that has great looks, he thought, but there were different things going on in Amelia and Clara's minds. His soft curly hair that looked slightly messy gave him a sort of charm, and along with his new clothes and the one earring on his right ear, he looked different but in a positive way. Enough to make their hearts beat faster. One hand, Amelia's emotions and thoughts were conflicting once again, and on the other hand, Clara just wanted Keith to do something with her in private. Keith looked away from his reflection and looked at the others. Let's go. And thank you for your help, Adrian. No worries. When I heard that my sister was attending the banquet, I was so overjoyed that I asked my people to search for you guys, ha. But to my surprise, my sister contacted me first instead. I'll look forward to meeting you in 2 days. Keith nodded and watched Adrian leave before he glanced at his teammates. Shall we leave? We only have around 40 minutes. Amelia nodded and put on her heels before giving a pair to both Clara and Laura. I'll lend you these for tonight, but we'll have to get you two a new pair tomorrow. The two girls nodded and put on their heels before they tried to walk. Amelia was a natural thanks to the practice and extensive use of heels in the past, while the other two struggled slightly. Keith grabbed Clara's hand to give her some support, and in a way, it did help. Seeing this, Caleb did the same and the whole team left the place. Most of them were excited, but there were two who weren't. Amelia was anxious on how she'd be received after all the drama that surrounded her name, while Keith simply didn't want to talk to a prince. I'm here for benefits. Let's just go and see how it goes. Who knows if it'll miraculously turn out to be a pleasant meeting. Instead of walking the whole way, Keith hired 2 rickshaws to take them to the palace, and they managed to reach their destination approximately 20 minutes in advance to their meeting time. Keith and the others headed inside after the knights saw the letter and let them in. A girl dressed in proper maid clothes received the group and guided them through the hallways. She stopped in front of a door and looked at Keith. The third prince will join you soon. Please make yourselves comfortable inside. One of the maids will bring you some snacks and tea. Keith nodded and walked in. There was a rectangular table with 8 chairs. 3 each on the long sides and 1 each on the shorter sides. 7 of the chairs were identical, while the chair on one of the shorter sides was slightly bigger. Amelia walked in and pointed at the chair opposite to the one that was big as she looked at Keith. You'll sit there. And beside you should be the ones with higher positions. The further the chairs are from you, the lower the position the person who is sitting there should be. You guys heard her. Sit based on your positions, and well, looks like she'll be the one sitting farthest from me, he said as he sat down. Read new chapters at Empire. Amelia nodded and watched Clara and Nathan take the seats where were adjacent to Keith's. As for Laura and Caleb, they sat beside the 2 inquisitors since they were just trainees. Lastly, Amelia sat down beside Laura with the chair opposite to her being empty. They didn't have to wait too long as the prince walked into the room a few minutes later. I'm glad that you decided to accept my invitation, he said as soon as he entered, and 3 maids followed behind him with 2 trays filled with cookies and pastries, while the last maid had a tray that had a teapot and some cups. Keith nodded and bowed slightly. I was looking forward to meet you, Prince. Though I must say, I am quite surprised at the attention you're giving me. I wonder if there's anything you want from me. Straightforward, I see, the prince said and smiled before he sat down on the big chair. My youngest sister will join us soon. She heard about the meeting and insisted that I let her join, so I was helpless about it, he said as he glanced at the empty chair beside Caleb. He then pointed at the snacks and tea that his maids had placed in front of them. Feel free. While everyone took something from the trays, the prince spoke. I did want to talk about something. I'm mostly curious about the rumors surrounding you, and I also wanted to talk about the succession war that'll start as soon as the coming of age banquet ends. Extra chapters done, 3. Extra chapters left, 2. Current GT, 59.